Three, two, one. What is going on, everyone? Welcome to another episode of Late Night Comics with your host RDV and Ash. That's me. RDV, how you doing? Good to see you.
I am awake, sir.
You're awake,
Yep.
but it's supposed to be late. That's all right.
Good night, everybody.
The audience is asleep. Oh man. Ah. Whew. Well, it's late and it's nighttime, and we're gonna be talking some comics. And I'm drinking a beer. What are you doing?
I'm drinking water, sir.
Man, you're just living the high life.
Well, coming down from the high life.
Is it Miller water or tap water?
Just regular bottled water. It's Ice Mountain water. It's from a place you used to live, Colorado.
That was a Miller beer joke, folks. Get it?
Miller beer is great beer.
I am drinking, because Maranya asked, I'm drinking
Keystone Light.
a Keystone. No. I'm drinking a Samuel Adams lawn chair lager. It says it's refreshing and bright. For those lazy summer days, kicking back with a cooler of cold beers and good friends, try this crisp, refreshing lager featuring Huell melon hops from Bavaria with hints of honeydew and strawberry. Make sure you drink with pinky extended.
As well.
It's pretty good. It's not bad.
Unless you're handicapped, you don't have pinkies, then you can't drink the beer.
Yeah, I don't want to be ableist. Tehillim is first in the chat, so good to see Tehillim. HR second, and Maranya is best. So good to see you guys. Anyone else lurking in the background, feel free to say hey in the chat. Everyone's friendly here. Generally, well, at least everyone I just mentioned. Reading good comics?
Well, apart from these bad boys, I haven't been really reading the comic books. I've been catching up on shows.
Oh yeah, what kind of shows?
Well, the kind that are terminal,
The terminal kind?
Yes.
Did you finish? Did you
Yeah.
finish Terminal?
Yeah, I finished it, and I can understand why people said there's Punisher vibes in there, because there is.
Yeah.
It is a pretty graphic. Episode 4, the end of that. Whew, took some guts to get through that. All the way through, man. Like, I'm just thinking, like, how is this gonna end? How's this gonna end? And there's talks that there might be a season 2, which I don't know what they would do, because, like, I don't want to give spoilers away, but I'm just saying it's man, everybody on his list is pretty much gone at the end of the season. So I don't know what they do, but apparently Chris Pratt, aka our boy Zach, he
Does
said
he
he wants
not? Does he not look like Zach in that show?
Dude, he does.
Dude, he looks just like Zach.
If Zach could grow a beard.
I mean, if Zach was, probably about 40 pounds heavier and maybe had a little stubble on his face.
Right.
Maybe a couple inches taller.
And didn't drink coffee all the time.
Wait, I thought Zach liked coffee.
Yeah, but that's his kryptonite. That's why he can't get the muscles. And
Oh, that's right. Okay, I gotcha.
Yeah, coffee stunts your growth.
Well, what'd you think of the show?
I thought it was actually pretty dang good. It's on my top 4 shows this year so far.
Yeah, I really, really like the show. I thought that the ending, while not bad, I felt like the ending was a little bumpy. I felt like a little anticlimactic.
Well, I mean, the way it ended with the last name on the list,
Mm-hmm.
I did not see it coming.
I didn't either, but I wasn't sold on it either. Like after it kind of left a bad taste in my mouth. I was like, really? That's where they went? Like, okay.
I mean,
Again, it didn't ruin it. It didn't ruin it for me, but I just felt like
I was believable though, because his
It was
character later.
believable. It wasn't that the list was unbelievable, it was more of what he did about it, his choices based on these discoveries. Like, I thought everything was believable, how it played out. I just didn't like that the character made the choice that they made.
I mean, the last choice for
Yeah,
the
the
last
final
name.
choice. Yeah, like, I was like, "Ah."
I mean, if he wouldn't have killed the guy or did kill the guy, because I'm not gonna say what he did. Um, I don't think it would have had such as a as effect as the choice we got.
I mean, it
But
certainly left an effect for good or ill. I think some people might be like, "Cool, like, that really worked for them." For me,
what?
it didn't
Well,
ruin the show by any stretch. I just the show was such a high level for me, like, every episode was, like, 5 stars, you know? And then that last episode was, like, 4 stars, which is still really good, but it's just, like, you kinda wanna end on the best. And so, I still highly recommend it to anyone, especially if you like Punisher, if you like those kinda stories.
revenge,
If you're
pretty
a
much.
Punisher
Yeah.
yeah, if you're a Punisher fan, you're gonna like this show. Um,
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, just it was depressing because this guy, like, I can't spoil it.
yeah,
Go
don't
watch
spoil
it.
it.
I was
It's a
just saying
good show.
it's heart wrenching, but also it's like when he gets brutal, he gets brutal.
What did you think of where, like, they played? Because in the I'm not gonna spoil. I'm gonna set some premises, but it's really not gonna spoil anything. So in the early parts of the show, the main character suffers a head injury, and then the character is going through a point of time where, like, his memory can't be trusted. Like, maybe he's seeing things, maybe he's misremembering things. You're not quite sure as an audience what's really going on. You do know that he had a head injury, so you know it's possible that that could be. Now, Venkman, what did you think those first several episodes where they were really kind of playing off that? Did it add sort of to the tension that you're like, wow, is he just like imagining these things are happening, or is it real? How
I
did
think
that
it
play out for
I
you?
I think it would have devastated me if they would have went the boys route and you just find out that he actually did, and he is all in his head. That would just like, oh, would have just killed me. Like, because it's like, because the whole thing is he's getting revenge for because of what happened, but it's like, but if he's the one that's responsible for it, and like and there was nobody else, oh, I mean, that would have been a good twist at the end. He's like, dude, that's nothing has ever happened. You just killed all these people for nothing. It's like, can you imagine that? If they just that plot twist at the end. That would have just. I still would have liked the show, but I mean, like, it's like the Mist, Thomas Jane at the end of the movie. It's like they're only down a few bullets out of gas, and he just kills everybody in the car, and he's about to kill himself, and then like the military shows up and to rescue them. It's like he just did it for nothing. Like those endings like that just gut punches you. You know,
Well,
I yeah.
I was just gonna say that particular aspect of the show really worked for me because there were like times where things were happening and people like there was a scene where he's getting debriefed and like they're giving him like playback, like audio playback from I guess all of his team was like wired with mics and stuff, and he's like giving his debriefing of like this is what happened, and the government's like, well, actually, this is what happened, and he's just like, what, like, and then he's doubting himself, like because he can't
Yeah.
trust his memory, and then you as
Oh,
the audience are like, and I gotta tell you, because my memory's not super good these days. I had to go
yeah.
back, like I rewound it like 20 minutes, and I'm like, I gotta go play that scene again because I don't know what really happened, and it was just really
Well,
effective.
well, yeah, when he gets those final 3 names, and I'm like, "Who are these names?" I had to go back, and I'm like, luckily I didn't have to go all the way back. I just turned on the the X-ray vision on Prime. So
Oh,
when these people
right.
pop up, I was like, "Thank goodness for this thing," because I would have had to go all the way back to figure out who these people he's talking about because I forgot about them. I don't pay attention to the names half the time, you know.
Oh,
Yeah, so I was like, "Okay, now it makes more sense." I was like,
I didn't have too much problem with that, but man, that show is so good at building tension the whole time, man. I was just like, I don't know how this is gonna play out.
it
Uh,
literally did not feel. Dude, the whole show is like I'm used to Chris Pratt being like the comic relief, kind of the dorky guy. No, he is just straight up like serious.
Yeah, there is no.
Everyone else around him is kind of like a little, Taylor Kitsch is in there. Uh, he is pretty much the jokey kind of guy. He is the kind of like laid back surfer dude,
I
where
didn't think he was jokey.
and some of his stuff, he's always smiling, trying to like get him to talk. He's like,
He's less
yeah,
serious maybe, but this whole show is serious. There's no really jokey moments. This is a very straight up drama in my opinion. There's none of like
drama,
there's no like
drama,
quips where I'm
drama.
like, "Hey."
In a sense, that's kind of why I liked the old man. He didn't have any of that. It was straight up like, a guy going from one, trying to do this without, causing other people he loves ones, to get hurt. It was just it was straight up action, drama, uh serious, man. And then you had awesome actors in there. So yeah, so like I said, this is on my top 4.
Yeah, I really,
Like,
really enjoyed this. I could see why it's so highly rated. Um, I don't know what's gonna happen after this series because you're right, it does sort of end in a place where you're like, where are you gonna go from here? But I do know that there's at least 3 more books of this series because this was based on a novel. And the Terminal List is the first novel in the series.
yeah,
So what that means,
there's like 5
don't
novels, I
know.
think.
Don't know. Like, are the other novels prequel novels? Who knows? I just know that there's more, and if anyone else wants to go research what those novels are about, they can go. I didn't want to look too heavily into it because I don't want to spoil myself, but I definitely would not mind seeing those books get made because this series was fantastic.
Yeah.
Um,
From my little understanding is that the show takes from all the books. Like it's their continuation of the story. So
oh, I
it's
would
like,
imagine, yeah.
yeah.
The first one was based on the book, so you know.
So imagine the whole entire season was based off of all the books that are out right now. At least 2 of them.
So I liked this even better than Reacher, and I liked Reacher quite a bit, and I highly
Oh,
recommend
definitely
that series too. Reacher does have a little bit more levity. There's some moments where the characters
a
will
little
make
more humor.
quips and jokes and things like
Yeah.
that. It's still a very good show. This one was just firing on all cylinders. There was never a moment like unlike Reacher, which it was so much fun to watch. There were a couple of moments in Reacher where I was just like face palm. I was like, "Oh, why are you doing this?" The typical like Hollywood nonsense that annoys me. But it was very minor compared to a lot of other shows. But Terminal List manages to avoid it all, just 100%. Like, and when I saw Chris Pratt's name as the executive producer, I was like, oh yeah, this has got to be why. He's, you know, it's his baby essentially. Like he's getting it to do it his way out of the Hollywood system, and bravo to Amazon, really just being unafraid to just make shows that don't seem to cater to the weirdo extremes. Just going out trying to just do quality stuff and letting people produce some of the best streaming, direct to streaming shows seem to be, from my opinion, coming from Amazon these days.
Yeah, at least the last 3 shows I watched, I mean, I watched all Bosch on there, then I watched Terminal List on there and Reacher. I mean, I just 3 of the shows that I really like are on there. Those are because my top 4 shows are The Old Man, Reacher, Terminal List, and Bosch.
What about the boys?
The Boys is number 5.
Wow.
Because The Boys is
Um,
more The Boys is more it's more comedy, in the sense to me.
I mean, it does, but I mean, it, it's
I,
it's dark humor, but it's got a lot of drama too. There's a lot of good drama in the boys. Um,
true, true, but I mean the other ones are more serious, so that's kind of why I like those better. Their own category.
sure, I don't necessarily think one is better than the other. I think
Well, I don't have an order. I'm just saying
yeah, yeah,
they're
yeah,
like
yeah. No, it's fine. I mean, it's all subjective. Certain things are going to ring. But speaking of
what
Amazon and Bosch, I started Bosch finally, and that's a
they like
really
you,
good
brother.
show too. It's better than I expected. You have been high on that show for a while.
Dude,
Breen had been recommending that show to me, and it's just been one of those things that I have it on my watch list, and it's just been sitting there. And I was just like, ah, there's like 7 or 8 seasons of it, and I was like, I got so many of these other shows, but I was sitting around last night. Was it last night?
yes,
Yeah, it
I
might
think
have been
so.
last.
Or as early as morning.
God, it feels like if I could have I watched like 7 episodes. I can't
Dude,
believe
I
it was
told you.
yesterday.
It's that show hooked me, and I'm like, I was watching that introduction. I was like, okay, what's this music? Music's kind of cool, though. I was just like, this isn't my normal show that I usually watch. I mean, I've watched Justified. I never watched the Shield or The Wire. It just didn't appeal to me. But like this show, sat down and just something about Titus Welliver, the whole cast, Creighton Barrel, like everybody on that show is just like they are all fleshed out. They all have personalities, and they're all great. So, I
Um,
mean, and the fact there's a subplot going through the seasons, which really helped me too with Bosch.
yeah, no, I like the way that it plays out. Bosch is very similar in its concept and style. I mean, it's taken from I believe his name is Michael Connolly, the author,
Yep. Yep.
who has a whole series of books that are Bosch. So similar to Reacher. Reacher's same thing, Jack Reacher books. So it's interesting to see them both. I think Bosch is treated a little bit more seriously than than the Reacher stuff. I actually think that the Bosch, as much as I love Reacher, I really do love Reacher, and the guy that they got to play Reacher is, dude, some of the best TV casting I've seen in a long time. Super impressed. I want to see more of him, but Bosch, I think overall is a better show.
It
Like
is.
if I take the sum of the parts, like I like the Reacher character better, and I like the casting for Reacher better for Reacher himself, but as an entirety of all the characters and everything added together, I think Bosch is better so far.
Yep.
Speaking of
And
Bosch, we got Breen in the house, who's
yeah.
says he can now call me brother. Well, thanks. It's only taken how many years now? We got Skip joining us, Comic Quirks, Lord. Good to see you guys. You gotta make sure you greet Comic Quirks. You get a little sensitive. Just
Yeah.
razzing you, Quirks. Don't get sensitive. Just razzing you. Um, but yeah, I'm really digging the show. I'm looking forward to watching. Oh yeah, as I was saying, like last night I went. It was yesterday. I can't believe I watched this many episodes. I went and got some Chipotle. Had the best Chipotle burrito I've had in years.
Yeah, Tim saying it's a European series. It was production company is Hiromas Pictures and Fabric Entertainment, but it was all shot in Hollywood. At least for most of it, it was in
Yeah,
California.
that's another cool thing about that show is it's actually
And
shot in
do you reckon
Hollywood.
now when you get later in the series, him and his daughter go to his burger place. Let me know if you recognize it.
Okay. I wonder what it could be. Um,
Well, he goes to these
it's
different restaurants too, though. That's the thing. He doesn't just go to like they do mention In and Out, you know,
uh
burgers, but they also go to like some of these little restaurants. So I wonder if you've ever been in. Remember, it's in West Hollywood. So I wonder if you've ever gone out that way, if you recognize them.
I have been out there. I don't frequent LA because LA
Yeah,
sucks.
yeah,
It's glamorous to put on TV for a cop show, but it's otherwise you don't really want to go there. Um, but it's neat. There's a lot of iconic stuff. Uh, and if you've never been there, but you've played Grand Theft Auto 5, it'll
yeah,
feel like it because they modeled that game off of LA so perfectly.
yeah.
Um, so
I gotta say though, the best thing about when you're watching Bosch, you watch it on Amazon Prime. Check out the X-ray thing, because a lot of times they give, like, especially in the intro, they tell you about the producer or what he's on this stuff. You learn and I was learning so much more about like where they shot stuff, how they did it. it's so cool all the information they have in
That
there, those
X-ray
X-rays.
is neat, but it's also can be distracting. Like, I don't wanna interrupt what I'm doing.
Dude, I
Like,
watched
it
7 seasons with it took me 3 weeks to watch 7 seasons.
it'd be cool to, like, go if I got go back and watch the stuff again, then I would be more inclined to use the X-ray stuff. But while I'm
Well,
into it, I just wanna, like, get lost in the show.
I look up, I mean, after, like, dude, I was watching, like, 6 or 7 episodes like you were in a row, and after a while, it's like, "Alright, I'm starting to get tired a little here, so before I go to bed, I'm gonna look at, like, some of the trivia stuff." And like I said, whenever they come up with a jazz song, so I have, like, new music I'm gonna start listening because I like jazz too, but there's a lot of them
Mhm.
I never heard of. So that's cool about the music, the soundtrack.
Dude, I like this show. I like the show because the characters all, like, have imperfections, and, like, the character that they gave for Bosch's love interest is such an interesting character because she's really flawed. She's got some, like, major problems, and the show doesn't tiptoe around it. Like, you you can almost tell that this was made, like, a decade ago because I don't know if they would do that today to make a female cop, be sort of so singled out as, like,
Yeah,
problematic. But it's realistic, right? And
yeah,
it's not in any way, like, misogynistic because Bosch's ex-wife is conversely the superstar profiler that, like, he turns to because no one in the actual police force could actually help him the way she could. She's like this, like, super gifted. So it's not ever trying to portray like, oh, women can't be
well,
good
the
cops or investigators or anything, but it also doesn't shy from tipping like going and being like, dude, women screw up in like this field, like because of reasons. And it goes to show it. And I appreciated that because today in a lot of fiction that we see, we're afraid to paint anyone in a protected class as any sort of screw up. Like they can never fail because they're female or their skin color or their sexual choice. So they all have to be just like good at everything that they do because otherwise you're painted as some sort of bigot if you
no,
show them messing up. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, but the one of the main reasons he was going to his wife was helping with a case because what he was doing, he was actually working against orders. You know, he can't trust anybody in his own office, or he has he's doing something on his own time, or he's not supposed to be looking into things. He's supposed to drop it, so he goes
Mhm.
to her for. So I mean, it's there's a way of giving him a way to go around the system.
That's
It
true,
shows
but he didn't do it just because it wasn't like, "Oh, I'm gonna slum it with her because I can't
no,
use the good guys in the police force." You it's clearly portrayed like she knows what she's doing.
yeah,
She's so good at what she does, she stopped doing it so she could be a high profile gambler for one of the Vegas casinos to like to apparently, I guess, what she they match her against, like,
actually, something if
high
I remember
people from
correctly.
China because they
Something
I
else
guess
happened to cause her to get red flagged, and she got kicked out. That's what it was. There's a mark on her record. So
I don't remember.
yeah. So that yeah. But anyway, yeah. She married this guy, a rich Chinese guy, and who owns a casino, and she plays with high. She plays poker. You know,
Right,
that's
yeah,
what
she
she does.
turned her skills into being a
Yeah.
professional player. Um, anyways, I just really miss fiction writing that isn't bound by constraints of, like, political correct
Yeah.
nonsense. Like, they can just tell. You can write a story about a female cop who is kind of a f up because they
Yeah.
do exist, right? Remember the girl who shot the dude in the car or in the real life that happened about a year ago? Remember she meant to pull her taser out, but she pulled her gun and shot him, like, point blank, and then ended up getting tried for murder because, like, that's things like that happen. Um
Yeah, and like I said, the cases on here, like you usually get like or like it'd be something like, oh, it's the Black Lives Matter case or left. No, you don't get any of that crap in there in the show.
Yeah,
The court
exactly.
stuff.
It's
He's
it
like you said, I love his motto. Everybody counts or nobody counts. You know, he's that just because your dad doesn't mean that we ignore you. You know, we go. We still. no matter what it takes. I love his little thing on his thing. It says, "Get off your ass, go knock on doors." His little sign, and he's got the Black Rifle coffee on his desk. The more you look at his desk, his cubicle. Um, the other thing that's cool about this is that this show really it pretty much launched the popularity of Fat Tire beer or ale. When they first came out, because that's his personal point of drink. And here is Bosch drinks. He drinks that. You know, so because he drinks, you'll notice that throughout the series episodes, he'll drink it like 3 or 4 times. He'll have a beer when he's looking over files at his home, or he orders it at a restaurant. So the product placement actually caused this drink, the Belgian brewing company, they actually to become popular in the United States.
I
Yep.
think it might have been
And
a little more. I think it might have been a little more than that, but
well, no, it was pretty much it was because it was the product placement. It was also because the guy who wrote the book, Michael Connolly, was a fan of that beer. He put it in the book. So
I'm
once it
sure.
got the TV, yeah, once it got on
I'm
the
sure, but
TV, yeah,
people
yeah,
knew about Black Tire before Bosch came out.
black tire,
Yeah,
fat tire.
Flat Tire. Sorry, I was conflating Black Rifle.
Well, sure, people knew about it, but I mean, it wasn't like it became more popular. It became more like I guess in a sense, people know. I walk in, I know there's beers here. I see this stuff here, but like there's a lot of beers I don't try because there's just so many imports to try. So and
Right. No, but Fat Tire's been popular for a long time.
Fat Tire sales went up. No, when this show came out, like 2015, 2017, or somewhere. Actually,
It
it
was,
was,
it's earlier than that. But Fat
it was
Tire's
earlier than, yeah,
been popular since like the early 2000s.
yeah, but
But regardless, it's not like who cares. It's just
yeah.
a beer. I'm sure some people. I'm sure it helped to have product placement to make it more noticeable. But yeah, I'm really liking the show. So thank both of you and Eric for uh, recommending it. And sorry I doubted you guys.
As
See,
Eric Breen said, 3 people knew what Fat Tire beer was before Bosch because it was a Belgian ale.
it's New Belgian. They're based in Colorado, and they're more loved than Coors.
Coors. That's blasphemy. Coors is better.
No. And Fat Tire is not even the good beer from that company. It's you want to get oh shit, what's it called? Sunshine Wheat. That's the good one. If anyone is ever going to get a New Belgian Brewing Company beer, that is. Um, I think I'm the only one here that drinks beer besides you.
I don't know.
Except you're
I mean,
drinking water because you're a little late night sissy tonight.
actually, no, because I never drink water. I'm sorry, I'm getting more headaches. I noticed that, so I need to start drinking a lot of water.
Dragon Majesty's joined us. Good to see you, Dragon Majesty. So let's go ahead and get into our little book club thing. I'll give a little preamble.
Yeah, I
It's
only drink beer when I'm swallowing pills.
Oh, that's the best time to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Especially if it's like muscle relaxers. You should
Yep, and
mix that with beer.
I have a
Um,
headache.
it's, we do a little thing on this show. It's a little book club that we have that everyone's welcome to take part in. In fact, we encourage it. Hope you do because it's more fun, I believe. And where we pick books to read and go through, and just it's not necessarily a review, but it's more just like experience the books together and then get to talk about them and what did we like and what maybe we didn't like and so forth. So hope you guys have read this stuff, and every episode we're going to go through the next chapter, which is whatever the story arc is. These last two have only been 4 issues each. So this particular story arc is called Glorious 5-Year Plan, and it is for the boys. So we're just gonna kind of skim through it and talk about it, and then we'll probably get back into whatever nonsense. So we'll take a look at the chat, whatever you guys are kind of bring it up. Feel free to help steer the conversation. And
Also, I hope you don't like pizza.
another
If you're
thing is
if you're showing
two
this, yeah, don't be eating.
two two disclaimers. Number one, major spoilers. So just be advised on that. Major spoilers. And number two, this is mature audiences, 18 plus. There will be lots of violence and potential sex and gore and just general
Yeah, in the
not.
comics, not in the panel. Okay, just letting you know.
So I guess here we go. Do I need to put this on screen for you to see? You're not.
Well, if you want me to see it on time, otherwise I have to wait 8 seconds before you upload it.
Let me figure this out here. I'm gonna boomer it. Uh, let's see.
Uh, Share screen. There you go.
There we go.
Yeah, goes.
All right. So this is chapter 11. It's called Glorious 5-Year Plan, and this one um, starts off the story. The boys are off to Russia,
Yep,
and why are they going to Russia, Bankman?
because they wanted to get the vodka and see little Nina.
They want to see little Nina. For those of you that have seen the show, Nina is one of the characters on the show, although she's not little. Um,
No,
she's
she's
she's very tiny in the comics, and here we get to see her on the plane. Um, and why are the boys going to see little Nina?
uh,
Um,
I don't can't remember exact the reason why, but I know it has to
Well,
do with bots.
it has to do with Vought, of course. Well, I guess we'll get to that. So they come
Yeah,
across another character from the show who's done a little bit differently, quite a bit, if I recall. And that's Love Sausage. Do you remember Love Sausage from the show, Venkman?
I remember from the show.
You
I
can't
don't think he
remember
was in
him?
the. I don't remember from the show actually. I don't.
You don't remember the Hero Gasm episode?
Was he the guy that answered the door?
Yeah, I'm pretty
Okay,
certain.
because
I might be mistaken, but I thought that was Love Sausage.
I just remember the guy with the really power to stretch his penis. That's how it was. Yeah,
Obviously
which
quite
is
different. And Gloria's 5-Year Plan is actually the name of a Russian superhero team that I think Love Sausage was the leader of.
I think he was part of it, but we don't really know any of that until much later when he teams up with Huey. Well, there he is. Yeah, there he is. On the thing. Yeah, I guess you're right. He was with Wolverine and Tractor John. I don't know. Can't remember what the names are if they list the names.
Yes. This is we fought for
The
the
Tractor
workers,
Purge.
for the
Okay.
comrades, the tractor, Purge, Red Banner, Collectivo, and I am
Get
there at
collects
the
like
back, Love Sausage. So they're friends with the boys, or he is at least, and they sit around and have a drink. And I didn't notice this when I first read it, or at least the panel. I went back and caught
yeah.
it because the
I saw
narrative.
right away. Poor Huey. I
They
saw
all
that.
toss their drink, and Huey shoots it. And I just totally missed this until the next part where he's like, ah, and then Butcher's like, oh, Huey, I'm sorry. I thought you saw. And I was like, wait, what? Saw what? And I went back and I was like, oh, yeah, I totally missed that. So apparently, Love Sausage likes really, really, really strong drinks. I think this was brake
Yes.
fluid or something, or
Yes. Tonight's drink is brake fluid. It's good for the system.
put the hair up the shaft of your cock, he says. And this makes me laugh. The crude humor in this is total like locker room humor. Uh, I don't know why. I don't want all my books to be this way, but I I just I don't know. There's something about way Garth Ennis does this,
He
and
skirts the line, but he doesn't go too far though. That's the thing.
yeah,
Like
And so we get introduced in this book to what was mistaken because again, I've now seen the show and I see a guy with his head blown off and I'm like, "Oh, this is introducing Head Popper." But it's not. Um
No, no, it's actually it says that head.
we'll we'll get to
We'll
what
get
it
the
is for sure.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
But
Because
it's but my I just drew, concluded I see it and I'm like, "Oh shit, is this where they're going to
oh,
introduce Head Popper?"
yeah, the
Um
girl, yeah, but no,
but I don't know why the female is just laying on this table with the dog.
I
Um
think she's probably tired. Wants a nap, or maybe
she's
she's
laying
just
on a
happy that way.
she's laying on a table. Uh,
She's just
they're in a
very like
morgue. It looked like
I
they're
know,
dead. What's this
I
like?
know.
And they never mention it. No one ever comments about her or anything.
It's
This panel looks like she's just lying there dead with the dog, and I was like, "What the hell's going on?"
the great thing about the comic book is the female. She doesn't speak whatsoever. Frenchie doesn't talk to her. She just does her thing, and when you least expect it, and she just
Yes,
yeah, she's kind of
women
silly.
women are best when they're seen and not heard. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm just saying it's like
You're
it's
put you in a
she's no,
corner.
she's comic relief.
She is. No, it's fun. I enjoy it. I just come on. You set yourself up for
But
that.
but but sometimes it's like, oh my gosh, because you'll see later.
Yeah. So the story goes on. They order a pizza, and there's some controversy about uh, pizza in Russia or something when they have some conversation. And this book is worth reading purely for like the writing, just the great character banter and dialogue. Um,
Well,
and
let's say, isn't Frenchie have a thing for pizza too? They
I
vomit. Didn't
can't
they vomit?
remember. But Love Sausage is like pizza people do not deliver. Was not Flunky at door? And they're just like, what the hell? What's going on? And so they open it up, and it's not pizza. Well, it is, but it's not any
And
kind of
then
pizza you
the
want
best
delivered.
part happens. The best part happens in the next issue. uh,
So
there's
yeah, pretty
where
gross.
yeah, where if I find more about the head popper thing.
So
Yeah,
yeah, so the storyline going here apparently is that the Russians have their own kind of version of V
of
that they're getting from Vought,
the Yep.
like secretly, except that it's like an unstable and little Nina is part of the one trying to make the acquisition, and she's like, "Do you call this stable? What's going on?" And, uh, mysterious, uh, I don't think they ever tell us his name, but mysterious guy says, "It's like 98% stable." Um, and she's like, and she's not quite satisfied, and you find out that she's really being lied to anyway. Um and you see these little goons back at Voth. They're like, oh, it's more like 70 to 80%, not even 98. But they're just trying to scam the Russians. And you're not really kind of sure what's going on at this point. You just know that there's some underhanded
Deals
black
going on here.
market kind of deals going on. But because I believe this is still Soviet Union, right? This
Is
is
former Soviet Union.
is it former Soviet? I couldn't remember if it
Yeah, yeah.
was actual.
Because we
Because the
find out
world of the boys is a little bit obviously, it's got superheroes, but, like, for example, like, the 2 towers are still standing in this world. So, I thought it might have been, like, the Soviet Union had never busted because they're talking about but I guess that's not super important. Um, there's some investigations of going on, they're trying to track what's going the whole and the reason you figure out that the boys are here is trying to figure out, like, what's going on, like, what's Vought's business, because again, the comic is unlike the show, is more about the boys being sort of who watches the Watchmen. They're the ones that like manage the soups, and not managers like they're the manager, but more of like they keep them in check. Um, and so yeah, they at one point, Butcher sends Frenchie and the female to take care of some people that are watching them, and then this is what you get because that's all they know is violence. Um, what did you think about these issues up to this point?
Up at this point, there's a lot of information going on. I'm just waiting for more of the action to get to it. This is like the setting up.
Yeah, a lot of
So
setup.
this would have been like the first episode or two of a season, and then they would have like started showing you more stuff.
I really was intrigued by this mystery man guy, who you're not quite sure who he is, but he's definitely someone in a lot of power. He's definitely someone who knows. He's kind of almost like
He's not
he's
CIA because the boys work for the CIA. So he's some American or somebody that's selling the uh this person who is flown to Russia, Little Nina, selling her something that basically looks like it causes people's heads explode, and the boys are there to basically either kill Nina or capture this guy or whatever. You don't really know yet. It's just all you know is that these people are watching Little Nina, they're recording and stuff, and they oh yeah, it's all set up so far,
yeah. I tend to
but
think that he does work for the CIA. I don't think they ever say one way or the other, but he's kind of like almost like the butcher, like an anti-butcher, or like he's got the same like level of confidence. He commands the same level of fear and respect because
I think they say who he is at the end.
do they? Because at the end we'll get to like
There
he
you go,
talks.
Terry in the face.
Don't eat that, mate. uh, yeah, just some of the little details of the art. It's kind of muddy. It's not super pretty to just look at on its own, but it really serves the purpose of the writing, the dark humor, scenes like
Right there.
this. Just the look on Butcher's face as he's like, "Oh, I'm just gonna break your arm right now."
Don't want to talk? Okay, we'll make you talk.
um,
Cause yeah, you speak English, and you're just telling him, he's like, "You're gonna do this." It's like it's bad cop, motherfucker. It's like there's no good cop. And then yeah, it's just the little scenes with Huey talking about everything. Huey being the reader, point of view in this, and then he's drinking, and he's like, "Oh crap!" Again, he's like, he's drank this the brake fluid again, not vodka.
right.
So
Yeah, he gets shocked again. He's not prepared. But this is actually this really got me. I really like this. I thought these scenes were innocuous, but they come to play later in the story. Like this
yeah,
scene where they're having a drink is actually very important.
when the
And I
Communist Party is on the news, talking, ranting, and raving, so you're like, "Hey, there's a Communist Party. What is this in there?" But you find out later on, there's a what's going on with the plot. You
yeah,
know,
these little details matter. And so they do some more, investigating, figuring out what's Vought up to, what's
well,
going on.
they think there's some kind of giant secret weapon in here and all that stuff. And when they open up, and there's like a bunch of soups in here, and I and
They were not prepared.
no, and like. And he asked Huey, how much do you think? I was like, probably 150. He's like, yeah, close to 200 in there. And he's just like, he says a few some are pretty serious talent too. I recognize a few of them. You
Right.
know,
Yeah, like 150 soups. And here's a good picture actually of Nina. You can get a size reference.
yeah. And
Uh,
then if you look at some of the heroes, they look kind of go up. Guy kind of looks like Nightcrawler. Guy floating there, the
yep.
ears, pointy ear. You got the dude up there looks like elongated man. Yeah, it's Cyclops right there in the middle, like there behind the guy
Oh
talking
yeah,
on the right.
totally. Right.
Totally
Cyclops.
Cyclops. Yeah, it's just it's you can tell that they were like literally like just trying to come up with different costumes, and they're like, and some are like, "This here, fuck it, we'll just throw these guys in there. No one will notice."
Yeah, so Butcher, he's just like we got to get out of here. Um and they don't stick around because they're in over their heads. And that's yeah, they asked me, he's like, how many you think we got? He was like, over 100, but not quite two. Butcher's like, I'd have just said 150. Little things like that in the dialogue are funny to me. I don't know
Yep.
why. Yeah, so they start to realize like, oh shit, like this could be like a coup. You know, Vought
Yeah.
could be helping Russia or elements of Russia stage a coup, which of course, because they're an American company, could be like World War III. And so the stakes get escalated. Like that this is where the book starts to really take off and you're like, "Oh shit." Um yeah, and then we get to see I think this is Butcher's. I know this cunt. Don't know where from, but I'm fucking sure I know him. So
Because
he's
this guy was
obvious.
yeah,
Go ahead.
he got the camera here from Mother Milk, who had been tailing the guy, and turns out that the guy actually knew that Mother Milk was tailing him. So it's so they everybody knows everybody's there now, except for the team, because they're driving around here, um, especially they're in the car. And they're just talking about. He's like, I know this guy is, and then this is out of the blue. It's like I'm gonna call Monkey. Monkey's the guy who works in the office. But he's a go between him and what's her name? I want to say Chandler. I can't remember what her name was. The
Can't
blonde.
remember. But this is
Yeah,
where we were talking behind the scenes, and I told you that the artist changed, and this is where the art changes. Not super drastically, but definitely noticeably. Uh, Different style art here, a little bit more cartoony.
it's
Um,
still the same artist though.
mm-mm, it's not. This is
What was
different
it
art.
before?
Yeah, and if you just look, I mean, you can see this is different, very different style. I'll show you at the end here in the credits. The credits are in the back of the book. Um, so we get this handler guy or whatever who's Butcher's trying to need some stuff from, and the guy's in the middle of things and he can't talk, and of course, Butcher doesn't take no for an answer. Um, and then the whole mystery is like, who is this guy? And then Butcher seems to maybe remember. He's like, fuck me. And then he was like, eh? And then Butcher doesn't answer. He's like, nothing, mate. It's just this camera. I never know how to work it. Um, so I'm not sure if that's because Butcher knows who he is, but I get the feeling that he kind of did put two and two together. And we're just, as the audience, we're meant to be kind of kept in a mystery. Um, so they tail these hookers, um, and the whole thing is trying to figure out like what's going on. Trying to end up getting on board a plane, um, and Butcher eventually does get on the plane. Figures out, meets one of the guys who's catches him like red-handed doing something where he's just like he's talking to one of these guys on in this whole plan, and he's like, there's a chance we've been compromised. We're to finish up and get out of here ASAP. He's already on his way to the company jet, okay? Do you hear me? And then Butcher's like, I very much fucking doubt it. Ah! um,
Oh, you are
and
right because Derek Robinson stays on as the artist, but they also there's two artists writing drawing on the book now.
yeah, yeah, this is like a
But
fill-in. It's a
it
fill-in.
did.
It'll
Oh
go
no,
back to
Derek.
Derek Robertson.
Well, and he's still there in the book in those issues.
Yeah, yeah, and he was in already. Like you saw where it cut to this. It'll cut back.
Yeah, yeah. And the same issue cuts back to being yeah. But I
Um,
really didn't notice the difference in the art, man. It was just so crude art as art before. Didn't really make a difference to me.
oh, it's a decent fill-in. It's not too jarring, but I could definitely tell. I was like, "Whoa, this is okay." And not that big of a deal. Sometimes artists need a break. One of the big tells here is the dog, um, and just how they draw Butcher's face. A lot of the lines are cleaner. When we get back to Derek Robertson, you'll see like there's a lot more like scratchiness into art style.
It's Peter Schnegberg is the artist for that. You don't like the art when it came to he's the guy who worked on Starman with Derek Robinson. He also did
So
books of
so the big thing here apparently is Nina's got these soups and the heads are exploding or whatever because of the V is unstable, but it all seems to be part of the plan. And the idea is that there's this like radio frequency you can like tune in
Trigger
at
it.
to a certain
Yep.
frequency and then trigger the V to go unstable and it causes them to explode. And that she's going to get a device that will do it, but then they find out that she's not really gonna get the device. The device that she's gonna be given is faulty, right? And so when she sends these soups off to do, because like the idea is like they put together that she's gonna let the soups go cause craziness in the country of Russia. And then it's like, how do we stop? How do we, and then Nina will come in and be the savior that stops the soups, and then she'll become like the next, she'll the next leader of Russia or something like to that nature. But then they
Yeah.
discover, oh, but the one that she's getting is not the real frequency. And when they go to
Yep.
try to stop these soups, they won't be able to. And then what's going to happen? They're going to need to call Vought in to stop them. And they're like, oh
Well,
shit,
yeah.
that can cause World War III. And like, what the hell? So the boys have got to interfere.
Well, the good thing is that Butcher told him to keep putting the dynamite in the plane. That was early in the issue before they got poisoned. But if because they were gonna basically, if things went south, they were gonna blow up her plane, little Nina's plane, if she tried to flee,
Oh,
kill
that's
her.
right. That's right.
Yeah. So Butcher had came across it while he was telling the hookers who was talking to the pilots. He found the plane, found the guy in there who was putting the bombs, and he basically just says like, "Yo, put the bomb there." So and he Butcher finds out the whole plan, and because they know that they were telling him that they're poisoned. But the good thing is that Huey figures out it's like that that the reason that actually it's love sausage who tells him that the reason we are still standing is because we built up immunity by drinking brake fluid.
Right. Now
uh
that's the big deal. So they originally think that it was that love sausage is the poisoning,
yeah, yep,
uh
yeah.
but Huey's still not. And obviously love sausage is like, dude, I drink it too. What's the deal? Like I would be. And so quickly they come to put together that someone else must have poisoned it. It must have been the brake fluid that killed the poison. Such a silly thing. But
Yeah,
some of Nina's henchmen show up, and love sausage
it was
does what love
crazy.
sausage does. It just
Yes.
um and
Yeah, he said that he says like, what about the boys? Like they'll be alive because the fact that they have the Vought in them already, or what's it called, the V drug, compound V, the one they originally before when they used when they fight against the Team
right.
Justice knockoff flavor. So that's keeping them from dying. They'll just wake up tomorrow just basically puking their guts out
I love the dialogue. The
or shooting
stupid
barbed
butt
wire.
plugs. They do not use enough. Forget that the boys are full of compound V. uh,
Should be
will
should
they be
be
okay?
uh, yeah, should be have the barbed wire shits for days with the living.
But just the writing in this is just funny. Christ Almighty! Thank fuck. And then look at this
Like,
picture of him holding up his drink. Is
there's not drink right in toast. He's all right, the little Kiwi. He's like, no, go back up, go scroll back up and stop. But you and I drink enough to get the system, destroys poison we eat. He's like, how the fuck can we do that? He's like, you kidding? This shit would probably kill AIDS virus. Horrible.
he's like look, and he's like,
I know.
makes balls revolve like spinning dervishes. ah, yeah, funny scenes. So they get the boys. Huey puts some blankets over him, lets them take a little nap so they can recover, and then
I
he
like he's talking to
chugs.
the dog though. He's talking to the dog. You see that? He's like, how's that look, Tara? Does it look like the covered position? And the dog's like, what the fuck? He's like,
Uh,
stay here and being a dog or whatever. Yeah, so the goes in there, he's like, what's going on? And then comes out, he's Titanic team up. Yes, together for first time ever. Is little Huey
and the
in love
love
sausage.
sausage.
And then look right there.
ah,
It's so gross.
it's so gross. But it could have been more graphic. Um,
It does here because then yeah, he lands the guy. He's like, what?
Dude, I almost used this for the thumbnail, this, panel on the right. I was gonna cut this as the panel of just him, coming down crotch first in your face.
Time to taste the sausage of love.
Uh, so, him and Huey team up and,
Look at he
have a
just
little
destroys that big muscle guy's arm, twists it and breaks it. And then Huey's forced to fight, and then so it's like, Huey, go chase out that guy before he calls little Nina. You're running. He's like, and I love that he's like, gah, fucking strippers. He's like, motherfuck shit, kidnapper on street with a massive erection. Get him, little.
his face right here.
I
You just see him, he's like, "Ah, fucking strippers."
know.
He trips over the table. Everyone's like, then Huey's like, "What? What the hell's going on?" Motherfucker shit. Cannot run straight with a massive erection. Get him, little Huey. It's stuff like that that just takes you unawares. Because at first, too, I was reading this and I'm like,
A
oh,
lot of
it's a scene of
action.
hookers and strippers,
Yeah,
like whatever, but it's totally necessary. Like Garth Ennis doesn't write it just does filler. Every panel like matters. And the fact that there were these strippers, it's not
I
just
love
there to draw naked chicks, it's there to because love sausage.
the Mariner says that is not a sausage. That's a damn near sequoia. And then Hugh forgets that he has a superpower cell strength, so he destroys a gun. Then he gets confidence is back, and
Yeah.
he kind of just he's like, "You almost killed me." He's like, and the guy he's like, "English, you bastard! Fucking speak English." Sorry, little Huey. Big titties are my kryptonite. Huey. uh, yeah. And it turns out the guy got contacted little Nina, and he basically said, yeah, he's like, all right, Butcher said that we're fucking her over, and they gave her the wrong dinner for the stuff, and all that crap. So you're basically, if you weren't paying attention, now you're clued in what's really going on. And she's gonna run. And
Yep,
he's
and
like,
she takes off.
he's like, oh, great. And she's there, and of course, because she's predictable.
I love how like the chair she's so tiny the chair looks all super giant, and she just sits there
Yeah.
like a petulant child.
And she goes
Uh,
into the giant. She's like, yeah, this rig is like she's gonna masturbate,
she's like, "Ah." And then
and then
the pilots are just like, "Oh," they're talking about that, and they're like, "What was that? Oh, for Christ's sake, is she at it again?" And then you turn the page, and it's like, boom, and you're like, "What the frick?" And then it's explained, that "You put a
put a
bomb in
bomb
her
in her.
vibrator?" And Butcher's like, "Keep it down a bit, will you, Huey? We got fucking poisoned last night. We're just trying to die in peace." "But
The next part was
why?"
the next thing he says though, he's like, "So you mean to tell me it went off when she started?" He's like, "No, she fucking switched it on. You're a bit of a sick bastard, aren't you, Huey?"
Yeah. Huey's is like, do you mean it went off when she started?" Uh, yeah, so they're just sitting around back in the, at Love Sausage's place and eating and kinda talking about, like, what happened and what they're gonna do and how it all ramifications, it all matters. Um,
Butcher's gonna go see a monkey and tell him what's going on. Realizes that word from up high doesn't want to do with it because they're afraid of the Seven. They're afraid of Vought.
right,
So he gets pissed off. He's like, tells him this monkey to go get out his face. You know.
right.
Yeah.
And
So what's
so
what you do?
Butcher goes and shows up at the warehouse where all the soups are hanging out, and
Oi,
we get a
cunts!
famous Butcher scene type thing. "Oi, cunts!" And they all, like, look at him.
Yeah,
"Huh?"
I love what he says.
Out
Don't
of
even know
his
what good.
fucking mind.
I love what he says. He's like, he's like, you don't even know what goddamn time it is. Oi, cunts!
And then this
Look,
scene,
look at the helmet up there. It's Thor's helmet.
this scene, man, just boop, boom.
Thor's helmet. You got Ares helmets. It's just yeah,
And
everyone's
then the
dead. I love
dog
the dogs.
just sitting out there. "All right, mate." And then,
And humming. I had no idea what he was humming because it's such a
oh,
bad.
it's Ode to Joy. It's the famous song,
Not yeah, not till later, not till Frenchie said
oh,
that.
oh, right, yeah, in the beginning.
Yeah, but I had no out.
Which is, of course, is the famous song
Tired.
in Die Hard. Obviously, is much more was famous well
Yeah,
before Die Hard, but
yeah,
um, that's where pop culture knows it from, and it also takes place with a plane in the snow. So I guess I don't know if that's just
yeah,
Ennis throwing his throwback, and
yeah,
Huey's left with a parting gift of
yeah. More of
break,
the.
uh, and I think that's
Yep,
they tell you at the very end what it is. So
yep,
and then we get the final epilogue scene with the mysterious guy, um,
yep.
who clearly seems to be working with Vought or something. Um, I don't know
Yeah,
if
I'm
I don't
seeing
know if he's with the
video.
CIA or not, because he talks
Yeah,
about here never pays to underestimate the CIA. They invented this game after all.
because
Um,
they're talking about Butcher because Butcher works for CIA. But we find out again, you find out that he's talking to Homelander.
yeah, you find out, but he's not just talking to him though. He's talking to him from like a position of power. He says, I'm well aware that what he has on you. I know you're concerned. I assure you the matter is well in hand. Yes,
This
right.
this
Yes, I
this
know.
Edgar. It's
Then
Edgar.
again, Homelander, you could always try growing a pair. And you're just like, dude, that line there is like anyone who says that to Homelander has got to be a position of power. So you think this
No,
is
we're
Edgar?
it's actually not. Actually, if you look at the, I can tell you who it is though.
Oh, don't spoil it. But
Oh,
um,
okay.
the
Well,
point is that this. I don't think in this point you know who he is.
no, you don't. But if you look on League of Comic Geeks at number 14, it tells you who the character is.
Well, I'm sure we'll find out. See, there's the two towers. Um, and that is glorious 5-year plan
Even though
conclusion.
even even though this was like written like in like 2007, I think it was supposed to take place before 9/11.
Could have.
Yeah, that's
Or
why it's
maybe
on
nine
there.
eleven never maybe 9/11 never happens because of the boys,
The
the
boys.
whole or I mean the superheroes and things like that.
Oh,
Um,
maybe 9/11 was in wasn't hitting the world towers. It was the you saw the bridge and the rest of New York was gone.
yeah.
Yeah.
Um, so there we go. That is uh the final book or the final part of this this is all in volume 2 of the
Yep.
trades. So the first two trades have the first 3 story arcs in them.
Yeah. Volume 3, which will be next week, will be good for the soul. Is a 4-part story. It deals with more with Annie and more with Legend and Huey. So, and we get A Train, Black Noir, and the Seven. So that's gonna be great. We're actually getting more
So
into like
guys, join us. Read issue 15 through I'm not sure what numbers, but whatever the next one is.
I believe it is for volume 3, 15 through 18.
Good for the Soul is the name of it. Um,
Yes.
so these are such fun books. I cannot
And and
recommend them
and
enough.
the return of Blarney Cock.
Yeah, there hasn't been enough Blarney cock in the book. But it's just I don't know, man. I think the dynamic of the dialogue between the characters is so fun to read. Even these like side characters that you're just like love sausage. Who the hell's this guy? But it's not wasted stuff. It's not fluff. That's what I love about it. Is it feels like it would be like in a lot of lesser writers. I feel like a Bendis would just be writing word balloons to like jam up the page. Like, look at all this writing I can do. But with this book, it all matters. It's all connected to something. You may not know what it is at first. It just seems like, oh, this is whatever. And then, like when he was sitting around having a drink, where I said this will matter later, but just sitting having drinks, it didn't seem like a big deal. But it matters because that's what establishes their immunity to the poison, is the fact that he's been sitting and drinking with love sauces the whole time. Little things like
Yep.
that. Ronnie says she wants more of the dog.
Air is good throughout the whole entire series, from what I've been told.
Yeah, Terror is great. Um, I love little details like that, and then a lot of the panels. Just if you pause it and just look at every panel as you're reading it, there's little details that Derek Robertson likes to throw in um, that I really like.
Ingleton, I know he was telling me that he's read through most of the stuff, and then he's after a while he just started just flipping through the book, not even reading it. I was like, oh, so even if you're not reading, you're flipping through. It means you're still interested in it, though. It's a good series because most people wouldn't do that. But like I said, I love Garth Ennis stuff. I don't mind the gore, the guts are fatty. I am curious to see how different it is from compared to the TV series. Time will tell. It
It's
went from
fun
like
having the curiosity of having the difference. I very much like that it's different.
yeah.
I'm very glad that the TV series is not just trying to rip off exactly like adapt
Well,
these stories,
well
which
that
they could
that would
have
be a different.
done and it would have been, but what I like is I get two different boys because I like them
Well, yeah,
both.
true, because most animes will do that with the mangas. It's word for word almost exactly
Mhm.
what happens. So you don't get anything changed. So if you read the manga and you're like, oh, I'm gonna watch the anime, like I can't watch the anime because it's they're so far behind, and I love what's going on in the manga, or it's the same repeat. It's like you gotta really like something in order to watch an anime of it. That's all I'm gonna say right now. But I
That's
mean,
no, I
I
mean
love
that's my problem right now with My Hero Academia. Right? I love the anime and I've been wanting to and I've just been so behind with other books and things. I'm like, oh, I've been like I want to read the manga, I want to read the manga, but I know I've got 5 seasons of anime worth of the manga to get through before I get to new material, right? And so I'm like, I know it's not going to be much different. And so my desire to pick it up and plow through it is very low because of that reason. I'm sure I'll enjoy it, but I know the story. Whereas the boys, I've seen the show. I pick up the book, it's totally different. It's feels there's some similarities definitely, but I have no idea where things are going. They use the characters in different ways. So it's cool. It's really neat to see that.
Mm. Pretty much, yeah. Because I said I don't want to. I can't watch something or read something that I've already like experienced it through another format. And it's the same story. I like difference. And who knows? Maybe I'll like this. Like perfect example, as I liked Walking Dead series for certain things, but I love the comic books more for different reasons. So it's cool to see that you get a chance to actually because a lot of comic books don't get TV shows. So we're lucky. I was lucky with that with The Walking Dead, and now with The Boys, because now I get to compare the show and see how if because I've only watched the shows of The Boys, and who knows, maybe I'll like the comic book more than the actual show. I mean, I don't think so because I just love the way Carl Urban delivers his lines. I love the fact that they changed Simon Pegg's Huey version for just making Simon Pegg the dad and giving a different Huey in there. Even if Simon Pegg was younger, I just prefer. So far, I'm liking the Huey version in the show more than I'm liking the comic book.
Oh,
But then
really? I
again,
like I like the Huey in the book. I like
yeah,
the Butcher
it's
from the show, but the Huey from the book.
yeah, it's still early. We're only in 14 issues now.
Right. Yeah,
So
there's a lot
may,
more to go. I'm really curious to see
ex-
where they
yeah.
where they go with things. Um, so speaking of where to go with things, you might have heard that the Comic-Con came to San Diego a week ago, or was it 2 weeks ago?
I did, and I didn't really pay attention or read up on it. I know that there was a new trailer for Black Adam. There's also Shazam: Fury of the Gods, and then
Well, apparently Comic-Con 2022 was a super spreader event.
Whoa, whoa.
Yeah.
It was orgasm?
San Diego Comic-Con 2022 saw the likes of John Layman, Jonathan Hickman, Jamal Igle, Amy Chu, Ben Templesmith, Mark Waid, Ed Brisson, Joe Harris, Tom King, Joe Benitez, all major comic book creators come down with COVID-19 at or just after San Diego Comic-Con last week. So, one of the interesting things about San Diego Comic-Con apparently was you had to show proof of vaccination or a negative COVID ID test to even get in. Like, so, um,
The way those tests worked, you'd have to show like 3 negative tests. You took these within like the past couple hours, you know?
so
Yeah, it's
not at the risk of getting too political. I just thought this was very funny because I didn't go to Comic Con and I wouldn't go to Comic Con now because I refuse to follow vaccine mandates. Um,
well,
but
the funny part is that these guys took planes and they also took cab rides.
yeah, yeah.
So
Um,
they probably got COVID on the way there.
And they also went out to bars and partied every night with a bunch of people that didn't have to
Exactly.
have COVID vaccination proofs to get in the con, but, it's gonna be blaming the con. So, I just what kills me is, like, no matter how many masks they have to wear, no matter how many COVID shots that they all get, no matter how much that people have to be have their vaccine passport to get in, it's still gonna be the fault. It's like, "Look, do you understand? You're gonna get it. You're gonna keep getting it." Like, um, just dispense with it. Let's treat it like the cold or the flu. Like, you're gonna get it, and you can try not to. By all means, I wash your hands. If you wanna wear a mask, I'm not gonna stop you. Um, be careful. I don't want anyone to catch it, but let's stop treating this like it's the bubonic plague, because clearly it's not, and clearly no one's really treating it that way anyway. If you're going to a con and you're socializing and everyone's spreading it around, um, so
You have more chance of catching the bubonic plague in San Francisco, where there actually is a bubonic plague on the streets. I think San Diego's a little bit cleaner than the rest of California.
so
But then
here's
again,
here's Mark Wade chiming in. Of course, I shouldn't have gone to San Diego. No one should have gone to San Diego. Double boosted as of Sunday beforehand, mask on, and yet just tested positive. Congestion and a little fatigue and a headache since last night, so nothing serious so far. For all you who've gone through COVID with just mild symptoms, now would be a good time to mention it. For those who have gone through hell, I sympathize. But now would, and I'm not kidding, not be a good time to weigh in. Oh,
I'm just
sorry,
yeah.
sorry, sorry for those people that went through hell. Mark Wade has mild symptoms, so keep your mouth shut. If you had serious COVID and went on a respirator and almost died, keep your mouth shut because Mark Wade's got the sniffles.
Well, the other dumb thing is that how do you know it's actually COVID? Because some people are being segregated.
Oh,
Yes, I'm using
haven't you
that
heard?
word.
The new
Eh,
thing is, even if you test negative, if you think you have COVID, you have COVID.
well,
That's
I'm just
that's like the
saying.
new official mandate.
We've all been isolated for the past years. Our immunity is shot. So the smallest little colds are gonna seem worse because our bodies need to build back up the immunity. My man, dude, people used to be swimming in the Hudson River, and like we're drinking like it's George Carlin said. He's like, dude, we're huffing as a kid, all the smog and stuff, and all, and it's ridiculous. It's what we can and cannot do. So I always love that George Carlin bit. Talks about that. Like, oh, you're sick, you're cute. He's like, yeah, suck it up, Buttercup. Everyone gets sick. You know. Uh, then again, like I said, the whole thing is like, it's just dumb. Like Mark Wade, Virtue say, doing, just shut up, write your book. That's all we want. You're weighing in on something that you just wait on because you want attention. You're not getting enough attention because your book's actually doing well. Eh, This is what I just stay off social media for this crap, so I don't have to listen to them whine. I mean, honestly, but it's their right though. As freedom of speech, they can say what they want to say. You
I don't
know,
know. Of course, it's a I'm just.
I
It's
don't
just
agree
one of
with
those
them, but
things to me. If you're
um,
going to a place with tens of thousands of people and everyone's masked and everyone has to have vaccine passports, and you're still getting it, it's because that shit doesn't work.
How many? The other thing is that you go into Comic Cons. People are there for 3 days. Not everybody showers,
Yeah,
so
no,
there's a
and
lot of
and
people.
and, and the whole term, you've heard of the term con crud? Have you heard of that?
uh, I've heard of it, but never. I can't remember what it is.
So
But that's
con crud is just a slang term for essentially getting sick from going to the con. And it's a common thing. It's been going on for many years, called con crud. And what happens is you go to a convention, it's maybe not your hometown area. You're exposed to bacteria and or viruses that maybe aren't in your normal area. Your body hasn't built up immune to. You're shaking lots of hands of lots of people, right? And you're just exposed. And this is the same thing that happens when people fly, right? That's why they made, remember the airborne, that chick that got rich because she came up with airborne. Because when you do things like that, you're exposed to a lot of people, your chances of catching cold, flu, whatever, some sort of things, it goes way up. And at comic or conventions, not just Comic Con, any like, it's a very common thing. They call it con crud. This happens a lot because of that, and you just have to kind of be aware of it. Now everyone's all surprised. We live in COVID era. It's like, oh my god, I got sick. I don't know. To me, this one of these things is like they went, and then everyone's surprised. Like everyone's like, oh my god, I can't believe like what do you think was gonna happen?
I just kept thinking, like, were these people like actually like planning out what they're gonna say because they knew, like, how there's no verification that they actually are sick. There's none whatsoever. Do you tweet that you're sick? Doesn't mean you are sick. Anybody can tweet anything.
That's
Oh,
true.
yeah.
That's true.
I went out to the baseball game today. I actually didn't.
That's
I said I want. Yeah.
that's
Watch the TV.
possible. I believe that some people got sick. Um, but like here,
Oh,
John.
I'm sure Dan Sock gets stomach aches, but it's not from COVID. So I'm eating too much.
Hey, I get stomach aches from eating too much. John Lehman says, turned out I am an SDCC COVID casualty. If we hung out, and I feel like I hung out with everyone, please get tested and watch out for loved ones and little ones. I am 4 times vax and tried to be smart about masking and hanging out outdoors. Wasn't enough, clearly. FYI, I feel fine. Actually, I feel better than I usually do after 5 days of no sleep and nonstop abuse of my body. Roommate made me test out of abundance of caution, and turns out she was right to do so. Now I'm locked in a room and not even allowed to pet the cats, even though he feels completely fine, feels better than he normally does. He's now in quarantine because that's how
Kudo,
nutty we're treating this shit.
ku- yeah, kudos on that roommate because he's probably annoying as heck. So she probably did on purpose, saying, "Oh, yeah, you tested
Just,
positive. Stay away from me."
I just, oh my God. And then Kevin McGuire responds, I woke up this morning with a runny nose and a slight sinus infection. I'm going to go out and get tests now. And if I test positive, I have a pretty decent idea where I got it. Yet another delightful convention gift from John Layman.
you know, you know how I know who Kevin McGuire is? Cause he wrote that one issue of Flash in between Joshua Williamson and Jeremy Adams. That's the only way I know him. Otherwise, I have no idea who he is. What has he written since
No, dude,
then?
he's an artist. He did the art for that awesome Captain America Sentinel Liberty miniseries.
Which the one way in the back. Okay, that one.
hmm
Wow. See, that's the same. I don't
He's a
remember
he's an
him.
older artist. Like he was big in like the 90s. He did a lot of, I believe he was the artist. I don't know if Breen's still here. But I believe he was the artist on the Bwahaha Justice League. I could be wrong, but it's a similar style if I'm wrong.
Uh,
Speaking of Breen, he says, no, no, no. The only reason we're not all dead is because of the heroes who are double vaxxed and quadruple boosted. They keep getting COVID so we don't have to.
I mean, you think about it. If you get so many times get boosted, after a while, it's like, remember the first one you get boosted, and then you're like, oh, now I get boosted 4 times. What doctors be like, yeah, give me $100, I'll boost you again. Literally, you're idiots if you're just getting boosted. The whole point is that remember the vax is supposed to work.
I don't want to say that
Why?
you're an idiot if you. No, no, no. I want to say you're an idiot if you got. But you are a person who listened to your doctor. If doctors are telling you you need this and you listen to it, I don't think that makes you an idiot. But what I do
What
think is
doctor? What doctor?
I do think that makes there's a lot of people in positions of power that are irresponsible and they're pushing a narrative on people and they're taking advantage of the systems of trust that we should have. We should be able to trust our doctors, right? We should be able to trust these things. We shouldn't have to sit there and go, "Oh, they want us to get vaxxed?" No way. Like you shouldn't have that level of cynicism. So I don't think anyone is stupid because you got quadruple vaxxed, but I do think that
you are
someone lied to you and
uh, you're
you're not
gullible.
stupid because you believe people who are in positions of trust. But hopefully, this
If
that sucks.
my point
People
is,
shouldn't.
my point,
We should.
my point is, even if you trust your doctor, if you never get a second opinion, that's on you because you put all your faith into one person. And plus, there's so much information out there right now. Just think about common sense is just gone from everything. Uh, maybe the doctor isn't, who knows? For all we know, they weren't told by the doctor to get 4 booster shots. This person is just that much of a virtue signaler, or they're lying. And they only got the COVID shot and maybe 1 booster. But I got 12, bro. No, I got 14. That's what it sounds like when I see people like, I got 4 boosters. It's like there's something wrong with you if you think of that. You need help.
Yeah.
You know,
I
that's
it,
just
it
weird.
has become a religion for certain people, and I think that's dangerous and scary. And my thing is this, like, look, I understand if you followed what you believed was the science. I get it. Like I said, I don't want to call I genuinely don't think anyone is stupid if you got vaccinated multiple times because that was what the consensus all around us was saying. Some people were skeptical. I'm a skeptic. But not everyone has a reason to be, right? We all should have the luxury of being naive. The reason people like myself become a cynic is because we get burned. Someone took advantage of me once, and then I was like, oh, wait a second, I'm not going to be trusting as much the next time.
So no, I didn't get burned. I'm just tired of
You've never
idiots
been
running the
burned in
world.
your life?
No, I don't go by fire.
All right,
I don't play
well,
with fire.
well,
No, I don't.
you're the exception to the rule. Most of us have been burned at some point in our life. We've been lied to
But
and
but, that,
taken advantage
but
of.
it's like I said, I've never been taken advantage of. It's just the fact that it's just I look around and there's tons and tons of people who just they put their head in the sand, and just tell themselves lies. My aunt did this out of
But
fear.
what reason do you have to believe that there's anything wrong with the vaccinations?
Wrong with the vaccinations. I've known people that have gotten sick, have gotten had
Right,
to go in the hospital.
but now if people who haven't had that, they don't have that same reason, right? So if people are surrounded by different groups and they have different information around them. So if you're in a group where you've never seen anyone get sick and you don't have any counter information, you don't have someone like me or you saying,
We
"Yo,
live, but we live in a world though where you're only supposed to take one thing and it's supposed to cure it all. Now you got to take 12 things to cure it all.
that's not entirely
You
true." Like rabies,
well,
you need multiple.
rabies maybe 2 shots. You get your 2 shot, your two, But it's the whole point of
My
the
thing was
vaccine.
go ahead.
Yeah, so the whole point of a vaccine is supposed to be like you take the vaccine and then you're done. That's it. That's why it's called a vaccine. If you have to take multiple vaccines, it means the first one didn't work. Especially if you're on 12, man. 2 I could see. But if you're going past 3, 4, 5, you should be questioning things. You shouldn't just be taking someone's
I
word.
agree. At this point,
Yeah.
people should be
Wow.
questioning. At this point, people
Wow.
should be questioning. But people got
It's
4 shots like a year and a half ago before, and so there are a lot of people I know that are like my buddy. My buddy went to Comic-Con and he's like, he was vaccinated. Now he didn't get the extra boosters, but he got the original one. And he's, at the time, he's like, why should I question this? Like, he didn't have, and then later on, as things started occurring, he started questioning and was like, maybe this, maybe that. and he decided later he wasn't going to go through with the boosters. And so people do, and so I think at this point people are more questioning, and a lot of people are like, well, I'm already have been vaxxed for a couple years, because it has been a couple years at this point. Anyways, I didn't want to turn this into a COVID
Only
stream as Rhaegar's calling us out on.
the only boost you should get is Booster Gold, and that's it.
I just thought it was funny because it was comics related. It was San Diego Comic-Con, and it really wasn't really meant to be about the vaccinations, more about just the stupidity of like
It's
you're
it's
you take a
virtually that's
group
all
of
it is.
people who are the most worried, that are like about the vaccination and the pandemic, and then it's like, well, you went to Comic-Con, the biggest comic convention in the world, and now you're like, oh my god, I got COVID. It's like, just stay home if you're, because not everyone commented and whined, right? Some of them, like even Tom King, didn't whine that bad, like, which was surprising. But speaking
Yeah,
of
that's because Tom
speak,
King was spreading it.
speaking of whining, Teenie Howard is taking two of my favorite female Marvel characters and turning them into lesbian girlfriends.
Only okay is if she leaves Catwoman and just works solely on this project, and she just put her in a corner.
Oh no
With
no
a
no 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 no! You don't get to keep Catwoman, and I get Rachel Summers and Psylocke screwed up.
Rachel Summers hasn't been relevant since 2000s, early
Doesn't
2000s.
matter. Doesn't matter. Rachel Summers is one of the best female. Well, she used to be one of the
Booster
best
Gold.
female Marvel characters.
Booster Gold is a true COVID hero, says Eric.
I can't believe this. First, they ruined Psylocke by putting her back into her stupid British self again, which
They split up. They split up the characters. Yeah.
there's a reason. Psylocke was a boring, bland, but she was a fill-in character because Rachel was gone, and the X-Men teams, like Chris Claremont always liked having a psychic on his teams, always. So you had Jean Grey, and then when Jean Grey was gone, there was an absence for a while. Actually, didn't have one, and then that's when Rachel Summers came from the future, and he puts her on the X-Men and makes her the Phoenix, and it was a breath of fresh air, and it was great. It was during my favorite run of the X-Men.
She had that red spike hair, and then she also was gay back then too. I thought.
Oh, she was not gay. And then um she ended
Well,
up having
well, it's right. Yeah,
to leave. I forget. She went back to the future, did something. I forget exactly what happened to her.
he
So
was
the
making all
X-Men went
that sheer guy. That's what it
the
was.
X-Men
Like,
were without a psychic again. So they brought in Betsy Braddock, and she fit. She was a psychic. She could link the team, because that was the whole thing. The team could communicate. That's like Claremont loved to
yeah,
do that, like so they could all think
yeah.
to each other. And so
I'm talking
Betsy
about the
Braddock,
2000s version. Yeah.
and but she was such a boring freaking character. She was like
You're talking about the 80s?
the late 80s, early 90s version.
Yeah, because my
And
exposure to these two characters was in the 2000s, and they were completely different.
Breen is leaving because I'm boring him about lesbians. Good night, Breen. Um, so anyways,
I,
so
so
Jim
yeah,
Lee, I don't know if it was Jim Lee's idea or whose idea it was, but then they made her get captured by the Mandarin, and then they went through this process, and they turned her into Asian and made her a deadly assassin and all this stuff with the Foot Clan, and it completely revitalized the character and
well, they
made her
merged
one
two
of
characters.
made her
Yeah.
one of the most popular characters, one of the most popular X-Men of all time. And then Teenie Howard gets a hold of this decades later and decides, you know what's a good idea? Let's put Psylocke back to her broken, stupid self that nobody liked.
Yeah,
So
it's revealed that Psylocke was actually two different people. That's why one was
yeah,
she
I
was
don't buy
Asian.
that. That was something that they wrote in the modern, because Quanon is who you're thinking about. Because they did keep the Asian Psylocke character person. So that person's still running around, but it's not Psylocke, it's Quanon. And I don't know. I To me,
Yeah.
as an old school X-Men fan, I'm like, this is dumb. I don't like Quanon, and I don't like the current Psylocke. Why didn't you just leave things the way they were? Well, let's break it and have two dumb characters. Um,
Right.
Although I gotta say, our boy Brian Edward Hill did a decent job with that character in his Fallen Angels when they rebooted the X-Men storyline. He did a Fallen Angels book. His book was, in my opinion, the best of all of the stuff. And it was cut short because he ended up leaving to go do a Hollywood project. So it only was 6 issues long. And then when he came back, he went off and did other stuff. And I was like, this sucks because Brian Edward Hill was like an actual writer. It's like he wrote the only good X-Men story. And he wrote it with 3 characters that I couldn't stand. He had Quanon, Kid Cable, and was it X-23?
I don't know, but we're told that you like the Brian Hill story.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If I'm not
Yeah,
communicating that correctly, that's what I'm trying to say is
yeah,
that Brian Edward
and
Hill wrote the only he wrote the 3 characters I hated almost pretty much the most, and he
I
wrote
think
the
it's supposed
best
to be a
story
perfect
with
take.
them. And he made Quanon actually somewhat interesting. But otherwise,
Uh,
before that,
yeah, Rhaegar saying, read the storyline where they made her Asian. It's not good by any stretch of the imagination.
oh whatever. Rhaegar's trolling. He wouldn't know a good comic if it slapped him in the face.
I think Skip's trying to make it a dig at the fact you like Brian Hill's story. I'm not sure.
I did like Brian Hill's story. I don't think he's trying to dig me.
I don't know.
I think he liked Brian Hill's story too. I could be wrong. I don't.
I don't know why. I don't know why he's bringing it up as saying,
Maybe
but you.
I thought he was bringing it up because I was maybe inferring that I didn't like it. So,
Oh, okay.
and that's not what I was trying to do if I was coming across that way. Victor Deuce, salutations. Hello, Victor. Welcome. Haven't seen that name in the chat to my
I'm
memory.
just glad it's not Mary Jane with a new haircut.
So, here's my thing: is there any X-Men that aren't gay at this point in time?
Beast.
Are you sure?
Yeah, well, he might be a furry. I'm not sure. Uh, trying to think. Magneto. Well, he's
Well,
not an
Magneto
X
might
Men.
not be gay. I don't know. I'm just so over this. Like,
The
just
fear touched
really,
him.
we got nothing to do with our characters, but just turning them gay
Oh
all
my
over the
gosh!
place.
You know that's gonna be the next book, Touched by a Fear with Magneto. The- Concentration camp. Yeah, he was molested. Now he's gay.
Oh
Uh,
gosh.
Beast's implicity. Pretty gay.
Is there
Gambit isn't gay.
is there any comic n- or pop culture news that that you want to bring up?
Well, we just had a couple. I think a writer or artist just died days ago. Talked about it in the group. Trying to remember who it was.
So many writer artists dying this year. Can't even keep track of
Uh,
them all. Rest in peace, everyone who's passed. Rhaegar, I was just busting your balls. I hope you didn't take that as me being a total jackass.
well,
So I just want to
not
say that right now.
yeah.
But Asian Psylocke story was cool. I disagree with you respectfully.
All right. Uh, rest in peace, no Nichelle Nichols.
Phil
Who was
Nichols
it was
died.
yeah.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
She died, 89 years old.
I guess it's like right here.
Uh, yep. And then we had another writer, Ron Zimmerman. Hey, from who wrote the Slapping Leather, died, cancer, 54 years old. Also, actress Pat Carroll, best known for the voice actress of Ursula in The Little Mermaid, passed away at 95 years old.
Rhaegar's making fun of me reeing. Ree. Yeah, rest in peace, all these people, and hope your families are doing okay. I feel a little weird always giving attention to celebrities passing simply because there's so many people that pass alone and
You know,
unnoticed and don't have loved
when
ones
you
even.
when
Um,
you finally go, we'll throw a party, okay? So celebrate you instead of celebrating the celebrities.
you'll celebrate me passing.
Called a wake, but it's an open bar.
Now, here's the big news for me that I'm going to share, and I am stoked. Mark Millar's new comics with Pepe Larraz and Jorge Jimenez. Now, I didn't know about the Pepe Larraz part. It says Mark Millar just claimed in his most recent newsletter that he has just nicked Marvel's best artist, by which he means he has stolen them rather than cut them with a scalpel. But also that in interest of fairness, we've stolen DC's top guy too. The phrasing means that they're presumably both male. Current belief is that Marvel top artist is Pepe Larraz, defined as the Jim Lee of today. Not even close. That is silly. And only someone like Bleeding Cool would say something stupid like that. While DC Comics' best artist is Jorge Jimenez, defined as the Mark Silvestri of his day, or vice versa. Sometimes I just think Bleeding Cool's. Anyways, Jorge Jimenez is absolutely one of my favorite artists working today. And Pepe Larraz is no slouch. I loved him on his House of X book that he did, and I would not be opposed to seeing more of his stuff. But to call him like Jim Lee is just stupid. I expect Mark Millar read those words as he spat shortbread in his tea, because today he announced 2 new projects. Pepe Larraz drawing the new Miller World crossover, The Big Game, or sorry, just called Big Game, which I didn't know about this, Big Game, so now I'm excited because I like Mark Millar and I do like Pepe Larraz, but I did know about Jorge Jimenez as the artist on The Nemesis Returns. I suppose this means we have the same tastes. In 2009, Mark Miller and Steve McNiven did a book called The Nemesis about a supervillain being hunted by cops. The series was then supposed to return in 2012 as Nemesis Returns or Nemesis 2. Then it was delayed until 2013, then nothing. We were told 10 years ago, in order to help facilitate the timelessness of Nemesis Returns, Steve has teamed up with 2 new exciting talents and opened a new studio endeavor, Carbon Sun Studios, and that Nemesis means a lot to me, and I want to be the best of my stuff out there, said McNiven. I want it done right, and we'll make sure Nemesis gets his due. Well, that won't have been Larraz or Jimenez back then. I wonder who it was. The new comic book saw the charismatic supervillain Nemesis. I'm not going to read. This is a boring article. But my point is, Jorge Jimenez is easily one of my top 3 artists working today. For those of you who aren't familiar with him by name, he's the guy currently drawing Batman. He made his name on Super Sons and then later did the Justice League for Scott Snyder's run. Love his work. Nemesis is one of the few not the few, but I would say it's one of the early Mark Millar series that I own. It's pretty cool. It's basically as if, I don't want to draw any comparisons to like the Batman Who Laughs, because it's nothing like that. But it's basically if Batman were a bad guy in a world of superheroes, and Batman was like the world's greatest villain, but he wasn't crazy like Batman Who Laughs. He was just literally Batman. Something kind of like that. It's a cool book, and I haven't read it in a long time. I'm gonna have to go back and read this. I'm very excited because normally Mark Miller, when he does a sequel, he gets a lesser artist to come back. And it's always frustrating. You'll be like, oh, Frank Quietly did Jupiter Circle, and then here's the sequel with this other guy that's like half as good. And you're like, oh. And it's a very frustrating thing. But here, I think I know I like Jorge Jimenez better than Steve McNiven. And Steve McNiven's no slouch. That was a good book. So, uh, V, have you any excitement to any of this information announcements?
Not for Mark Millar. I'm not a fan of his writing.
No. What have you read of his?
I did Spider-Man. I think it was the Marvel Knights version. He also did some writing in Vampirella back in the day.
Okay, so you read his early stuff.
Early stuff. That was better than what he's got today. I didn't care for his what was it, the Jupiter thing? Legacy, I think it was. There was that. I like some of his
Did you
early.
read the book or see the show?
No, I didn't watch the show. Hell no.
No, I don't watch the show.
No, I read some of the earlier stuff, the couple issues, and I don't know. I like him better on IPs versus on his own stuff.
Well, you're not a super big indie guy in general, though, other than
huge
The few
indie cat.
specific books that you're into, like Vampirella, and
Yeah.
like you've got your properties like Red Sonja and things like that, but you're not typically a person who's like, "Oh, here's a new indie book and I have no idea what it is. I'm gonna grab it." You stick to your known quantities, right? Would that
It
be
really depends what the premise if it is, and if so with the artists, what the art looks like. I
oh,
like reading. I like more the action, kind of the drama stuff,
I
like
would think that you
Firepower.
go ahead.
Firepower. It was just Firepower caught me. That's not normally a book I would read. I mean, Firepower reminds me of like if Danny Rand had a family.
Yeah. Yeah,
Iron.
yeah.
Yeah, that's what it reminds you of. It's like I'm not a big Iron Fist person, so it's like now that I'm enjoying this, I'm like I should go try out some Iron Fist stuff by himself,
I
solo
think
series.
I think that there's some Miller stuff that you would like.
Well, no,
Um,
I'm hoping so because I bought the Superman based off the cartoons, Superman
mhm.
Adventures. He had a volume on that, so he's one of the writers on there. So I haven't read it yet, but I'm hoping I'll like it because I liked with Kelly Puckett when all those guys were doing with the Batman animated series uh adaptions written in the comic books. So I'm hoping Mark Millar does well in that too.
I think that he's gotten better with age. I think his Marvel and DC stuff was early in
So
his career and he was a lot more raw, and I think his skill as a writer has when he went
hey,
independent has he just really got it he improved. Now he's
I,
still
I
hit or miss. Not I've never read anything of his that's just bad, although I've never
I
read
was
Trouble, like Perch will always
I
make
wasn't
fun
a
of.
fan of the I wasn't a fan of the Kick-Ass comics. I was more a fan of the movie. Civil War, hated it. The whole premise to do was just stupid. I feel like basically it's like this is like they might as well be selling Civil War toys. Here's Spider-Man unmasked in front of a whole bunch of people. It's just I didn't care for it. It's like
Yeah.
it just I don't it just screamed we're desperate for money. Buy our stuff as we ruin your characters. Giant Man is still dead. They haven't brought him back yet, as far as I know. The second Giant Man, not Hank Pym.
I think that there's some Miller books that you would like. I can understand not liking Civil War. I can understand some of the Marvel like DC stuff not liking it, and I can even understand some of the indie stuff not being your cup of tea. Uh, I'm curious to
The only
see.
thing that
Well,
the only thing that made Miller's run on Spider-Man actually any good because you had Frank Cho and you also had Terry Dodson doing the art.
here, I mean,
So
Nemesis. You're getting. What do you like, Jorge Jimenez?
I prefer Dan Mora, but I do recognize that Jimenez is talented. I just slightly like Dan Mora's art better.
Okay, but that doesn't. I'm not asking is Jorge Jimenez your favorite artist. I'm saying do you like his art?
That was my answer. Yeah,
Yeah,
he's a
yeah.
good artist, but I'm not. I don't get excited over him. You know,
Is Dan Mora the only person you get excited over?
I just said Terry Dodson. What was the other one? Oliver Copiel, the guy who was doing the art for Thor back in the day, the Mighty Thor. When he was teaming up with Straczynski. There's a few different artists I like.
All right. Well, this guy is one of my top three, so I'm definitely excited. I'm also a massive Mark Miller fan, which I know you're still on the fence
We know.
about.
We
Um,
know.
I'm super excited. Like this is like such a great announcement. I found it on Twitter today, and I just saw it. And I was like, what? Because yeah, I mean, I'm buying like Prodigy right now, which by the way, Prodigy is really fun. Um, you might actually like Prodigy. Um, it's in fact they're doing a movie too. I just heard also Miller announced, and I was like, dude, because Prodigy is so set. When you read that book, you're like, this feels like I'm reading a comic book adaptation of a movie. That's what it feels like. Um, and so now that I know they're making a movie, I hope they do it justice. And Netflix has done some decent original movies. So if they put quality people on it, I think it could turn out really good. But yeah, this Nemesis, and then I don't know anything about Game On. But Pepe Larraz is a fine artist, so that's my biggest deal. Is like when Millar does these books, and it's like you put some no name third tier artist on it. Um, yeah,
Sometimes the no names are better. I just noticed a lot of the artists are being pulled out of like from like Puerto Rico or Brazil. They're like a lot of them artists are coming out of there. All the talented ones. It's not really a lot of talented American born artists being hired, which I don't mind. I don't think they're alienating anybody. I just think that they're actually going where the talent is, and I think a lot of people are in America who either don't want to work or they just don't like the ideals maybe of both companies right now. It's
I don't like the
it,
paycheck.
that the paycheck too.
These
I
companies
mean,
are going and
Tim,
hiring people like Pepe Larraz, for
yeah,
example, because he worked for cheap.
Timothy Lynn could easily get a job working at any of these other companies like Dynamite or just doing art because the art's phenomenal. But they choose not to because they'd rather make more money doing their own stuff and they have control over their own characters. You know, I don't know. It's a lot different than it used to be in the earlier days. If you got a job at Marvel and DC, you were set, man. You didn't want to go anywhere else. That was your dream job. Now these people just look. It's like they just pull people off a Tumblr. Hey, you want to draw for us? Sure. And then that person like, all right, now I'm gonna go. Or same with the writers. I'm gonna go write some Hollywood shows. And it's just like it's just so mediocre, so basic. It's just a lot of it's plagiarized from other people. It's the same mind think, and it just gets sucks. But
Yep. Yep.
Todd Naka, I think Todd Knox the other one I like too.
Like he's an
So
older artist.
yep,
Um,
I think the JSA with Jeff Johns. I think
yeah, a lot of these artists that they're getting today are overseas. I think I want to say Pepe Larraz is from Spain, and I believe Jorge Jimenez might be from Brazil. Um, I think. And some of these artists have turned out really good. Like both of these guys are really good, but a lot of these artists, I think a lot of them are really good for the money that they get.
yeah.
And the
Um,
dollar just goes way further in their economies so they can be paid a lot cheaper. And it sucks though for American audiences, number one, because if you're an artist and you live in America, it's hard to get work that can pay the bills. And B, it keeps the page rates down because you're outsourcing it overseas to people who work for peanuts. Um,
yeah. So the series I'm looking at, Song Before with Mark Millar, came out 2000, and it went for a couple. I went for like I think it was a 2000 and let's see here. Went from 99 to 2000. It was only like no, sorry, my bad. 96 to 2002. That was Superman Adventures, and Mark Millar was writing on that, and it is continuing the animated series, which is based off the Burn run still. With it was like the cool, where Superman was the secret identity, and
Mhm.
then Clark was actually who he was. So, man, I'm curious to see how Mark Millar writes on that, and if he keeps it true to what the show was, and just but the concept is still great though. The story type, how it's set up. You got Supergirl in there. She's in the white shirt, like the which I believe was the Peter David acknowledgement too, as far as her in the white shirt, the Matrix Supergirl. But yeah, like you said, I like him on some of the other IPs. It's just that I just but people I don't it just seems like he likes to write like he the same crap that Garth Ennis gets uh flack for, saying like he hates superheroes. But Mark Millar just comes off like he doesn't. I don't know. It's like there's something different between Garth Ennis and Mark Millar, and I don't want to be a dick and say it's talent. There's like a fine line between the characters and the writers, and I just gravitate more towards Garth Ennis for certain things. Not to saying that Mark Millar is a bad person or a bad writer. He's just never got that it feeling for me, the it factor.
you haven't read. It sounds like you have hardly read any of his independent stuff. which makes sense. I know your
I
tastes
really
are to
don't.
read. You like more
I
established properties.
yeah.
Um, but I'm gonna see if I
It's
can find some things to expose you to because he's a writer that is very, I think, diversified. Like he does write stuff that can be kind of crude and lewd or whatever, and he has like this his dark things, but then he can write stuff that's very uplifting and he doesn't stick to one paradigm. Garth
so you heard it.
Ennis,
You guys heard that, right? Ash is gonna expose me to things for free. I don't have to pay. He's gonna take me under his wing.
I would just gonna
He's
share.
gonna take me. He's gonna take me to San Francisco, expose me to
Hey,
drugs.
I'm just gonna try to get you to try things. Like you got me to try Bosch, right? So I'm
I
return
know,
the
yeah.
favor.
I'm looking up
Um,
at his comic books he's got right now. He's
it's hard to
let's
know because
see.
I don't know exactly the things you would like or not like. So I'm trying to.
That's oh, that's right. This guy wrote American Jesus.
Yeah, that one I haven't read.
uh, oh yeah, the Authority. I heard the Authority was good.
I haven't
I'm
read
gonna be
Authority either, but I am interested.
for
Um,
Wildstorm. Chrononauts. I just have no care for it. But then
oh
again,
no,
he already wrote.
Chrononauts is the one I think you would like. That would be a one I
Mm,
would suggest checking out because also it's got an artist you do like already, Sean Gordon Murphy.
even
And
so, the what the books any of the books I kind of like is that the Eclipse one.
I think
If
I
it's in
think
like
I think you would. I think if you had an open mind, you would like Chrononauts. Like it is
I'm
a
close minded. I'm
really
Republican.
I'm not. It is a really fun book. It is pure fun. It is a dude bro comic. Like it is.
Wait. He wrote Grim Fairy Tales. Oh, I have to read that out. The Jungle Book. I saw Cheesecake and I was like, okay.
As Skip says, RDV reads Hit Me. He'll like some Miller stuff. Yeah, it's just the key, Skip, is getting him to open his mind to be possible and liking it. He has to once he feels that this is something that might be up his alley, then he'll give it a chance. But you have to break that wall. Um,
The wall is like titanium and like 12 feet thick.
so yeah, I read back in the day when I was doing my reading stream, we did Chrononauts, and that went over really well. Well, a lot of people really liked that book.
He writes a lot of
Um,
IP stuff. I noticed this.
yeah, and he's got his own
Oh,
his
he wrote
own
Trouble.
trouble. Skip says, I mean, he's glad these other artists are getting a chance to shine. I am too. I don't want I don't want to come across like I'm against foreign artists, but I'm against the problem of big companies outsourcing only to foreign artists because they don't want to pay, American wages. It's great
Yep,
for
that's
these
true.
artists that they have a chance to shine, and that's fantastic, but it's not good in a bigger picture sense to outsource to cheaper economies to pay lesser wages, and it's exploitation. Are these artists getting to shine? Yes, but they're only getting to
My
shine because they're being exploited, and that sucks.
wait, my Perry White voice. What? Perry White? I don't know what that means.
I don't know what your Perry White voice is. I know what your Batman voice is.
Unless he's trying to say my Batman voice sounds like Perry White. I don't know. And then Skip, that was gross but accurate though. Uh, well, Remender. The reason I dabbled into Remender because I watched the show first, so it could have been anybody. It really doesn't have to be Remender. And I probably would have liked the book because I like the concept of the show. So I can't really
But you
say that
like
because
you like the concept of the show because Remender created it.
I didn't know when I watched it. I had no idea Remender created it.
Right,
So
Brad.
just saying.
But I'm saying is the reason that show was successful and something you like is because it was made by a person of talent who was able to do that.
But I like
Right.
a lot of shows. Could have been made by somebody else though. Yeah,
I
I'm just saying.
suppose it could have been created by Teenie Howard. You might have liked it.
You know what? Damn well could have been, and I would have loved it because it would have had Rachel Gray and Psylocke kissing.
Eh.
Ooh. So yeah. So I'm looking at a lot of more Miller stuff.
And Skip is talking about I am not faulting any foreign artist for taking a paycheck. I am not suggesting any of them should get on their high horse and be like, no, absolutely. They're seeking opportunities and taking them and getting it. That's totally their prerogative, and I would do the same in their shoes. I'm just saying it as a bigger picture. The we'd all be better off without exploitation, and I think the industry is just taking advantage, trying to save nickel and dime.
Can we get
Um,
off the screen, please? Are you offended by that screen?
it is a boring screen.
But no,
I was kind of hoping that someone in the chat might have something to talk about, but
with the Teespring, go back up the Harley Quinn
Teespring.
writer. Yeah, it's on one of the links on the right there. It's
Uh,
it says Harley Quinn writer got granted disability, $50,000 disability. It's on the right. It's on the right side. Just scroll down.
I'm
You
on
click
it.
that.
T. Franklin, writer of Harley Quinn animated series, comic book now, TV series is
Says
among
yeah.
the second class of disability futures. Followed award a $50,000 grant by the Ford Foundation. What?
Yeah.
So if you're disabled, you get money to make art. Fantastic.
I don't. That's something that Marani had pointed out earlier. She had said that and said check out.
So
Um,
is she not able to do art without money? And she sure looks like she's wearing a lot of bling here. I wonder how much that hair styling costs.
Skip. Oh Lord, not T. Franklin. Why do you
How
want to
much?
talk about this already? Actually, it's Marania. You know what, Marania? She said that just click on the link because that's popular right now. The whole that is relevant. Yeah,
So this makes me angry.
the rainbow hair,
No,
or
this
did she,
the concept of she has a disability, so we're giving her $50,000. I mean, I guess it's from an independent foundation. It's not taxpayer money, then so be it. Anyone can give money to whoever they want. So if this is privately funded, so be it. I'm not you give do what you want. Like that. But if it's some sort of like government grant, it makes me mad. I don't know. I don't know the details. But she does not
yeah.
look like she does not look like a person who's A, starving, or B, hurting for money, because that hair, I'm sure, costs a lot.
Chosen by advertisers who are also disabled artists and granted to both emerging established recipients.
Oh, so she was chosen by other disabled artists to get money. So it was like a little circle jerk.
Well, I'm sure it
I'll
doesn't.
choose you to get money, and you choose me to
She's
get
in a
money.
wheelchair. I don't think you can really call it that.
Look, I feel for you. I'm if someone's in a wheelchair, that's terrible. I mean, but
Yeah.
uh, and if someone wants to give you money as a gift, by all means, if you have patrons that are like, "Hey, I want to fund you. I like the art you do. I'll be a rich patron." By all means, and I have zero problems with that. But
Also, I'm not.
someone
I
who is like, I'm a disabled artist, like you're able to do art still clearly. Uh,
Also, if
I
I
don't
tell
I
you to
don't.
scroll, you can't really. I'm falling on an 8 second delay because you don't want to share your screen with me.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's not that I don't
So,
want to. I just brain fart.
you get headaches too. Take your pills.
So,
Yeah.
anyways, I don't want to get too political with this.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, there's a lot of Pokemon links there. That was really
And look,
weird.
no, I'm not. And Rhaegar says he's saying that she's fat in a nice way. I'm fat. Okay, I'm not trying to poke fun, but I'm also not getting money granted to me because I'm clearly not starving, although I'm also not well off financially. But it just, I don't know. It just if you are disabled and, and say you're in a wheelchair, I feel for you, and that is something that I hope that I never have to be, and I don't wish that on anyone, but it clearly doesn't make you not able to do art, which you're apparently doing to some success because you're a published artist and you're able to afford bling. Like, I just I don't
Uh,
to me,
uh,
there are do I see people on the street in wheelchairs, and those are people who need assistance, not people who are able to afford booths at cons and get published, and it just this to me is bothersome. Um, I
who's
you
writing with
sh
her? Who's writing that book?
I don't even care.
I do. I do. I
I know
just want
you
to see
do.
who, because I might buy that
She's the
book. It's gonna.
writer. She's the writer,
Oh, is
isn't
she?
she?
Oh, she's doing. I thought she's an artist. Okay,
I
she's a
don't know.
writer.
It says T. Franklin, writer of Harley Quinn animated series book.
Oh,
Um,
there's a second class. I don't know. There's a. Oh,
So there
my.
was a
The
first
second.
class. So she's the like they had a group of people that got this grant, and now she's part of the second group.
Okay.
So this Ford
We missed you the
Foundation
first.
apparently
We missed you the first time. We forget. I just
I
apologize.
just
Here's.
this is maybe a non-issue because if it's a privately funded grant, then whatever. People can give money to whoever they want and it's none of my business. So I don't want to make a big issue out of
Well,
it.
as Skip said, it wasn't my money. I don't buy Fords. So, but although Ford is owned by the government, though, so it technically is your money. They never
Ford's not
paid back
owned.
their loans.
Yeah, they did.
When did they pay back their loans? Because Obama, they took out loans during with Obama.
No. Ford was the company that didn't. GM did.
Sure. Oh,
Mhm.
that's right. It was GM. My bad. It was GM.
Yeah.
Oh, they were good. We're good again. Okay, don't worry.
And to
Yeah,
Skip's point, he makes the right point. She got chosen to receive money because of her situation, so what? It
yeah,
wasn't my money. Correct. That's exactly my stance too. I did not know when I first saw this. I'm like, if this is a government grant, that makes all the difference in the
yeah.
world. Um, and if it's a private foundation and they're like, hey, we're giving money to people who paint their toenails red, so be it.
And
Like
so she's doing this. She's writing it and then also doing the art too. That's
I
weird.
don't know. I think they're
Because the
just
art isn't that bad. On
I
that
think
book,
that
the
they're
art.
just labeling artists as people who do
Yeah,
art
that's what it looks
fields,
like.
writing, writing is a form of art. So, um, but we've dabbled on this way too long,
But
more than it
all
deserves.
right, Robin Hood, Robin told Joker, Batman is Bruce Wayne, and Red Hood preview #1. Spoiler.
Okay. What we need to do, while the audience decides if there's anything we're talking about, let us go to our top worst picks of coming out Wednesday.
This is hard because they're not the typical bad books, so you would just like it's just trash. But if you're a black pill, you're like, yeah, everything sucks. But it's just weird though. My go-tos for usually to the top for the worst books of the week are usually Marvel and DC because it's rarely you get a point where you find a book that's independent that's bad, that's worse than what's coming out Marvel or DC.
I don't know. I think like
But
independence is like
yeah,
it's like shooting fish in a barrel. I think finding a bad independent book, if you really tried, like I scroll down to the bottom, I'm sure there's a bunch of like garbage. But I don't like independence to me, it's like a garage band. If you're in a garage
right.
band and you don't make good music, I don't sit there and go, "You're the shitty band." Like it's when you get signed and you're promoted as being great, then you get judged. And so I don't want to judge independence because these are people trying to break in. They're trying to
Yeah. It's like Machine Gun Kelly. He's great at everything.
they're amateurs trying to be
Yeah.
so I think Marvel and DC are the bigger
Ooh.
but
So I
I'll
do
but I'll
have.
I'll pick on Valiant. I'll pick on any of the established publishers because they
Okay.
have no
Yeah.
business publishing stuff that's garbage. I mean, they do.
So I know the obvious one, right? That we passed it a couple times. I'll save that for later though. That's one you pointed out early off stream earlier. You pointed out which one you thought was the worst.
I want to
Go to
I want to piggyback off what you said though. This week is like the least bad week I've seen in a long time. Normally I'd have no problems. I'd be like, this is trash, this is trash, this is trash, like all over. But I'm kind of like, as much as I don't want to buy like DC, I admit I don't want to buy DC right now because they've
I did
pissed
find a
me
bad indie
off.
though.
But these books of Dark Batman, I read the last issue was decent. People have been really liking Dark Crisis, and Josh Williamson is a good writer. So,
Nice
DC
big three too.
Vampires has been making people happy. Flashpoint Beyond hasn't had really people complaining. Um, okay, we're starting to get to some bad stuff, but yeah,
I'd scroll down. I would go down to keep going, keep going. You'll see it. Keep going. It's further down, way further down. I don't know why
way
it's so
further
far
down.
down. Unless right there. Stop. Red Sitha. Ugh. It's like the daughter. Wait, she's not the daughter, but we're calling her the daughter. Marika Adolfo. Supposed to be Rick
Dolfo.
at the end though.
I want to know why a character in a primitive Hyborian society has pink dreadlocks.
Because they aged her up. I don't know. It's so now it's a warrior thing now that people had dreadlocks back then
Pink
in the
dreadlocks?
barbarian. No, it's called they didn't wash their hair. Well, then again, Medusa had snakes for hair, so maybe those style they did, Romans.
Pink dreadlock. This is a pet peeve of mine as a person
It's
who
not supposed to be.
likes.
It's not supposed to be red. It's supposed to be. It's not supposed to be pink. It's supposed to be red. Okay, that's it's called red Sitha, not pink Sitha.
Looks pink there. I'm sorry.
You're colorblind.
I am absolutely not colorblind. Although my monitor could be calibrated wrong. But you can
It
look
looks.
right above her hair and you can see the red lettering. That's red. Below that is clearly not red. It's a shade of
Well,
pink.
she's in the dark. Right there, it's the shading, and then there's the
And
sunlight.
why does she have dark skin but red hair?
I do not know, but I always know that she's pretty much. If you've watched Doom Patrol season 2, she has this in her demon, the power. She's able to create flames burst out and just wants to come out and
Wait,
wants to
she's in
destroy
Doom
other people.
Patrol?
No, they just took the idea from Doom Patrol of the professor's daughter,
Oh,
where she has
you
imaginary friends.
totally threw me for a loop.
Yes, yes, crossover. You didn't think you needed.
Yeah, I saw
Um,
this. I didn't see this book, but I saw a previous issue and I was like on the shelf and I was
oh,
like, what the fuck is Red
and
Sitha?
yeah, and Ash says, or not, sorry, not Ash, but Skipitosh says, all you have to do is not comb your hair for a while and you roll your hair back and forth and get locks. True. You let your hair grow out and you just gets tangled up. But that looks more like Play-Doh hair
This to me,
or
this is just a pet
Polly
peeve
Pocket.
of mine as a fan of like fantasy, sword and sorcery genre stuff. It's a pet peeve of mine when I see characters that are modeled in a modern sensibility rather than modeled in the era that they should be reflecting that they live in. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want you to look like you live in 2022 when you're supposed to live in like prehistoric times.
I'm just waiting for the nose piercing and the tattoos. More
Right,
tattoos.
exactly. Things like that. Um, and tattoos would be fine if they're like crude tattoos, right? Because tattoos have been going around forever. If it's just like a real basic shapes, but if you start doing intricate modern style tattoos, that wouldn't exist. Um,
What kills me is that you're taking a character who I honestly they want to create a new character, but why is she the focus? Why even have Red Sonja up there? You can just say this is a character, whatever you want, but it's just weird. Like the whole book is supposed to be Red Sonja, and all of a sudden it became Red Sitha. And it's like, and she had her own series called Red Sitha. So I don't know if this is continuation of the original Red Sonja or if this is a spinoff because there's two ongoing comic books going right now, and the character is just they had to dumb down Red Sonja in order to make this character up. They build her up, and she's not even, and she's calling her mom, mom, and Red Sonja's like, "You're not, I'm not your mom." And then finally she gives in. She's like, I wish I had a daughter. It's just like, no, just shoot me now. I'd rather read X-Men than read this. That's saying a lot.
Rhaegar says dreads are ancient as cavemen. Well, considering that we don't have any historic records to show that, I think that's a wild
Those weren't
assumption.
like I said, as Skip said, those weren't dreads. That's what people didn't wash their hair, so it just got your hair gets greasy and sticks together.
Yes, I have seen quote unquote natural dreads. of the people that have that, and it looks way different than this. This is clearly modern, like I have a professional stylist making my dreads
Yep.
versus the I'm a hippie who's lived on the beach and never combed my hair and it's a freaking rat's nest dreads.
That's
They're
the other thing is
way
that
different.
how are the women warriors out of the woods combing their hair to keep? Because in the Hyrcanian time here, this even during Conan, there was the Greeks, or we'd say like the Romans. That there's a sense of Roman Greek uh, nobility where they had the fine soaps and they did have somewhat combs back then. So it's not that far back. It's because it takes it's just supposed to be like Red Sonja, if I remember correctly. Hyrcania is supposed to be like near Turkey or right around there, and it's supposed to take place like right around during the Roman Empire.
Oh no, Hyboria is
Is it
pre
correct?
like pre known historic times. I'm not sure what
Yeah,
Dynamite's doing, but if you write Red Sonja into the Robert E. Howard's Conan world,
yeah.
like all that is before known civilization. So it would predate Roman history. It'd predate.
Well, as far as then the only way I could say is that the Romans got the ideas from them.
Look, I think someone in the chat made a point to like it's
Yeah,
artist rendition, and
yeah.
that's a fair argument.
Well, no, for the cover, yeah, for the cover of this. But like I said, there are, throughout it's in through the Red Sonja stuff, even during the Conan stuff, through Dynamite and through Marvel, they had baths, they had water stuff, they had all the stuff. But as far as
This does
styling dreadlocks, that wasn't really a thing. But
this
then
does not
again, it's
look like
all
this does not look like a woman from 6,000 years ago or whatever.
it's supposed to be a fantasy. I mean, just turn your brain off and just fantasize about
What I'm
a
saying
girl
though
who's
is
not
like
Red Sonja.
when I look at this looks like pink dreads. If that's not what it's supposed to be, if it's supposed to just be a girl with red hair who's naturally got like that those natural created dreads like I was
it
describing,
ch- it
then so
changes if you
be
look
it. But
look at the cover covers. It's probably just as good. It's just a cover. If you just look at I guarantee you, look if she's under the covers, the hair color is different.
so
Yeah,
yeah, it could be the artist. You're good. You got a good point. We got different.
it's still dreadlocks, but it's a brighter red. Uh, yeah. I don't understand the dreadlocks because she didn't have that because they basically aged her up since the last time I read the book. See, look at that. That's Red Sonja with no boobs.
But why is
That's supposed to be
well, I want to see
Red Sonja.
Red Sitha. This is a you got to
It's just
cosplay as Red Sitha.
my point is that she's beautiful looking, but she's flat chested.
They
Red
couldn't
Sonja's
find it.
not flat chested.
They couldn't find anyone to
It's
cosplay
so
Red
hard.
Sitha.
It's so weird when you see like people trying to cosplay as the characters, when you know the characters are damn well endowed, but they always get the ones that are like, look at the flat chested model. It's, and it's not just Red Sonja. I've noticed in other cosplay covers with other characters.
Well, I mean, drawings are human bodies aren't going to match comic drawings
No, they'll never
typically
no
anyway.
because the comics will always be the
That woman
perfect.
can't control the size of her breasts. I'm not.
Yes, you can go to a doctor.
I don't know. I just I'm nitpicking.
Well, I'm body shaming here. Let me be. I'm a sexist.
Hmm?
Back in the day, they used
The Red
oil in
Sitha
street
character
gloves.
does that seems weird to me, but
Yep. Yeah. Like I said, this is a spin-off book. The main book, I was like, it was going great, and then this became mother and daughter, and I was just like, that's not what I want from Red Sonja. Red Sonja goes around cutting people's heads off, killing warlords.
all
That's
right.
what she is.
So this is
Not
number
being like,
5 terrible book. Look at these covers here, by the way. One, two, three.
oh,
Look at the lack of variety in these covers. They
I
all
had no
look the
idea
same.
there's, yeah, I had no idea there's even three of them. Now
Well,
it's four.
this is issue 4.
Yeah, I laughed when I saw the first one come out. That was May. Wow, it's been that while.
Why does the cover of 2 look like the same as the cover of 4? These are terrible. Come on, Dynamite, do better.
Skip, you know me so well, brother.
uh,
This just looks like cyberpunk. Look at that cover there with the yellow armor and stuff, and just the hair and stuff. It just looks like I'm getting like a cyberpunk barbarian thing or Ark survival.
I'm just disappointed that they couldn't find a cosplayer for their character, so they had to put a different cosplayer on the cover.
The Red Sonja cosplayer. I
No
know,
one
right?
likes our shitty spin-off character.
Um,
All right, I'm going to. So that was a pick for you for a
yeah,
bad book. I'm going to throw in, and these will be in no. I don't think we should try to put these in
any order.
order because we don't know. These may not suck. They
You
could surprise us. This is just our
you did
our picks where
you
we think are
yeah,
gonna stink.
you guys decide what order it should be in.
I'm gonna throw in Poison Ivy number 3.
Really? I'm going to buy
Yeah,
it.
because
Make
I
sure I
know
get
you wouldn't pick it, and it needs to be because number one, I'm tired of Poison Ivy being an excuse to have a lesbian romance,
but
and
there's no lesbian romance in there. She's just killing people.
well, the
She's
cover makes it look like it,
of
and
course because they gotta get the people who like lesbians to buy
right, and it's G. Willow Wilson number 2, and number 3, the description: fixing the world isn't easy work, and Ivy's all hot and sweaty because of it. Getting her hands dirty was never an issue, but when plant assassins come after her, Ivy must be willing to play dirty as well.
She's pretty much killing everybody, turning them into plants as she's slowly dying. She's gone full blown evil like she was before. She's ignoring her. She has her conscience was like, oh, but I love Harlem, but she's like, nope, this has to be done.
So I'm sure that this book's gonna have its audience, and
I
I hope that I'm wrong on your behalf. But
I'm writing it out until it
this
gets
is
to the point where it's like, oh, there's Tom King.
this is a hot mess for me. All right, what is your pick?
Oh, I do like the Joel Jones covers though. Variants in there. Dirty Bel Air. There's a lot of them. Waiting for it to go back. I'm avoiding that one book in the middle because I know that's saved for the last. I'm trying to think. I mean, Iron Man has been bad. I don't really can say it's getting worse. Uh, hard to choose. There's just let's go with Multiversity Teen Justice number 3. I mean,
Miniseries that goes to 11. Earth 11, that is, gets even wilder as the mysteries of a gender flipped universe become clearer and more shocking.
it
From
shouldn't
the
even go to 1.
from the depths of space to Superwoman's island fortress to the heart of the Church of Blood, Kid Quick and the rest of Teen Justice discover the threat that they face is even greater than they imagined. What secret does a stranded Aqua Girl learn from Green Lantern Hal Ferris? Why has Raven
You
lost so much of his power? And what does Sister
don't
Blood have
now.
planned for Troy?
20 years ago, when they were introduced Earth 11 during one of the stories, they're going through the multiverse looking for Ray Palmer. Like, I didn't mind the Earth 11 concept. It was, oh, it was just gender flip, but cool, that's whatever. But they've just so made it so freaking woke. It's offensive. Like, imagine if they wrote this like without putting the woke politics and all that crap in there. I actually would probably read it. It actually would probably be it would actually probably be decent. It'd be average at best. But we
And the
got
sad thing about using a book like this for
yeah.
woke stuff is because in their own universe should be different than ours. Like, why in a world where like Batman is a woman and Superman is a woman, like all the supposedly like the white patriarchy it's all been flipped. Why do you have these problems? Why are you still like needing to be feminist? So even when we give
Uh,
all the men and we turn them into women, you're still feminist. You're still not satisfied. It's still a problem.
so so Jonathan Kent, we got Super Sons up there. Jonathan Kent, and the girl's supposed to be either Damien. I think it might be Damien as the Robin. Yeah.
I don't even know.
And then Don Troy down there, and then also Raven's gay in this too.
Of course.
He's a guy. Yeah,
He's a guy, but he's gay.
yeah.
So
He still likes.
is there any heterosexual males in this?
I'm just gonna say this: if Raven still likes guys, that's still a win for us, right? Because it didn't change anything. Just changed the gender. It
In a
still likes guys.
universe where there's no patriarchy and there's no toxic masculinity, why are everyone still woke? I just never mind. The reason this should be on the list for me, Danny Lore. You know, have a book written by Danny Lore, you can expect, oh, she's a queer black writer editor raised in Harlem. She's all identity politics.
What else has she written?
Oh man,
And is
let's
she
take
writing
a
the
look.
backstory or the main story?
She's
Black
written
Panther.
DC Pride, a lot of Pride stuff, um,
Oh, Star Wars.
some
Got
indie
it.
books. She hasn't been around in a long time. Like I knew her from like the early days of Comicsgate, and she was making all sorts of waves, like the 2016, 2017.
Wait, she's on
She
Captain America there on King in Black.
she kind of found her way out of the comics industry by being even probably too woke for the woke crowd. I do like this one thing that the book is doing though. Here on the side, I don't know if you noticed.
The
Th-
Notebook.
No, it's the
Yeah,
Earths.
I know, but it's supposed to be like a notebook cover
Oh,
too.
I guess it kind of looks like that, but yeah, but
Rainbow Notebook.
I like how they highlight so this has 11, so you know that this takes place in Earth 11. That's kind of a neat
It
thing
goes,
that DC you could like show like, oh, this is an Earth 28 story. So that's kind of neat
and
actually.
apparently, according to them, is you get away from Earth Prime or Zero and all that stuff. You go down. As you get to the other Earths, it becomes gayer and gayer and gayer and gayer and gayer, and does even more gay. That's their take. Like
I don't know.
I
I
can't,
don't
I can't believe there's any guys even on this. I figured it'd been like, you know what, we're writing a gay Justice League. We're gonna have all girls. Because
I'm fine with the gender flip thing. I think that's neat and it's a good
no,
thing you could do with like, oh, hey, here's a whole
I,
different multiverse where it's gender flipped. But then once you've gender flipped it, why
there's
do you have to be
yeah.
woke? Like why is it still a problem? You got
That's
what
the
you
thing.
wanted.
Like I mean, they had like super man, you know, and super and Batman were gender flipped, and they were done well in that. I think even Ed McGuinness did the art, and I forgot what issue was though. It was I remember it was what they originally I mentioned it. It was it's in one of the Batman books I think, or might even been in the Justice League book. I'll have to look it up. But like you said, I don't mind gender flipped, but when you have no story, your story is just as being gender flipped, you shouldn't be writing. That's literally what the story is. Oh, we gender flipped the characters. Okay, that's it. What? I read the first issue, man. I will not put that evil on anybody.
All right. So I have to pick something now. What else is
It's
gonna
gonna
be
hurt,
is what else what else
especially
is
when you're
like
voting the easy ones.
yeah, there's one that's just a gimme. I'm gonna let you pick it. Um
Black Adam, the Justice Society Files, Cyclone. That's a movie tie-in.
I don't know, man. I feel like I have to pick this one. Just I don't uh
Do what you want to do. If you want to pick that, I'll try to find one after that. I mean, it's gonna be
do you have one that's that the one we're thinking of?
the one I'm thinking of is the one we talked about offline.
I know, but I'm saying do you have another one? Can we pick a
Offhand,
second one? Because
I'm look.
this is a surprisingly not a terrible like when it's hard to pick 5 terrible books, that's a good
Uh,
sign.
trying to think. You're going too fast, bro. Slow
Oh, I'm
down.
sorry.
It's-
We're down to the
I think
indies,
like
so
most books are getting like you're better towards to get to the bottom. Like, I keep forgetting that Cyberpunk's going. Is anybody buying the Cyberpunk books?
I'm not.
Uh,
I heard Skip like the previous series.
like the books I'm looking right now, Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, Philadelphia are still going strong. Now there's a new one by the Dead Lucky by Image Comic Books. I don't know anything about that.
Well, I have like zero faith in this book, Black Adam Justice Society Files.
Who's writing it? That's what I want to know.
It's Brian Q. Miller, but
I don't recognize
but
the name.
but not having faith is different in knowing it's going to be garbage. Like, like
Hubert's editing it. Yeah, yeah.
I'm just like, yeah, this raises some red flag. Like I'm just like, yeah, this looks dumb. But who knows? I'm not gonna just say it's this cover's garbage though. I've thumbs down this. What the hell?
In
This
Disney.
this doesn't look like Nickelodeon like cover. What the what am I?
It looks like Disney showing like the Jet Jackson, future Jack
Oh,
Jackson, or
I
whatever
bet you
show
this
is.
is a character from the movie, huh?
It is. It's Cyclone.
Oh my god.
They reswapped her.
This looks
She's a ginger
terrible.
with a
This
better
looks
costume.
this looks terrible.
Where do you shop, Spirit
They
Halloween?
ginger sided her?
Yeah.
Oh.
But look at
Okay.
the costume. Where do you shop your costume? At Spirit Halloween.
All right. Well, I'm just gonna pick this because I know what you're gonna pick, and look,
Do you know?
just because of
Ask
this cover, they gender. I'm so tired of racist like race swapping, and it's not done. No one can convince me it's not done for any sort of legit reasons, and sometimes it's done and it's okay. Like as far as like like what it turns out to be, like I really don't like that they race swapped Commissioner Gordon in the Batman, but that actor whose name is escaping me at the moment, um, help me out.
I do not know.
I really like him. He's
And
on Westworld. He's a
and
really good actor.
I can't say anything about Mariah. I can't say anything about X-Men Red because I've been hearing it's been good, and I'm not
Yeah.
reading it, so I don't know if it's bad or not.
Gosh,
I know
man,
the original X-Men Red is horrible.
the name's on the tip of my tongue. But anyways, the guy that they swapped out to be
Yeah.
Commissioner Gordon, he does a really good job in the
Is
movie.
it Danny something? Can't remember his name.
But
Jeffrey
that's
Wright.
not why they cast Jeffrey Wright. Thank you very much. He's a great actor. I love him. He's awesome in the Westworld. But they cast him because they were making statements. It was a big deal. Like, and that's why they made they made Catwoman black. They made Commissioner Gordon black. And this is why here you made Hawkman black. You made Cyclone black. It's common. Like it has become a surprise if a ginger character is not turned black. It is so common these days. Like that it's like if you don't do it, I'm like, "What? This person is
Well,
still ginger." So I'm to the point if they ever make a Red Sonja movie and they actually cast a redheaded
they did.
Caucasian woman
They no. They.
today,
Oh yeah. They. Well, I
I would be
won't. But
like,
yeah,
"What?" Because
they
it's so
were.
rare.
We were. Well, not today, but a couple years ago, about 10 years ago, they were gonna get Rachel McGowan.
Yeah, but it didn't happen.
And then she hurt her leg or arm,
I
so that's what
so
she went through. But and
I'm
then they had the other girl who 2 or 3 years ago, they cast her. 2019 casted her. She was a mixed race thing, and then he dropped out of the movie after causing all this drama.
I still can't pick this. I don't know what the comic's gonna be like. Brian
Yeah.
Q. Miller might turn in something good. This cover
In
though,
it,
this
yeah,
cover's
and
terrible. This looks
Rager,
like
yeah,
this looks like like a Nickelodeon show. What is this costume? This is awful. Black Adam
and
trailers look awesome. It does
I
not
said
look.
I said that Spirit Halloween, dude. I'll just go pick it out of the bag and put it on, and then I'll send you guys pictures. No, Eartha Kitt was brought in for Catwoman in the 1960s show. But then again, I'm not a fan of the 60s show. Not because of that reason. I just not a fan of it. You know, it's too kid friendly, and I just don't like Adam West Batman. I don't get flack for this, but I'm just not a fan of that.
I can't pick X-Men Red because it's Al Ewing, and I had this discussion with Venkman behind the scenes. Like, this guy's an accomplished writer, and
So is Michael
it's delivering what people want. So
Tom King and Mike Bendis are accomplished writers. What are you talking about?
Tom King's not an accomplished writer.
A miracle, Mr. Miracle.
Uh,
People like this Batman. until issue 50.
Yeah, but he took the top performing comic book in the industry and drove it
Tanked
into
it.
the ground. Al Ewing took an underperforming comic book and turned it into the top performing comic in the industry.
Yeah. Yep.
So, um,
Uh,
Al Ewing isn't my favorite. It takes a lot for me to read an Al Ewing book, but I respect what I'm saying is he's not Vita Ayala. He's not garbage tier type of person. So it's hard for me if is it book from I'm not going to go buy it, but we're not here to trash on mediocre books. We're here to try to find like the bottom of the barrel.
yeah. And to point out, the original Hawkman was white, but in that Flash comics though, they said that how they came from being Egyptians. So
Yeah,
there were yeah.
but he wasn't black. And I'm
Well,
not and here's the thing. I'm not
there's
opposed
dark.
I am not opposed to Black Hawkman. Carter Hall, the current DC version of Hawkman, which the character in the movie is not black. If you want to say here is a character from Hawkman's past and one of his previous incarnations where he was black, 100% so be it. But that's not what they're doing. They're not trying to do it for actual legit story reasons. They're doing it for ESG points. They're doing it so that
Yeah.
they can show, hey, look, we're woke, we're diversive and inclusive and all this stuff, and
Yeah.
it's done
I
for
get.
the wrong
I
reasons.
that's you know.
And if you did it to Black Panther, there would be hell to pay. And if it's not appropriate for one race, it's not appropriate for any race.
My thing is we don't know this. I mean, I understand there's a virtue signal going on, but as far as storyline, we have no idea which incarnation this is supposed to be of him. I don't know if this is Carter
It's
Hall.
Carter
Then
Hall.
again, and if it is Carter Hall, take away the woke crap and all that stuff. Having him being going from Caucasian and in this version he's Egyptian again, Arab in that sense. He can be dark skinned because Arabs are there are dark skinned Arabs, but yes, what we normally would call black would be people
Egyptian
who
Hawkman was not
yeah,
black.
yeah. Egyptian Hawkman wasn't white either, even though they tried whitewashing the skin in the comic books. Lawrence Arabia wore blackface. He was Caucasian. Egyptians aren't always light skinned. Some of them are, yes, but there also are very dark skinned Egyptians.
Yes, there
It
are darker skinned people in the region, but
Yeah, it all depends. It all depends on the artist drawing it.
but my
And like I
point
said,
was if you're following the continuity,
well, there's no
um
continuity. What do you tell me? Continuity doesn't matter.
I'm
So
it matters to me, it matters to a lot of fans.
they don't
And like
follow
I said, my
continuity though.
point is if you're doing it for actual artistic reasons, that's the difference. I'm okay with that. But when
Yeah.
you're doing it just for ESG points, that's racism to me. Like I said, if it would be inappropriate to do for Falcon or Black Panther or anyone else, then it's inappropriate for anyone else. Remember when what's her nuts when she played
What's nuts?
what's her nuts? I'm drawing a blank. Um Jesus, man, I'm having a Biden moment. Ghost in the
The future.
Shell. The Ghost in the Shell live action movie.
Okay. Scarlett Johansson.
Scarlett Johansson. Remember all the
Because they
flack
whitewashed
and
the
controversy
Asian.
because she wasn't
Yes.
Japanese?
And there should be both ways. Yes, I agree what you're saying. There should be flack no matter what they're doing, whether you're whitewashing or Asian washing or black washing, whatever you want to call it. If you're doing it just to change your character because not because you're going for the best actor out there, you're just doing because you want to just say, hey, I did this. Give me a pat on the back. Give me an award because I did something that's progressive. That crap annoys me. Yes,
Right.
because I
And
get
it's
what you're saying.
done and here's the thing too. It's done all the time. Like it's done so much now that it's shocking when it's not done. It's like how much representation ceases to just be representation and just become overwhelming. When every movie has to have multiple characters race and gender swapped, like multiple, not just here and there. We're going to try to make, mix it up a little bit, but just I mean, I don't know. It's like I said, it's to me, it's racist because what it's telling people is that you can't like this character unless it looks like you, then you're catering to a racist ideology. I don't like Black Panther because he looks like me. What makes Black Panther interesting is because he's from Wakanda, because he's from Africa, because of who he is. I wouldn't want him to not be. Like that would change who he was fundamentally, right? One of my favorite things for me, like as far as genres of fiction, I love samurai stuff. Samurais, ninjas, feudal Japanese lore. I never want to see like a samurai film, but cast with white dudes. Like I don't need people to look like me to enjoy stuff. And I feel like when you're catering that and you say, well, we need to change the race of this character so make people happy. It's like, well, no, what you're doing is you're catering to racists. And
Well, the dumb thing about the whole people getting upset about Scarlett Johansson in that Ghost in the Shell is that you're putting someone's like soul or mind into an android body. It's like cyberpunk. You can put it
mhm.
in any body.
Right. Yeah, the Ghost in the Shell was even stupid because it was not even a person. It's like I mean it was a person, but it wasn't a human body. So it could look like anything.
Yeah.
That was yeah, it was even more ludicrous. But again, the arguments they're never actually legit. The same people that scream, how about how that was racist are the same people that are happy, that oh yeah, Hawkman's black now, go representation, you know. They're the same people that are happy that, it's not a two-way street. It's a double standard. And it's a double standard because it's not appropriate in all directions. And if it's not appropriate in all directions, it's not appropriate in any direction. That's that's my thought. And
All right.
I believe in being true to the source material. What's your pick? We've been on this for too long.
That Texas blood. Just kidding. uh, we can go on to that, but that's not gonna be my pick though.
That's
It
not your
wasn't one I was
pick?
looking at.
Okay,
No,
this
it
is
wasn't
my
one I was.
pick. Good. I was missing one. Tom King Batman. Enough said. Okay, what's your pick, Vankman?
Oh,
The great
take all the
destroyer of Batman
you
continues.
take all the good ones.
You said this wasn't your pick.
I
I
didn't say
picked.
it this. I was saving that still.
Well, we only have 5 picks. This is number 5.
Crap. I know I had one more. I was looking through it.
All right.
Uh, there it is. Spider-Man 2099 Exodus number 5.
You think that's going to be bad?
I don't think it's been good at all.
Have you
I
been
haven't
reading
heard
it?
anybody. I was going to read the first two. I haven't read it yet, but um, this is my Eric July pick. I think it
Your
sucks.
July pick? I
No.
think it's got a neat
Uh,
cover.
I mean, 2009 X-Men. Cyclops is one I know.
I know. I don't
There's
remember. I don't remember 2099 X-Men having Cyclops in it, but
well, my whole point of this is that I read the original Spider-Man 2099, and holy crap, was that great! And go up, is that freaking Ramos? That better not be your boy. That's another reason why I wouldn't want to read it.
Amos? What? What do you mean, my boy? That's the
Umberto
colorist,
Ramos.
J. David Ramos.
Okay, I thought it was
Is his
Umberto
is
Ramos.
writer is Steve Orlando, artist is Kim Jacinto.
I saw Ramos and I flinched because I look for the giant feet.
Dude, don't even make fun of Humberto Ramos. He's one of the best artists at Marvel.
I'll make him as I want to because he's not.
He
Uh,
is.
my thing is like my biggest fear of this is that bringing back properties. Not I can't remember if Steve Orlando actually wrote any of the original stuff. My understanding it was somebody else, and I just don't think. I mean, I love Miguel, but as far as I know, I don't think they're going to be like do Miguel O'Hara anybody better than they're writing Peter Parker right now. Because Miguel O'Hara is supposed to be the future Spider-Man,
Uh-huh.
you know,
Yeah.
and throwing Miles Morales in the middle of this,
Wait, Miles
you
Morales
know,
is in this?
no, I'm saying continuity, bro. Because Spider-Man, just like Batman Beyond is supposed to be like Bruce Wayne's future.
Hmm.
Like the Miguel O'Hara was supposed to be like Ty. He gets his he basically he has part of Peter Parker's DNA in him in order to get the spider stuff, if I remember
Okay.
correctly.
I don't
And I
remember. It's
thought,
been so long.
and just this me this the 2099 thing. It was done. It was cool. They brought it back for nostalgia a few years back. I'm not sure who the writer was on it, but I remember that it was. Oh yeah, they brought him back, and they had the Edge of the Spider Verse thing going on, and they had him teaming going against Doc Ock Spider Man, and like it was cool. And now they're bringing him back, and just like I'm not a fan of Steve Orlando. I just don't think his writing is that great, and I'm just scared because now they're throwing the X Men in here. You talk about the X Men in currently. I'm scared to see what this X Men's like if they're the future of that X Men.
Well, this is
Like,
confusing cover. It says introducing X-Men 2099. X-Men 29 were introduced like 30 years ago in the
I know.
original 2099 series. I have the series called X-Men 2099. So what are you introducing here? Like, doesn't make any sense. Um, I actually
Future.
like
Yeah.
Steve Orlando, but I also understand that he's written some pretty objectionable stuff. So when Steve Orlando's not writing to be completely woke and stupid, like he's seems to do at Marvel, he didn't do that at DC. He wrote cool stuff at DC. I actually enjoyed his stuff. I don't think he's a fantastic writer, but he's a serviceable one. Like I was like, okay. I thought his Martian Manhunter series was solid. Even though he had one of the most hated artists in the business. I thought he wrote a really really solid book. Um, but
But
yeah,
but for
I can understand your misgivings here.
now I'm gonna tell you right who the original writer was of 2099. Peter David.
He wrote X Men 2099 or Spider Man.
Spider-Man 2099.
Oh, okay.
So they go from that to Steve Orlando. In today's Steve Orlando.
I think
I
Steve
mean,
Orlando can write good stuff. He did Electric Warriors for DC. It was a 6-issue miniseries, and that was a very creative sci-fi future story that really delved into the lore and told some interesting stuff. If that Steve Orlando is writing this book, this could be fine. If it's the Steve Orlando that's been writing some of the stuff that people have been complaining about since he
John,
came to Marvel, then
it was John Francis Moore did the original X-Men 2099 back in '93.
if we're getting Commanders in Crisis Steve Orlando or DC Pride Steve
Yeah.
Orlando or yeah, I'm trying to think.
It just when I see them bringing back properties because they're doing here because of nostalgia, and you don't even have the original writer on it. You bring in somebody else who's gonna I'm gonna take a stab at this, and it just screams desperation. And my thing is like, remember we say don't bring back properties because you wouldn't like what they're gonna do today. I'll read by next Monday. I'll tell you. I'll read the first issue and I'll tell you guys how it is because it does not look good.
Well, I can understand. You're gonna bring back a property from 30 years ago. We have the same
And
writer.
yeah,
I don't fault that. Not defending this book. I don't know if it's gonna be good. Maybe it'll be good. Maybe it won't. Um, but I can understand why you're hesitant. And like I said, I have not heard of him doing anything good at Marvel. So
the only way you still get a job at Marvel is by filling in the check boxes.
I liked what he was doing at DC, but even then, I liked what he was doing at DC during Rebirth. This is
See,
before DC went all crazy
yeah,
off the reservation. So,
Rebirth was different. Rebirth, you actually had editors
mhm.
for a little bit. You were told what you couldn't do. They had a little continuity they were going with it. And then they decided, you know what? Bendis comes in. You remember that continuity? You guys, yeah, sorry. You guys can do what you want. yeah.
Right.
Uh,
Now,
yeah,
Batman, Killing Time. It's Tom King and it's Batman. That's all you need to know. And you're charged $5. And
I like the
David
cover.
Marquez is one of the best artists in the business, and he's getting wasted on Tom King crap. So go spend your money and look at pretty art and be mad that Tom
Wait,
King
wait.
hates Batman.
There's three Clock Kings. Did not even know there was one. I thought there was just one Clock King. That was it.
And Tom
There's
King
three.
doesn't know.
Clock King the third. The other two, time stopped. They ran out of time. I we're in the third one. But booty. Jeez, I just saw that.
I know. I was holding this. I was waiting for you to notice.
I was like proportion. I'm like, oh, that's kind of cool. And I was like, dang.
I'm very curious if Tom King could sell a book with a mediocre artist.
Baby got back. That's all I gotta say.
What do you
The
think?
main.
Could he? Because when was the last time they
Well,
gave Tom King a bad artist? Or even a mediocre one? He always gives top of the line artists.
I don't. I've only seen the cover here. So the artist, the guy doing the cover here, artist is Alejandro Sanchez and David Marquez. That's what it looks like.
I believe this cover is David Marquez. Yeah, this is David Marquez.
Or is it him by himself? Okay, I thought it was a
On the
colorist with
on
him
the
too.
A cover.
Okay,
Uh,
I thought
Um
I thought I thought the colorist did his own cover. Alejandro Sanchez, unless he's on the
he's
cover
he's
with.
he's probably getting credited because he did the color art, and colorists are all sensitive these days, and we have to make sure that they get full billing. But this is David Marquez penciling.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's a great artist. He's one of my favorites. Uh, I haven't seen him in a while. The last thing I saw him do was when he was on the Batman Superman book with Josh Williamson. That's been a couple years.
The only good thing about this book is that it's ending.
Yeah,
It's
this is
issue
the
six.
last issue.
It's,
So
I mean, I don't know who writes her worse, Tom King, or his Catwoman, or is it Teeny Howard? I want to say Teeny Howard. I mean, I'd rather take as much as I say I'd rather take Tom. I'm sorry, Tom Peasant. We don't give him that title anymore of the king.
I don't
There's
know,
only
but
one.
I don't care how he writes Catwoman as much as Batman because this is
You're-
called Batman. You buy this book for
Yeah,
Batman, and he turned Batman into a. He turned the alpha male of DC, into the omega male of DC. Just, I just,
so that's our new rule now. We have to stop referring to Tom King as Tom King because there's only one king. That's Jack King Kirby. So Tom Peasant is his name.
but Kirby's dead. May he
I
rest
don't
in
care.
peace.
The king
So
will always be the
they
king.
always have to have a new king ascend the throne.
We can't. This isn't
Yeah,
your
that's how it
freaking.
works. When you
That's what
die,
you
then the
wanted to
new
work.
person. You don't just stay
No,
king when you're dead.
there you do.
No, you don't. Otherwise, there wouldn't be Clock King 3.
Clock Peasant.
Ah, gotcha.
Well, actually, for all you know, that could be the Clock King just cloned 3 times.
That is true. I don't actually know what this is.
I mean, there's 2 previous Clock Kings. Why would you want to be a Clock? Why would you, if there's already one Clock King, I'm going to be the legacy character, the Clock. No, you don't. Why would you even take up the mantle? Now, is this the one where there's the clock as a face? I mean, Rick? I mean, I don't know. The funniest thing I saw though was in the was they made Riddler and Clock King a couple in the Harley Quinn show.
Skip says
Uh,
people who get the best artists are Remender, Miller, and King easily. And that's 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 probably true. I think the difference, though, of course, is Remender and Miller uh, go pay for great artists, and Tom King is just bestowed
it's
great artists by
just
a company
so
that knows that he will fail without them.
it's just so weird that they put like the big behind Catwoman with Batman when they could have put her with Jace with the big caboose. You know, if they want to do the racist stereotype, do it correctly.
What? Doesn't even make sense.
Black men like big booties. Same with Latinos. White guys, not so much. That's always been the stereotype.
Not that big of a booty.
That is huge, bro. Look at the rest of her. Look at her waist. Look at her shoulders.
I mean,
That boot is
proportionally
huge.
it is because she's got
That
like a 22-inch waist right there. But
that is like I'm trying to think what artist you would think of, like, or what celebrity, but that is a huge booty.
oh, maybe that's why Batman's like taking a step back. He's like, "Whoa, whoa, bitch, you put on some weight." Sorry, that was a little crude.
She's got
I'm in a boys mood. Um,
wait, is that even Batman or is that Jace? He looks kind of dark skinned there.
no, because Jace, remember, doesn't he covers his face.
He doesn't want anybody to know that he's a fake Batman.
I'm the real Batman. No one can know. I'm gonna hide myself.
I mean, the only time Batman ever wears a cover his mouth is if he's wearing like a ventilator mask. No.
This is a pretty cool cover.
Raker says there is such thing as too much.
I wish I
that
wish Batman
that
was drawn more
bulk.
muscular like this
No, it
more
reminds you
often.
of the Arkham games. He's just
Kind of.
super imposing. He's a bouncer pretty much. He's like Bane in size, physical strength.
Yeah, I like
He's like Jack.
Batman.
He's like Jack. It's like Jack Reacher right there. It's a Reacher version.
Yeah. To me, this is how I like Batman to look because he doesn't have superpowers, right?
No,
He doesn't have cybernetics. He doesn't have power armor like Iron Man. He's just a dude in a suit. And when he has to take on things like Killer Croc, he can't afford to just be like, "Oh, I'm a lean 170 pounds." Like, he needs to be as strong
yeah,
as he can possibly
yeah.
be.
I would
Uh,
say, look at Kevin Porter, the guy who's doing for Bat in the Sun, their Batman actor. The guy who's also in Dodgeball. He was one of the guys on Ben Stiller's team. For like huge muscular in correct shape. He's got the build, just imposing. The only problem with that though is like when you take him out of the costume and he's Bruce Wayne, it's like, gee, Bruce, you're really jacked.
Rhaegar says there's such a thing as too much.
Yep.
And Comics Quirk says Marquez. Oh, yeah, I think he spelled it wrong. Marquez is great and a very nice person to talk to.
David
And
Marquez.
Jimmy would know because he gets all the people to do interviews with him.
Does
So
he after Dan Slott, or did Dan Slott ruin that for him?
I don't know, maybe Jimmy was soiled by Dan Slott. He's like, I'm done with these jerks.
And Jimmy said earlier today put a tweet or said comment saying like he's looking at his past videos and he said they're all boring. So if that's a past video, is Marquez a boring person or was that talking to him outside of the channel?
Skip
Hiring
says,
manager Mark.
I like that cat booty. And all I can
See,
say to that is, Skip, you're kind of playing into stereotype here.
I told you.
But truth be told, I don't think there's any guy in the chat that would legitimately turn down that booty. It's easy to talk tough.
I wouldn't be able to pick her up.
Oh my goodness. Not
Her
even
caboose would
close.
just lay down.
That's so silly.
Oh,
Uh,
I was scared. I thought Tatum's gonna say like, if you look close at Neil Adams, Batman, and Roscoe, they both have a big booty. No, at least they both have muscle. True. Um, I just like the more imposing, like kind of like Banish thing, kind of like build because Bane's Batman would be he would be like Arnold was in his peak in his movies, Commando.
yeah.
I'd see him like that, like being able to do the stuff believable. If he's gonna lift something up with his strength, he has the muscles to do it. But not too much where he's like, I can't wipe my butt. No.
Not all like super roided out. Um,
uh,
yeah, no, that's just me. I mean, everyone's got their taste, right? I just
Kev is
To
getting dirty
me, when
here
I
in
think
chat.
of Batman, I just think of a a I don't want to say a brute, but I mean, he's got to hold his own physically, and you don't do that as a lightweight. You know, you
Well,
you you
that's
got to
what I
be
s
in the heavyweight class.
well, yeah. So when I say when people say like, "Oh, I like Michael Keaton did not have the build."
Mm-mm. But they gave him a suit that made him look like he had build. So
Yeah. But then again, he's also wearing Kevlar armor, like a thin Kevlar armor, like a mesh thing.
yeah,
I
but it's
mean,
like
it would
superhero technology. It's like spandex thin. It's like, look, this super thin material that's thinner than your t-shirt can stop bullets.
well, to be fair though, there are Kevlar armors that they'll stop small caliber fire, but bigger caliber fire will go through.
Well, yes, but none of them are as thin as a t-shirt.
No.
That's what I'm saying. And I mean, even this, like comic book art is you can't do this with real clothing. Like this is something that is unique to comic book art. Like clothing is so thin, it looks like it's painted on.
Well, the fact that it rips so easily makes me think it's not bulletproof.
Or I guess it
His
did rip
leg.
on the leg.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I don't know. I mean, you can be bulletproof though, but not cut proof.
Yeah, it's Ray Gary, and it can't win back in the Jim Belente, but it wasn't that huge. And also, she wasn't like like just had a booty. Now is it? But they weren't exaggerated like this. This is more
RDV hates
exaggerated.
booties, confirmed.
True, I do.
Jimmy says he stopped interviewing people by choice. See, I told you. He just Slot ruined it for him. He's like, I have no desire to talk to comic pros anymore. All of my joy has been destroyed.
Well, yeah,
Damn
non
you,
heavyweight.
Slot.
Yes, yes. Yeah, I do agree. There's non heavyweight. Trained combats can kick ass too. But I'm just saying, as far as the physical strength, you see, when they show Batman in the comic books where he's lifting up stuff, that's heavier than he is, or he's catching a beam that's I beam that's falling down. He's got the fire his grappling gun around it to hold it, or try to grab somebody. Like physical strength is you're gonna have more muscle on your body. You're not gonna be able to look like you're um Christian Bale. But like I said, it's fantasy. You know, it's like it's just like the how Scott Campbell draws women. There's no real woman like look like that. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's true too. Comic artists. But here's the thing, like I want to say about the heavyweight though. There's a reason why when we have like professional fighting, why we have weight classes.
Yes.
Because if you're like a 150-pound guy and you go against like the 225 weight class, you're gonna get destroyed.
Rey Mysterio versus Brock Lesnar. Rey Mysterio
Now, can a
dies.
150-pound professional fighter take out a dude on the street who's 300 pounds? Absolutely. But the point is, if all things being equal, if I'm a top of my game professional fighter and you're a top of the game professional fighter, but you have, you know, 50, 60 pounds over me, you're probably going to destroy me. Um, it's just,
Usually, yes. The slower you are, the bigger you are, but that's not always the case. There are big guys who move faster than they should.
yeah.
You know.
And even still, even if you're faster, it's not just fighting just doesn't work that way. It's
Well, it's different.
as soon as the big guy gets a hold of you, you're done.
yeah.
I
You
mean,
can do the hit. You can do the hit and run stuff, and if you know
hell, I
the
mean,
pressure points. So yeah.
when Brock Lesnar hit the UFC, he destroyed the competition, and he wasn't even like a
Yep.
real professional fighter. He came from pro wrestling and stuff. He
Well,
had
he
minimal
came from
amounts of training, and he destroyed the competition because of his physique.
he started out playing football, then he went to wrestling, and yeah, then he went to UFC. But
Yeah. So
yeah,
I mean, he had skills. He was wrestling skills and things, obviously. But
and true, yes, and yeah, Skip. I know what you're saying. Yes, most thugs he goes up against aren't really trained. They're like they're just goons. That's all they are. For them to beat the crap out of. Uh,
yeah, but as soon as he goes up against Bane, that's not a trained goon anymore.
Yeah, well, I mean, he does use the thing what Skip's saying. when he goes against Bane or he goes against Croc, he uses their own weight against them. He outsmarts them.
Right.
You know, yeah, just like you'd see would you'd see like no, not Jackie Chan, but Bruce Lee going against somebody who is like the Big Show, you know, somebody who's 7 foot tall
And
and
I
he's using.
get that there has to be some level of suspension of disbelief because in
Yeah,
reality, I don't care who you are. Even if you're the best fighter in the world and you go against 5 moderately trained dudes, you're probably going down, right? Just because it real world doesn't work that way. It just but in comic books and movies, we get some suspension of disbelief. But what helps me personally have that suspension of disbelief is seeing a man built like that Batman who's Herculean and knowing like this is a guy that can toss people because he has that physical strength, not a guy who's lean and 175 pounds
like
of
when
like
I when I see Damien like trying to take on guys like trying to take on Bane, you know,
yeah,
it's
that's so
and it,
stupid. What's that new book that's coming out like Robin versus Batman?
so
I
something like that. Yeah.
There's the cover just makes me
Yes.
squ- uh Robin.
I'm just saying I like him looking stronger. I don't like having a skinny looking version. Like, imagine if superheroes were all just like generic looking. They had no build. They had no they had no muscle whatsoever to them. It just wouldn't look believable. It would just be like, okay, it looks more realistic when you actually have a more opposing Batman versus a guy who's just like um a string bean like Grant Gustin. You well, Batman because Batman also uses his strength. Yeah, I understand. Like, he doesn't use his strength; he uses his mind. He uses he's all different skills. Yes, he really goes up against the thugs and stuff. I said like I just prefer it would look weird if he had like no muscles and he was just
Look
like
at this cover.
that's because he's holding back against Robin, and Robin probably did a sneak attack. That's all I can think of. He let his guard down because he trusted Robin, and then Robin went crazy, attacked him.
Apps, but like just the physicality here like look at the arms on Robin. They're it's this is I just
He got a surprise kick on his father. She's been trained by the League of Assassins, but yeah, but after this hit, Bruce would be like, "You're done." Literally, that would be it. He'd phase him for a little bit, and then he'd knock him down because he has not only the training, but he's stronger than him.
that's not what we're going to see because this book is called Batman versus Robin and this is issue 2 and I guarantee you we're not going to just have a series where Robin gets one lucky hit. We're going to see, you know,
My
some
question
sort
is,
of fight where where Robin puts up a fight.
go look at the cover. Go back up. Up, that's second from the right. The Batmobile. And look, no, right there. He's go through the. Is he going through the Batmobile? He's gonna just.
He's punching
What the
through
heck
the
is?
windshield.
I'm sure his hand would be broken because Bruce puts like the strongest, you know,
Yeah,
type of
not
windshield.
to mention a 14-year-old. Look at first of all, they draw Robin like he's 11. But when I see this picture, this does not look like a 14-year-old. This looks like an 11-year-old.
Okay, he's supposed to be possessed by it, so he has supernatural ability, supernatural strength.
Oh, there we
And I can
go.
see why. I can see why, and also I could see Bruce holding back because normally Robin wouldn't attack him, but if he's possessed, he said break free of Nezla's possession spell before he murders his own father. See, in Bruce is holding back on purpose
This is why it's
because
sometimes good to not be
and the great.
completely cynical like me because I look at this and I project my own understanding and go, this is dumb. But then people like to heal him come in and say, okay, he's possessed by a demon. And
I
I
didn't
say, oh,
read that.
instantly that changes everything.
Well, well, I also I didn't read. I didn't realize this is the continuation of the Mark Wade thing. You said Mark Wade, but I wasn't sure if it was continuation of the World's Finest.
I don't know. This is just Batman versus Robin.
It is because the Demon Neza is from the World's Finest. Look at the title, same logo and everything.
I'm
Batman
not
versus.
reading. I'm not reading The World's Finest, but
Oh, you're art. It's actually been probably the best book out
yeah,
right now.
people have been very happy with it.
That and Flash have been my two favorites so far. Was ongoing, but yeah. Like I said, with being if he has demonic strength, and not only that, Bruce is holding back. There's a reason why Bruce has
Yeah,
been
Bruce would
destroying.
have to hold back. Bruce would just destroy. I mean, one punch would be like just destroy. Look at how small. Like, seriously, like my bro's son is about this size compared to me. Like, and I know that I could throw him around with one hand. Like, it wouldn't even be a contest.
Dude, World's Finest isn't overrated. Dude, oh my gosh, World's Finest is probably the best thing that Mark Waid's done in years.
I should give it a chance. Can I borrow your copy?
Which one do you want?
The World's Finest.
There's quite a few out.
The one you're talking about.
Yeah, you want issue 1 or do you want issue 2 and 3 as well? I mean, they're on issue like 5, I think now.
Ay, 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 Venkman. Yes, I want they'll read the whole thing.
Okay.
All right, thanks for your permission. I look forward to borrowing those. World's Finest is
99.
not overrated, says Maranya. It's a good old-fashioned superhero action.
Yes, 99 cents per issue.
And Skip says Damien was also trained by League of Assassins, which I fully get.
Yeah.
But
But
this is
without
Batman we're talking about. It's not like
without this
Damien is fighting some dude
yes.
on the street. He's,
Yeah.
Batman's
Without
one of the
this
most accomplished fighters on the planet.
yeah. I understand this is comics, yo, bro. If he wasn't possessed, didn't have supernatural abilities, and Bruce said, you know what, I had enough of this shit. He did just hit him in the back of the neck with a nerve pinch, knock him out.
And I get that this is comics. But my point is, even with the suspension of disbelief, you still have to maintain some level of credibility. And everyone's threshold is a little bit different, right? Some people can watch like the CW shows and it's like, hey, it's all cool and fun. And to me, I go, no, the physics of here, this doesn't work out. This doesn't make sense. And I lose it. So everyone's threshold is different. And that's why I said to me, I want to see Batman be a little bit bigger physique because it helps mitigate that level of suspension of disbelief I have to have. Right? If Batman was drawn as a 70-pound weakling, it's still comics. Yeah, yeah, but I'm not buying it. That's all I'm saying is I just want a little bit of effort to go. Um, and like
And
I
this
said, being possessed by a demon changes everything. I go, oh, okay, now I guess that evens the fight. That's all I was asking for, something believable. Because straight up Damien versus straight up Batman doesn't make sense to me.
yeah, exclusive variants, like the only time I saw an actual really variant I actually wanted to get was on that Gambit one that came out last week, and it was like I don't know if it was San Diego Comic Con or if it was like some comic book comic store exclusive variant. I was like, really? Because it was like it was really good variant. It was supposed to like take on as like a homage to the original Gambit when it first appearance cover, issue 44 or 44. I was issue 40 or what it was. But anyway, so yeah, I mean, and that was like probably like thinking about it, it's probably like $20 if I did find it in the store. But the problem is there's so many freaking variants. Like, and the two thing is like you should have one incentive cover, and that's it. Because let's do. And nobody's gonna get $50. $50. So let's do a cheaper one. You know, so ideally people are gonna buy 20 books for their store if they do that. Put out a good incentive cover for like $15, and then have your stock cover trade, which is $1 more, still be awesome, and have your original cover be awesome. That way, the person has to decide, oh man, I like all three of them, like what Sean Gordon Murphy's doing. Dude, his Batman, all his the Batman White Knights, dude. Every single series he put out, the covers are just awesome. I went, I guess I went and bought the pretty much every cover. Yeah, I've got A, B for every cover he has. And when he found in the last one, he had that Joker cover for the incentive. I picked that up too because I just love his art. And like I said, and the book is great. But I understand when people are sick of buying extra covers. You know,
Uh, I just want to say that Dave's in the house. Good to see you, Dave, son of Witch. And he says it's kind of like Bruce Willis as an action star example, Die Hard versus Arnold. And that's an interesting thing because one of the things I think like Bruce Willis worked as an action star was precisely because of Die Hard. Bruce Willis was playing a guy that you could believe was a New York cop, right? Like this is the kind of guy that would pull you over and you could look and go, "Yep, that looks like a normal dude." And when he plays in Die Hard, like he's fighting these terrorists, but he's getting his ass kicked through most of the thing.
yeah,
He's having
he's
to like
exciting.
outsmart them and trap them and do different things. Like he's up against the ropes. Whereas Arnold Schwarzenegger, he plays a different kind of action star, right? He's the kind of guy who's throwing people around. He's fighting aliens from outer space, and it's important. That's why, like the Predator movie, it's why I hate all the Predator sequels. I don't hate them. The Danny Glover one was okay, but most of them have never worked for me because the first one establishes that you needed Dutch, this super Herculean special forces, most badass dude on the planet, and he couldn't even barely match physiques with the Predator. And now they have like just anyone. They put Adrian Brody versus Predator. It's like, bleh.
I don't know. It's just at this point. Like I said, I look at Kevin Porter. I think he's the best if you look him up. This guy is the in the Batman costume. If it was a Batman dying is easy. You look at him in that costume. That is pretty much my I cannot see anybody else wearing the costume like that because it looks exactly like the comic books.
Oh yeah, I've
And
seen these before.
wow, is it just you're just insane how he just for a fan thing. I was like, this is what I want. You know, I want stuff that look like the comic books. I mean, I don't want super scrawny like anorexic Flash. And I want Flash, you know, like you know what the Flash I liked was John Wesley Shipp
Well,
in the TV series.
let's dial it back just a little bit though. The object for me was not to say to anyone else your version of Batman is wrong. That wasn't my goal.
Well, that was my
Like,
goal. You also
okay, fair enough. You can speak for yourself. I
yes.
just want to make it clear that I wasn't trying to tell people like if you like the more lean, Neil Adams Batman, that's totally your prerogative. I was just saying this is what worked for me. This is what I like to see, and I get a little bit more giddy when I do get it. And if I don't get it, so be it. I mostly don't.
The
my
reason I like it
mine,
because there's no padding on that suit. Literally no padding.
yeah, he's a big
It's
dude.
him. It's, and he's
This
tall and he's
this
posing.
by the way, the Kevin Porter this Batman fan film is worth seeing. Like it's better than a lot of the stuff that comes out of Hollywood. It's pretty sad to say.
The dude is just like I said. That's my Batman. Now you can like the other Batmans. Go on. I'm just saying this is what I prefer. This guy looks threatening in the costume compared to Bale and some of these other guys. This guy is taller than me. He's like 6'2". I know he's got the build, and just like this is a guy that's gonna break my arm. So, but if you like the other ones, that's cool, man. I'm just saying, when it comes to more imposing Batman, Kevin Porter is it.
City of
Even if
Scars is the name of it for anyone who hasn't seen it that wants to look it up.
the new one, what's coming out,
Oh, is that the new one? What's the original one?
Dying is Easy.
Oh, City of Scars, that's 2010.
Oh, is it from 2010? I'm looking at your 8 seconds delay.
Oh my god, he's 6'5",
Yeah.
245 pounds. He's a brute.
Well, he's the same height as Superman in the comic books too. So imagine if Superman's like 6'5". They breed them tall and big in Kansas, as they always say.
Well, it depends who draws them. In the
Yeah.
Rebirth, Superman
Well,
towered over Batman.
look at the cartoons from the '96. You saw how big he was.
Oh,
uh,
the 90s Batman was jacked.
I know. And McGinnis, Batman, Superman, Public Enemies. Oh, yeah. Like I said, this is my once I saw this, I was like, I'm so sorry. This is my Batman. You know, I understand that people like I was saying. If I want a skinnier version, I'll go with Nightwing. Nightwing is more like Christian Bale, but yeah, this
Well,
the
you know what though? I accepted the Christian Bale one because the Christian
to
Bale
start
one
out.
existed in a universe where there wasn't superhumans.
Yeah. Yep.
So Christian Bale Batman basically fought hoods on the street. DC Comics Batman goes off and fights cosmic beings, stands up to Darkseid. It's like a way different thing. And so in my head canon, and again, this is just my own personal taste, like I imagine a human who's got to be at the absolute peaks of human conditioning in every single way. Um, but everyone's got their own taste.
I look at the current one right now that they were in Rico Tamaki. He's alright, but he looks average build. He doesn't look like he's not super big like you see with Kevin Porter. But I just noticed they're drawing him skinnier and skinnier as whoever who's drawing him. He just looks like when he's out of the costume, I'm like, holy crap, how much padding is on the you know on his costume. So, but like I said, we all have things we like. Batfleck, yeah, I'd say Batfleck is probably the closest to Kevin Porter in
Yeah,
size.
I like as far as like physicality and just like overall look on screen, Batfleck is by far my favorite.
Yep.
The Bale Batmans were my favorite as far as just because the overall movie and the filmmaking.
Yeah.
Um,
The reason I got confused though, as far as the Dying Easy, because there's supposed to be they're coming out another one. I didn't realize there was one before that. I know there's Batman versus Superman, but that or not Superman, but Batman versus Punisher. There's Batman versus all stuff. Versus Predator. I wasn't sure if those are the same people or not. I know it's a different Batman though. Kevin Porter is that comic. He was showing a picture on Instagram of him as Green Lantern back in the day. He had a costume. He came into a Comic Con. He actually looked pretty good as for a young Hal Jordan.
the thing to consider when you're watching this footage though, like this is not Hollywood.
No, it's not.
I mean,
And
yes, there's going to be things you can critique. Who said? Someone said that they didn't like the cowl or whatever. It's like fair enough. I'm not trying to suggest like this is perfect epitome. This is damn impressive for a bunch of dudes just kind of like getting together and
like
making their
Croc,
own
yeah,
stuff.
yeah.
The level of achievement of this is off the charts when you consider where it comes from. Um, and I go back and you just watch anything you see on the CW. This you're like, wait, you've got millions of dollars to play with, and these guys,
It's all shiny from 10 years ago.
yeah, this is 10 years ago. Oh.
Yep. I mean, yeah. It's just like straight out of comic books and just video game stuff. I just love.
If I were Warner Brothers, I would be hiring these guys.
Here comes the car. Bam.
I would be hiring these guys if I were Warner Brothers
Third. Yeah.
to do a series. I mean, I think this is where the future of stuff is.
The guy Aaron who does the Batman the Sun stuff. He's the writer, a lot of the director stuff. Like
Imagine
he
what
said,
these.
yeah,
Go
because
ahead.
he said if I ever get a job at Warner Brothers, I won't sell out. I'll try to keep my values, or I won't work with them at all. Because he said the reason why I'm so popular is because you guys like what I do. If I don't do what I do, you're not gonna like me. It's like but yeah, it's holy crap! I would just kill a short round, Mr. Quirks. But like I said, this is dying is easy right here, going against Jervis Tech, who kidnapped a girl. Yep. Is this all Bat in the Sun, or is this all different things? Productions, but I don't know. Like I said, you'll like what you're gonna like. Once I saw this, and I just was like, dude, the ways when he conducts himself, I'm not getting the voice, like I'm getting from like Christian Bale, or just not just Christian Bale, like the closest the Batman voice that I like is probably Batfleck.
No,
Like,
Batfleck really amazed me. I'm kind of
yeah,
sad that they're DC's abandoning the Snyderverse.
yeah, it's because reason Marania, these are verses. Who would win? That's what these are. Bat and the Sun did a lot of these. The beatdowns that they get Flashpoint Thomas Wayne versus yeah, Black Panther. Because I think it's Flashpoint. I always get confused because sometimes they do other Elseworld stuff.
Yeah, I think Thomas Wayne is purely Flashpoint, right?
Yeah, but he used weapons though. That's the thing with Thomas.
I'm not sure. I believe Thomas Wayne beats Black Panther, but just um, Skip says Kevin Conroy is the gold standard for him as Batman. I would have to agree. I think when I
Or
read
true
Batman, I hear Kevin Conroy's voice. But I think what RDV might have been saying though is when it
for
just
live
comes to
action
actors who were able to do it. Um,
because voice acting is easier than actually doing the physicality of the role and also having the voice. I mean, imagine if they just dubbed Conroy's voice over every live actor. It's like, yeah, yeah.
yeah, I think as far as not having dubbed over, like if you have to do your own voice, I think Batfleck was my favorite of all the Batman portrayals.
Bale could have been better, but the problem with Bale was the voice. It just drew me out of it. It's like I would have skim like he should have done one Arrow. They done Arrow. Give him a voice changer, you know, where it deepens his
Nah, that'd have
voice.
been cheesy. I think it would have been cheesy.
But
Besides, man, come
realistically,
on, the Christian Bale Batman is iconic now. How many times do we quote it? You know, when we do Batman voice, half the time it's Christian Bale voice. Swear to
I get
me.
it's hard to do the Batman voice. I would get in trouble. You're like, you sound like an old guy who's been smoking in New York, And I was like, I'm sorry, I can't do that. What do you want? Oh wow, that film. It looked like Batman gave Black Panther the bug to nuke his armor.
Did you ever see? I found this guy like many years ago. This is 10 years old now. Um, this guy did Nightwing fanfic.
I'll let you know
Um,
in 8 seconds.
oh yeah, you're still behind. Sorry. Um,
I really don't watch a lot of the fan film stuff because I just
I
either
don't
one I don't
I
know
don't
about.
either. But sometimes something will catch my eye or someone will share it with me, and then I'll be like, okay. And this one looks dated now because of what people are able to do, homegrown stuff so much better. But in 2012, like these guys are doing, I was like, damn. And this still looks better than what DC's doing on their TV shows for me.
Yeah.
Like, and it's better too. Obviously, I'm just showing the without sound, but
Yeah.
it's better presentation when we
Now
get
that
the acting
costume
and
is
stuff.
not really like that costume isn't really that good.
No, it's not, but this is fan done.
Yeah,
This is
yeah,
like one dude. This guy actually did all the stuff. He's like the writer,
yeah.
director. Um,
I do like I say, guilty pleasure. Even though Titan's a horrible show, I do like the Nightwing costume.
and so this channel is called Ismahawk
I've heard of this guy before. He pops
for
up and he's
anyone
looking like
that's interesting. I like I said, I saw this like 10 years ago, and yeah, it's got some cheesy budgetary constraint stuff, but overall for like some friends getting together and throwing stuff on film, especially like I said for like 10 years ago. Nowadays there's so much more technology available to do. Um I appreciated the effort. Like I felt that these were people who got the license, they got the characters. And that was a big deal for me. I can overlook some of the cheesy look of it all because I know that if they had the budget, if they had Warner Brothers behind them, they could have done something way better. What I care about is portrayal of the characters.
the hood. He looks like more like Red X, that giant hood.
I know the hood is
It's-
so big.
that was another thing too. They got the hood, and Titans got the Red Hood costume down pretty good. Like I hate the Titans as far as like the show and stuff. It's just for a lot of reasons, but the costumes are good and certain characters. Yeah, you can tell there's somebody just like early days of 3D printing.
Right? Yeah, they're just so much changed during the past 10 years. Like things took leaps and bounds. Uh, a difference. Um, this is like right on the cutting edge.
Nightwing getting stabbed by Red Hood. I call shenanigans. Alrighty.
Well, I
I
think
don't
we should
watch Lord of the Rings.
probably.
Yeah,
I'll go.
I, I don't watch Lord of the Rings at all, so I wouldn't look at some of the fan stuff, really movies. This character also worked in relation to live action Wayne Family Adventures vid that was pulled down. Says Telim. So yeah, he works with the person who does the Red Hood fan films. Yeah, I Isomahawk. I would say if you're gonna have a multiverse, take all these guys from the fan films. They should all collab and just do one giant multiverse story. Can you imagine that?
It's a
He's
lot of
smearing.
it's a lot when you're spending your own money to do these things. You know what I'm
Well,
saying?
we now
So,
have Kickstarter.
um, even then, you to kickstart, you run into problems because you're actually getting money to do licensed stuff, and that
Yeah.
violates. So a lot of these fan films,
So
they
Bat in the
struggle
Sun.
because they can't charge money for it because that becomes a violation. So
Um.
they essentially they have to make this stuff for free.
Well, the thing is
Um,
that that's not true because Bat in the Sun dying is easy. I paid for that. Your Kickstarter. I got my name in the credits, and I got a H key or 4K version of it. Download.
I'm very curious to how they got away with it.
My only thing
Um,
I think is that only thing I could say is that they paid Warner Brothers probably to do it, even though it's not official, even though they announced it, but they gave for copyright, so they gave money to Warner Brothers.
yeah, I don't
Like
know.
they
That
leased like they leased it, you know, for a little bit. This with the video, and got approval.
I am not sure. I know it's extremely difficult, and a lot of the fan films depends on who also owns the rights. Some different corporations and studios are more uh they're stricter than others, you know.
Yeah.
Um
Neither Doors nor affiliated with DC Comics, so they do all this stuff. Yeah.
yeah, you can see here at the beginning of this one when we rewind it. Ah, come on. Following web series is fan made, neither endorsed affiliated. Nightwing series is nonprofit miniseries made for fans. Yeah, as soon as they take money, it becomes like a violation. Um, and there's like a Star Trek fan series that for years went on with dispute with Universal. And I think they finally just won over because fans were so upset how Universal was treating them that finally Universal realized like this is stupid. Like if we piss off our entire fan base because of this, then we can't make money off them either. So we might as well let the series go, you know. Which good, for them. But I don't know. I don't know how they kickstarted and charge you. Also, if it was a long while back, it may have been one of those things that flew under the radar because I do know in the early days, the s- these studios and stuff they weren't treating Kickstarter stuff the same way. They weren't looking at it as like,
Dying is Easy came out in 2021,
oh, you kickstarted in
maybe last year.
21. Okay, that's
Yeah.
different. I'm thinking of like 10 years ago. Because I know there were projects, a lot of the early fan films were kickstarted, but there was a lot of crackdown that came afterwards. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm not definitely not a lawyer, and it could be
Well,
that some
we do know a lawyer. I'll have to ask lawyer Kev. Okay.
it could be that some of the studios are realizing like this is actually good for business to let fan films go through. That's a possibility. I think if I were running some of these corporate, that's how I would think. I think building your property is better than punishing fans and being hostile to your base. Um,
But I understand from a business point of view, you don't really don't want people just paying money to see something that you didn't make, and then not watching. You spend all these millions of dollars, or something, and then nobody cares to watch it because they're enjoying the other stuff. You'd be smart to get these people. Hey, you know what? People seem to be enjoying your stuff. You want to do something for us, like officially, you know, and then try it
Quarks
out.
corrects
But
me. He says, I mean Paramount. Yes, you're correct, Quarks. I meant
yeah,
Paramount.
uh, yeah. Not only Doug Jones as a Riddler, but it also has Michael Madsen as Harvey Bullock, which was awesome.
Tehillim says George Lucas was all for fan films. That is true. In fact, one of my favorite fan films ever, if you guys have not seen it, I absolutely highly recommend it. It's called George Lucas in Love, and it's such a really well crafted fan film. It's about George Lucas, but it tells a fictional story of his time in college, but how he ran across different people that inspired Star Wars. It's very creative and very funny. And Lucas ended up hiring those guys afterwards. I was like, right on.
I don't know when you can do better production work and than Batwoman on the CW or even the Flash.
Right?
Yeah, like even Birds of Prey like was better than Batwoman. And Birds of Prey had some major flaws because they were limited with who they could use and who they can't. But it was like, dude, they at least put effort into that show back then. Look, it's Deathstroke, and he's got both eyes. Ah, crap. I thought he was supposed to have one eye. This is before he lost his eye. See? That's just so weird. It's imposter. This is the lady to steal the cello. Run out. She took her answer with her. Literally, if I say I got a gun, I'm not gonna carry the cello. I'm like, fuck the cello. I'm running out.
Some of those instruments are worth a lot of money.
I know, but still though, she's carrying it out. It's like, yeah, lady, can you just put that
Dude,
down? Oh,
I some of the, like, high level, musicians, part of, like, major symphonies in the world,
Yeah, really expensive.
like,
Yeah,
they own,
instruments.
like,
Yeah,
Stradivariuses and stuff, like, they play,
yeah.
like and you're like, "You got,
I
like, a
know, but
million-dollar violin you're playing," like, uh
I still, but still though, I'd be like, do I care about the violin? Try to pick up, carry it as I'm, and or would I quick run out? I can get another one.
you can
You
just
know,
go get another Stradivarius? Good luck.
you know what though? I'd be alive to at least try. Or the guy just shoots bullets right through the instrument and kills me. You know? Yeah, this is some pretty good security team here. Ah, monkey grab. Oh, he's dead. Oh, and he's dead. I like that little mist.
They brought fists to a gunfight.
He's using gun fu.
Evil Black Cat says he gets his eye shot off in the last episode of the series.
Okay, okay.
Spoilers,
But
Black Cat,
you know,
spoilers.
though, I thought he lost his eye before he became Deathstroke. Like he cut his own eye out.
Maybe he's not Deathstroke yet. Maybe
Maybe
he's
it's not
just
him.
random mercenary, and then later
Maybe it's not.
on he gets his eye cut, and he's like, "I'm now Deathstroke." Nope, nope, never mind. He just said I'm Deathstroke. So
Maybe he's telling people I'm Deathstroke, but it's really not Deathstroke. It's a con.
this is pretty cool. They even took time to like do an opening credits scene with art
Yeah,
and
yeah,
stuff.
I know.
Um, all right, we should probably wind this down, but I'm very thankful you guys all came to join us and
Yeah,
made it
it's gonna
here
be
at the end
a
of
lot.
the massive weeds where we struggle to find things to talk about. Thought we found some cool things to talk about. Uh,
The news report. That's cool. Yeah.
yeah, and what a difference! Like that's 2 years after that Nightwing thing we saw, and the production looks already like way better.
And there's the giant chicken. The all comics trailer. The red and the gold. I just don't like the armor. Ugh. Gold
Let's
Shaw Farm
see.
saying wow without.
Ronnie posts a link to some breaking news for CW Flash. Um, is that anything? I can't. I don't have the.
Uh,
I don't have the chat
no,
going on in my computer. You want to click on and see what that is?
that's not what it is. A Hollywood Reporter. Let's see here. CW announced that it's thing pop-ups. Drama for Greg Bernal Parents will end in a 13 episode final. Oh yeah, yeah. You know what the Flash thing? The Flash is it's ending with season 9, 13 episodes. Yeah, that was breaking news. But remaining DC properties set to join the Flash on the CW's 2022-23 fall schedule includes Superman and Lois season 3, which is really good. Gotham Knights, don't care. Uh, Riverdale is ending too. Don't care about that either. Do, do, let's
So
see.
this is the last season, season 9.
Yeah, season 9 of the Flash. That's because when it comes back, it's gonna be the last season. The conclusion of both shows comes amid the CW's reduced volume of scripted originals as the younger viewing network is on sale block, with station group Nexstar near a deal to buy it from owners Warner Brothers TV and CBS Studios. So the CW's scripted roster includes All American and its spinoff, and then there's Kung Fu, Nancy Drew, Superman Lois, Walker, and Gotham Knights and Walker Independence and Supernatural prequel, The Winchesters. The only two shows that are actually I'm actually enjoying right now is Superman Lois and then Kung Fu. Supernatural prequel though, The Winchesters, I am excited because it's gonna be run by Jensen Ackles, the guy who actually was doing stuff with the show, Supernatural, and his wife's also helping out too as well. And I'm pretty sure it's the original actors that played John and Mary, the younger versions, when they did the flashbacks. It's gonna be a prequel series. So, I mean, like you said, right now they're on pause for Supernatural, but that doesn't mean that they said they might not, they might come back the show later on. But I don't know. It's getting kind of bleak for shows, man.
On
It's Superman.
CW, but it was never
Oh,
never really
well,
good.
any channel, really, any
Not
channel.
Amazon. Amazon's doing great.
That's not a channel. That's a streaming service. I'm talking
They're all
about TV.
they're all streaming services nowadays. I only watch CW stuff
Uh,
on streaming.
like I
Um,
had no idea. I had no idea they were still doing WoW wrestling, women wrestling. You know, and that's on the CW. Like you have to go through the streaming app. They have brand new seasons. Like they used to have like women's wrestling back in the day, like in the late '90s, early 2000s. But yeah, I don't know. Like I said, uh, I'm still watching La Brea, waiting for that to come back.
is that any good?
I
I guess
like
it's
it.
good. You watch it.
Well, then again, like I said, I watched Resident Evil, and so people they're like, "Oh, you watch that
Ooh,
crap?" You know,
that's
it wasn't horrible, but
not what
it
I
wasn't
heard.
like something to brag about. That's the thing is today people are just so sensitive to everything. That's the problem.
No, I mean I heard from people who like were not part of the black, like people who were like looking forward to it and like not being able to finish it. Um,
Ah man, tell them to go watch.
I'm not a Resident Evil person, so
Anybody says they watch it, they can't finish it. Tell them to go watch Jessica Jones season 3 and see if we can get through that. I stomached my way through that crap. That
just
was
because
horrible.
something else is terrible too, that's
It's worse than that's worse than that. And I stomached myself through that just for review.
you think
And
this
that
is
is
bad? There's something even worse. All right, okay, I'll watch it. If it's not the worst thing ever, I'll
well,
watch it.
I'm just saying. I'm tired of people saying, "Oh, this show is the worst ever." And like, "Oh, it's the worst thing I've ever watched." It's like you must not watch a lot of crap. There's a ton out
Well, to
there,
tell you
but
the truth, I avoid bad shit. So if I say something's the worst, it's not going to be Jessica Jones season 3 because I haven't watched that shit. There's probably a lot of stuff that's worse than the worst things I ever watched because I try to avoid it.
I don't know. Like I said, I got through it. I expected anything that's based off a video game. If you expect it to be great, you're on drugs. I don't expect and today with everything that comes out. I don't expect anything to be anything like the source material. You're lucky when you
From what
find.
I've seen of Resident Evil, and again, I've only seen parts of it. It looked it looked worse than Cowboy Bebop.
Yeah.
But
Um.
but I'm not a
I'll.
Resident
I'll.
Evil fan either. I don't like the movies Resident Evil, so it's clearly not for
Well, the
me.
movie. Yeah. First couple Resident movies were alright. Like same with the first games, and then after four, they just got bad. So just like Halo. Halo, people are crap on the show when you've seen the last couple of Halo games that come out. Not that great. I'm just looking this way. I like it when you could like we talked about this before. When you can watch something like The Boys, and it's different from the source material. I like it when it's like that because I don't want to watch the same thing. Because that would be weird. Can you imagine watching something that's exactly the same as is in the comic books?
Well, sure. Sometimes that's a good thing. Invincible was very close to the comic books, and it was good for it.
Well, was it really? Because I hear people saying, "Oh, it's got that black woke girl in there."
Yes,
I just can't stand that.
they race swapped one of the
Well,
characters, but
they're never spot
story
on though.
wise, they followed the same stories and plot lines and it was the same. I mean, even even manga makes changes when it in the animes. Um, and I'm not saying you're
Last,
wrong. I like that The Boys is different because they're both good. So I am getting I'm getting like bonus. But I wouldn't complain if one was good and they did a very good adaptation of it and it was also good. I would not get the bonus of it. Generally when they don't stick to the source material, it's very rare that the adaptation stays good. I mean, how many how many times can
Resident
you
Evil.
think of
Yeah.
go ahead.
I was just gonna say Resident Evil is a very mediocre show. It's not, but it's not like super offensive. I don't get so angry over it. That's the thing. People get so angry over everything. And it's like I say, it's not offensively bad.
Yeah,
Literally,
you're right. A lot of people get
if you're
overly
offended,
angry, but I
if you're super offended by that, you means you are just easily offended.
some people I
I
think
mean,
are looking to just be offended and just make a big
yes.
deal out of nothing. But I also think that there are some people who are generally just fed up. They're just tired of like
Well, yeah, and
constantly their stuff being shit on and just being like,
yeah,
dude, can we
I,
get something
I,
that's not? And I think
I,
that's you're hearing frustration.
I understand the complaints, and I think it's dumb too they did this show because for the show should have been about a video game. Okay, it's supposed to be based off the video games, and then you start talking about COVID. You make an Elon Musk joke, and where does this have to do anything with what's going on with the zombie stuff? Like it literally like this kept taking pot shots. It's like and quit talking about Google. Like the great thing about like the video games, there was no attachment to the real world. There was no brand names, none of this stuff. Everything was all made up. So it was its own little pocket world universe.
Mhm.
But I've noticed that as the games go on, even the games are starting to get more. I guess not. They're more cultural aware
Yes,
of what's
because
going on in the
they
real world.
hire people
Yeah,
who that's their priority
I know.
and
So it's like
they want to inject their world priorities into the stuff that they make. And that's
now,
unfortunate.
now
Um
everyone. Like I said,
That's why I get very excited. Like the beginning of the show when we were talking about the shows like Reacher and Terminal List and Bosch. Now I know that these aren't really comic book shows, but I get very excited about them because I'm like, these are well done shows, really high production values, great acting and performances that are completely devoid of this culture war nonsense and just focus on telling you good stories and actually are able to tell questionable content that wouldn't fly in so many things because so many people get offended and it's like I feel
no,
refreshed. I am actually
I'm just
I'm actually enjoying like the comic book The Boys for how totally politically incorrect the book is because I'm so tired of the correctness. It's like the pendulum swinging the other way. I now want to see political incorrectness just so that I don't feel smothered by it.
Rhaegar. I'm just gonna point out one thing. You say so many things. We start so sarcastic. It's hard to tell what you actually are if you're being sarcastic, if you're being serious. Like obviously this I right now I think you're being serious. I think the show hurt you. We probably didn't even watch it, but you probably read reviews. Then again, maybe you did watch it. I don't know. But there's so many people who just react to what they hear and never actually go out and watch things to see if they actually are bad as people saying they are. I'm a person that will watch something like I don't want to talk crap about something I haven't watched. You know, that's my my personal viewpoint. So I mean I picked up that book from the auction. I picked up the first Miss Marvel thing. I want to see how bad it is. Cuz that's the one thing I hate. It's like when too many people like I said will do not go they'll go off what they people tell them and then like they form their opinions based off of that versus actually going out and doing the research themselves because oh somebody told me this is this it's like there's no originality. Everyone parrots. We complain about the media doing it, and then I see it on YouTube, and it's not the woke people.
Well,
It's usually
yeah,
the anti.
I hear what you're saying.
It
It's a valid point, but at the same time, sometimes I don't think there's anything unfair in stating I heard this was bad.
well, yeah, yeah, true. But
If
there are
as
people
long
who,
as you're being honest with it, if you
yeah,
formalize your judgments and say, "No, this is definitively dog shit, but I have not seen it for myself," that's where you're running into dangerous waters because you don't actually know. But I think it's fine to debate, to me, that Resident Evil, everything I've seen makes it look terrible. But I'm
yeah,
also trying to be transparent and say, I
yeah,
admit it, I haven't seen it. I admit it's not for me,
Ash, I don't think
but
it would be for you. Like I said, I don't think you'll be offended by it. I think you'll be bored of it. It's just, in a sense, like watching Stranger Things season 4. It just like season 4 wasn't offensively bad, but there was bad parts about it that I just didn't care for. Not not one was being the time length, and then two was that they ruined the characters. And all of a
Mhm.
sudden Will is now gay. Yeah,
Well,
that's reports. They came reports now,
yeah. But I
right? They got
actually
this.
I actually one of the things I like about Stranger Things that you bring that up is that they never actually say he's gay.
Yeah, and it got
They just
I
they let
true,
you
true.
insinuate it. They let you draw that conclusion,
Oh, yeah.
but there's no definitive saying, "Hey, guys, I'm gay." Like, and what I like about that is it lets people kind of formulate their own ideas. If you watch the show and you
You know,
decide, "Hey, what I'm seeing is a gay Will, and that's the way I see it," you can walk away. If you walk away and say, "Well, he's an effeminate boy who's been through a lot of trauma, but it doesn't necessarily mean he's gay." You can walk away with that too. There's nothing concretely forcing it down your throat. And I think what I wanna see is more writing of that nature in all sorts of fiction, where it lets audiences kinda come to their own conclusions without having to force shit down their throat, especially shit that doesn't matter, right? It never
yep.
mattered that Dumbledore was gay, and I thought it was the dumbest thing for J.K. Rowling to be like, "Oh, have a huge press conference and be like, yeah, Dumbledore's gay," and I'm like, "And what purpose does that have for the story?" All that was woke points. So just tell your stories, and if you wanna have things happen in your stories that let the readers go, this seems like a very I'm concluding this is the case. Then they can walk away, and that's their interpretation, and they can enjoy it, and so be it. And that's one of the things I just want to give
Yeah.
Stranger Things props, and
Uh,
I hope that they continue with that through season 5.
yep.
I hope they never
Also,
tell you definitively.
also, Cuties was not what everybody thought it was. Was it still a bad show? Well, in a bad way when going about it. But there was a whole blatant thing. That people were buying off by somebody who did a review on it. So that person parroted that thing. Angleton, actually go watch Angleton's review of it. I'll tell you exactly. He went and he watched it. He said I watched a little bit of the live stream he was doing it. He said it's like he understands what he was. He's trying to call attention to the whole thing. What the reason it was created for. Now forgive me. I haven't watched his review. It's been like about a year or two now, I think, since that came out. Probably was that 2020? I can't remember when it came out, but point is that not everything is what do you think it is. Do your own research because
Well,
that's how people.
Cuties was definitely.
It was bad, but it wasn't bad for the reason that people were saying it was
I have
bad.
no idea whether the narrative and the story of Cuties was well done. What I do know is that it was vile child exploitation at best, and
From my
most obviously child pedophile
well,
like at
yeah,
worst. It was disgusting, and you can absolutely
yeah,
understand the outrage
yeah.
that people
Yeah,
have.
and Skip saying the same thing. Regardless what the message was supposed to be, it was still gross. They shouldn't have done it. But if I remember correctly, Ingleton said it was basically to bring attention to exploitation of children and all this stuff, the pedophilia stuff and all
By
that.
exploiting children. We're gonna
Yeah,
exploit children to bring attention and
yeah.
exploiting children.
It was a dumb way of doing it.
It was
Yes,
very dumb. And the
but
fact that
people,
Netflix put it in their trailer,
yeah.
like, yeah. Anyways, but you know what?
But the-
It could have been a
yeah.
beautiful work of art as far as directing and stuff go. I don't know because I'm never gonna watch it because it had disgusting stuff in it. And I think it's fair for people to go, I don't care how well this is done, this is vile. Um, you know,
Well, I'm
um,
just saying, at Rager, I'm just saying to do your research. Don't just shut your mouth and say this is dumb, and you have no idea what you're talking about, because that's what a lot of people who do vote for Democrats, they have no idea what you're talking about. They follow what somebody says on CNN, like a parrot, like a robot, without even doing their own research. A lot of people don't. People who do vote, a lot of them don't look. A lot of them don't look to see what the candidate is that they're voting for. They don't do research. They're like, oh, this guy sounds kind of cool. I'll vote for him. Well, that guy. Well, this trailer or whatever or TV spot said this person's bad. Well, I'm not gonna vote for that person because just don't be ignorant. I'm just saying. That's all I'm saying. Do your research.
Let's reel it back from the politics because I'll get sucked in. You know me.
I
Um,
know.
it's look. Everyone's gonna like things that they like and things that they don't
Yeah,
like, and
you're
and
allowed to
and
hate.
I,
You're
and
allowed to hate. You're allowed
RDV
to,
and I have extremely different tastes in some areas, and sometimes it boggles my mind, and sometimes it boggles his mind that we like the different things, and I think just it's one thing we can have opinions, but ultimately at the end of the day, people just have different life experiences and in different lenses that they see the world through, and it changes how things affect them. I see something in one man's trash is another man's treasure, sort of thing. Um, but I have to say, Rhaegar does mention, he says, "Do I have to watch Sex and the City to find out whether I like it or not?" Um,
well, how do you know what it's about?
I would say maybe because Sex and the City is something I never ever would have watched on my own, but it was like my ex's favorite thing, and so that was something I watched with her, and I ended up growing to appreciate it. It's still really not for me, but it was so well done and so well written that I I liked a lot of it, and I would have never thought that I would on the outside. So, that's not to say you will too, but my point of it is I didn't know. I made judgments of it by its cover, so to speak, and then I
Yep.
actually saw it and I was like, "Oh, this is not exactly what I thought it was." And I say this all the time too that like quality should be able to transcend taste. If something is good enough and you're open-minded enough, there should be nothing should be off limits really, other than vile stuff like cuties. But I'm talking about just
Like,
general,
yeah.
like if say you hate romances, you're like, I hate love stories, romances. That's not my thing. But if you're open-minded enough, someone should be able to make a romance good enough to transcend and be like, okay, this is the exception to the rule. Normally, I don't like this stuff, but this was so well done that I do. And that's my outlook when it comes to art and fiction and things like that. That there's things that I don't normally I look at and go, that's not for me. And then I
Shane,
get exposed and it transcends and I go, wow, this was so well done. I did not think this would be for me. And holy shit, you did something that blew my mind.
I said you're allowed to watch what you want to watch. Like, I mean, I haven't watched Shang-Chi, but I'm not saying Shang-Chi is one of the worst Marvel movies going around saying that because somebody else said it and I saw a clip or something like that. And until I actually watch the full product, if I ever do, then I'll give you my opinion on it. But I'll just say, looking at the trailers with the giant rings, it looked kind of dumb. Now, I don't know if it's woke or not. There's so many things that people say that are woke that aren't woke. You know, because people want to there are specific people on the internet that want to push a narrative that everything's woke when it might be one little line in a movie and they're like, oh, that ruins the whole entire 3-hour movie, that 10-second line that I didn't even hear about until somebody pointed it out to me.
Dave says Ash is Fred Savage in The Princess Bride.
Like I said,
uh,
there are things that like obviously, you can bring up cuties, like because cutie looks horribly bad, just things, but not everything's cuties. And Ash is right. You shouldn't judge everything by the cover. Sure, there are woke products out there.
you
Yep,
can. I mean, Venkman, even you do, right? Like we had this discussion off screen, whatever, off the
I didn't
show
hear you.
where we were talking about how you tend to gravitate towards things that you're already familiar with.
There are things that I like, but more for other things that I'm more drawn to. Yes,
Right. But you
but
tend to not pick up things that are totally alien to you. Like
I did actually.
uh, I said tend when we had a long talk about this, and for the most part, the comics you read is because they're things you were already exposed to. And so you told like you admitted like, "Oh, grew up when I was younger and I watched these cartoons. So when I got into comics, like I'm reading these characters." And, I was asking you about why you're going to read Miss Marvel and stuff. And it's like, well, Miss Marvel was in a cartoon that you've seen. So you're familiar with the character. And then even tonight where I'm like, we read some uh Mark Millar stuff.
I
And
have
I'm
them.
not
I have them.
and don't be defensive because this is not chastising you. I'm just saying you don't normally have a desire to like go off the reservation and just explore just new things that you don't know about, right? Like,
Uh,
and that's fine. That's your personality. This is the way you are. All I'm trying to say is not in any way a negative thing about you, but
say
just
in
to
the
understand,
past,
that the way you feel about those things is the way that other people feel about some of the things that they see. When they look at it, they go, "This looks not like for me at all."
I would say in the past that's true, but I've been picking up indie like
All right.
order books. You know,
So RDV is going to read some Mark Miller confirmed. You guys heard it here. Breaking news. Do 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 do
on the channel, and I'll be dressed up in
do.
costume.
Ed Brewer's in the house. Good to see you. Um, let's see. Rhaegar says, but you don't get to throw the baby out with the bathwater. We don't get to pretend that there's not an agenda with Marvel when they have told us to our faces that that's what they're doing. That's true. I mean,
Rager, all I'm saying is that if you haven't watched it and or read the book or whatever it is, and you're saying it sucks, your opinion's not valid because because you're basing off something that you never actually experienced, never watched, never read. You're just going off a hearsay, or you're going off a 10-second clip that someone might have shown you. It just sounds really weird. Because especially when you're going out, you're saying like, "Oh, this is the worst movie ever," and then if you've never even watched it. Now especially if you're judging, like you say, like Cuties is the worst movie ever. You've never watched Cuties. You're basing off the cover. Now you've heard the concept, yes, you may that, but I'm saying I would never say. I'd say Cuties. It's wow. It sounds horrible, but I would not say it's the worst movie ever. So many people use that term. Oh, it's the worst movie ever.
no, but
How is it the worst movie ever?
it would be the worst to them in the sense that like I would not even watch Cuties. I thought about that for a moment where I was like, I should watch this for myself so that I actually know. And then I was like, no, because there's no undoing that. There's no unseeing once you've
It's
seen
like
it.
video.
And I decided
Yeah,
for myself that I was like, you know what? I am perfectly happy and I'm desirable to never see this. I don't need to ever I know enough. And like I said, I'll fully admit that maybe that there's some brilliant filmmaking in there somewhere. I don't know, but I don't need to know because
you know what reminds me of
none
though?
of
It reminds
that
me of the video.
hold on, none of that matters if there are things about it that are such a transgression that they can't be, overwritten. They can't be mitigated out. The fact that I have to watch real children put in sexually provocative ways on screen, there is no amount of positivity for me of seeing quality filmmaking that can override that. For me, that would be pure like pain. I never want to have to see that, right? And I think people can look at that and have a similar reaction and say, that's what matters to me. I look at it and go, it doesn't matter what the story's about, what the acting is like, or any other qualities that someone might be able to point out to that you're right. We haven't seen it. We don't know. It has this one thing that I do know that is so bad to me that it's such a turnoff to me that it completely spoils the bunch and it
It
ruins
just when
everything else.
it just rubs me the wrong way when I hear this stuff because it reminds me of the video game journalists who write articles about video games they've never played, or they played 5 seconds of the game,
Certainly.
and they write up the game being like, "Oh, this is horrible." And it's like
I am
it's
not
and
I am not at all trying to invalidate your argument. Your
I
argument
know there's two different arguments here. Yes,
yeah,
I
yeah, your
understand this.
argument
Yes,
has merit. there's another side to it, and ultimately everyone's got to make decisions for themselves.
Uh,
And
Skip,
someone may never,
yeah,
may never watch or read or do certain things that I love, and I go try it, and I go nope, never gonna. And it's like, well, that's up to them, like it. I understand because it bums me out when I love something. I want to share it, and I want other people to experience the same positivity of it that I had, and I just it's a difficult thing for me because I struggle with not understanding how people don't find the same joy out of things I do.
well, I said I my older brother, he will not watch the new Batman movie because somebody said it's completely woke.
Which one?
The new Batman movie. This is my older brother. He said,
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
not gonna watch it. I heard it's completely woke, so you won't even watch it." And I said, like, "Dude, it's not." It's like there's one scene in there where yeah, with the white privilege comment, you know. But I don't know. It's I don't, it just bugs me. That's all. You know, Rager's allowed to like what he likes, and he's allowed to hate what he hates. You know,
Yeah,
I'm just saying
I'm
like
of
this.
mixed opinion on that
Yeah,
because on the one hand, I think people overreact sometimes, but on the other hand, I think people they start accepting things that they shouldn't and allowing things to be normalized. And I worry about that where we go, well, it's not that woke. And I feel like it's a slippery slope where, you know, what we think is not not that bad today, 10 years from now, we're gonna look back and just be like, "Oh my god, how did we get here?" You know? Um, because I just look back 10 years ago where we were and 10 years before that. I can distinctively remember making arguments to people that the LGBTQ community movement was going to be pushing pedophilia into the mainstream. People go, "You're stupid, you're high, you're crazy." And I'm like, "Okay, 5 years later, here we are." Like, and so I wonder where we're gonna be 5 years from now and 5 years after that. And I find myself becoming more and more accepting of woke content because, for example, I defended Thor: Love and Thunder, and a lot of people don't like that movie, and I can understand why. There are parts of that movie that annoy the shit out of me. There is one of the most cringe-inducing scenes in any Marvel movie in history when Jane Foster is saying, it's Mighty Thor, and you can call me Dr. Jane Foster, and like this whole dumb thing with this line. I can't even say it right. And it
and
it 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 makes me I cringe and wanna crawl out of my skin. It's, like, so annoyingly bad, and then there's a moment where another moment in the movie where, Valkyrie has a conversation with the rock dude, and they're both gay, and they're both having their little talk about what it's like to be gay, and I'm just like, "This is so nonsense," and it's so clearly to, like, speak about, "Look, LGB," and I'm like, "It has nothing to do with the story. It's pure woke agenda." And these things annoy the shit out of me, and anyone else that says it annoyed me, I 100% get it. But I defend the film because outside of those things, there's a lot of really good things that the film does, in my opinion. And so I find myself saying, "Look, I'm not going to just say the film's trash because it had some annoying things in it." But at the same time, I go, "Well, how much am I willing to accept?" I start thinking about it and I go, "If I can accept this much today, do I accept 10% more tomorrow? And then the day after that, 10% more until eventually it's just And I'm not telling anyone else what to think. This is just me thinking out loud. And I don't wanna be so strict. I wanna like, your argument has merit where I go, "Ah, you can't be so hard." But on the other hand, I don't wanna just be so accepting that everything just gets normalized and we just stop
yeah,
worrying about it.
true. I understand. You vote with your wallets, and I'm just saying I guess I have a thicker, I guess, or a more lead lined stomach than most people.
And
You
everyone's got
know.
different tolerance levels. I
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
you know?
So changing the game back to Skip wants to know what we think are books for this week. Well, usually I do top fives on Tuesday nights on the Geeky Puppet Show, but I'll give you a little preview for those who probably won't make it tomorrow because I probably pissed you off.
Well, we Skip brings up a good point about positivity in
Yeah,
comics. And you know
yeah.
what? The intention of the show was it just so happened that some of the news things that we were covering, we do the -5 comics really as a joke, just
I blame
because
Rhaegar. He
just
always wants to
because
fight.
because RDV does their top 5 on the Geeky Puppet Show tomorrow. So it was like we don't want to just double that. And it
I'll
just
take. I'll.
became a
I'll
funny thing of like we're just going to predict what the 5
I.
cringiest
Yeah.
kind of dumb books. And we may be wrong. We don't know. We haven't read these books yet. And we were just trying to do it out of fun, really not to be super malicious or black pilled. But we
Well,
do we do
I
hold
have
on one
13
second.
books.
Uh we should I just want to recognize Skip's point because both of us have talked behind the scenes, and both of us, when we talked about doing this, we had intentions of being that way, of being positive. So I just want to let everyone know listening that's we're going to focus more on that. We'll try harder. What were you going to
I'll
say?
give you. I was just gonna give them 5 books that aren't in my top 5 because I have 13 books for tomorrow.
Why don't
You're
you,
right.
instead of talking about tomorrow's books, we can just talk about books that you've been reading in the past couple of weeks that have
Well,
made an
well,
impact on you in a positive way.
that okay. The only thing I've been reading is the books I've been talking about my best of from last week. I haven't been going outside of my top 5. Really.
You normally read a lot more books.
I do.
You're just on
And
you're on a down streak.
well, well, I mean, well, no, I read what's in my top 5. I haven't been reading outside of my pull lists. Um, well, I mean, last week I read Gambit. I enjoyed that. Hit Me was a really good series. Iron Cat's been good. Uh, Batman One Dark Knight by Jacques. Fun story. The Scorch, which has been a good series too as well. One series that I did add to my pull list a couple about 2 weeks ago was Wolverine Patch by Larry Hama. Shocked the
What's
hell out of me.
what's if I ask you to think of a book you've read, just one book in the last week or two that just stands out the most to you, that just was like made the strongest impact, that made you kind of go, "Oh wow, I was really like," what's the first one that comes to mind?
Well, in the past
Week or two, just whatever, just
week or two, I had said that to be Wolverine Patch is the book I never really. I just picked it up on a whim. Larry Hama. Uh, and it's just like last week's issue, dude. Like was crazy. They're in issue 4 already. And it's just back to Wolverine just being Wolverine, man.
that's
Sure,
pretty
he's not
impressive
smoking
because you're
mirrors.
not really a
Yeah,
Wolverine guy.
no. Um, he just this last issue, he just slaughtered a bunch of guys, and that's all you saw was him just going through. And you got White Nick Fury, the original Nick Fury, I should say, OG. Uh,
Nick Fury.
yeah, I know, right? Uh,
Just sounds so terrible
when I say White Fury,
when you say it out loud. Like we got white Nick Fury. It just sounds terrible.
because stupid Samuel Jackson, I have to people know him. Nobody knows there was a Fury before him.
I get you.
He was
I know
he was
you're not
the original
racist.
Deadpool.
I get you. But it's just one of those things that's like you hear it
I
said and
apologize.
without context, like it's just if I just heard
I
some stranger say
apologize.
that, no, you don't got nothing to apologize for.
I apologize, like, because I'm
It's
hanging out with
funny. It's
I
funny.
hang out with Zach too much. Uh, uh,
True
yeah, and
fact,
he said you
Zach has never read Black Nick Fury.
probably not. I don't think so. Not sure.
I'm just kidding. I don't even know.
I don't know either. That's a ton tell you. But he did say he wants to dress up as in the Tira in the yellow shirt and cosplay as Power Man.
Yeah, but he's not going to do blackface, so I'm not
But
going
we
to if
know.
he's not going to commit to the bit, then I'm not interested. I don't want to see white Luke Cage.
Anyway, so this is I never really cared for the patch version of Wolverine. I always thought it was kind of dumb. I'm like, why is he wearing a patch? It's supposed to be he has both eyes.
Oh, it's because it's the secret identity.
I know, but it's like, man, he's the best at what I do, but with only one eye.
Well, in the old days, it was he was
Yeah,
having his adventures on Madripoor, and he was trying to be on the
yeah,
down low. It's not
yeah,
Wolverine, so he called himself
yeah.
Patch.
So being a Larry Hama book, Larry Hama has been one of those people that's been up. He's iffy as far as it comes to books where he writes. Sometimes he put politics in there, sometimes he doesn't. This is one of the case where you got Wolverine. I haven't read Wolverine being Wolverine since since Claremont, since Brood Saga and all that stuff. That's the last time I remember Wolverine actually being Wolverine and just being the best what he is and not apologizing for it. You know.
He's now second best.
Well, this is back when
I'm
Wolverine.
really waiting
This is
for a
back when
right.
Wolverine.
I'm
Hold
so
on.
waiting for a writer to write out of his mouth, "I'm the second best at what I do," and what
Yeah.
I do isn't very nice.
Ultimate Nick Fury is not short lived because the original Nick Fury doesn't exist anymore. You talk to anybody who's Nick Fury. Oh yeah, Samuel Jackson. That's our
I thought
society.
original Nick Fury became the Watcher.
Well, they had him turn into a villain. I thought in Fear itself or whatever the story was. But
It's
anyway,
hard to keep up with all the continuity, but I thought
in the mid two
quote
thousands,
unquote
yeah, they
white Nick Fury became the Watcher.
racist.
Sorry, it just sounds
I call
funny.
David Hasselhoff Fury. Like I said, it's a series I just decided to pick it up. I saw it was a new title out. It's only around the third or it's the second issue, and I asked my LCS guy. He still reads comic books there, you know. And I asked him, is it Wolverine? He's like, no, it's actually really good. He's like, it's actual Wolverine, you know. Uh, it's you get Wolverine and killing a bunch of Yakuza. If anything, it's actually kind of racist because he killed a bunch of Asian people. All the Asian hate, and here's Wolverine going killing a bunch of Russians, killing Asians, and just doing everything in the jungle. We have Nick Fury leading Shield, being a dick, because he wants to capture these escaped mutants, the Russian mutants, for himself and recruit them. And Logan's stuck protecting him, and it's really cool in this issue because Wolverine is like you literally people get they're afraid when they see like Batman, because they don't know where he is. And he's just like, it's a monster. He's like, you always see like guys, they don't like him. Uh, Wolverine moves. I don't know what it is, but Wolverine moves in some panels. He moves so dang fast. All you see is his claws. And these guys start coming out. He's like, it's a devil. It's like it's like they run down the hill and like their captain's like, what do you mean? He's like, you guns don't work against this guy. Only time you see him is when his claws kill you. You're dead. Like I said, it was Wolverine just annihilating everybody. And there was no politics. Yeah, there was not at least in this issue. The last issue, they had to throw in that the kid was like gender fluid or whatever. But apart from the story though, didn't really make a difference at all because the story overall has been good. And I'm not a really big Larry Hama person or even a Wolverine person. Wolverine I thought was better in the video games than the comic books. You know, I had more fun playing with him. Just kill people. Wolverine Origins, a video game. It's fun.
I
But
personally, I'm a very strict Wolverine purist. So take this with a grain of salt because
yeah,
to me, like I'm very non-flexible when it comes to Wolverine. So to me, Larry Hama was, and this was back in the day. I haven't read any of the new stuff, so I have no idea. But back in the day when they gave Wolverine his own series and did the whole patch stuff, and eventually they did the stupid Bone Claw. This is when I got out of Wolverine because I realized that only Chris Claremont, in my opinion, could write Wolverine. And when other people were writing him, they kept taking him back into the mindless, violent brute. And to me, that was just not interesting. Like I just was like, okay, well, he's just a violent dude with claws. And I understand like for action stuff, sure, but I
there's no
really
action.
I like the
Yeah,
nuance and the interpersonal like drama and that he's going through and trying to become like a regular, when I say regular person, I mean like not a mutant, but like to leave the beast and become more civilized.
Well,
And I love the
in this case,
story.
yeah, yeah.
I love the
I'll just say,
story that Claremont would weave and use Kitty Pryde. Originally, Kitty Pryde was that original person to be kind of like the one that softened him because he was, kind of the how do you say it, like where not really Beauty and the Beast because it wasn't a romance thing, but it was like more of like the child with the brute. And then having the storyline where he goes to Japan to get married, but he's learning the ways of the samurai, but because he wants Bushido, like the code of Bushido, to like help him control his berserker side by adhering to a strict code. And these ideas, that all these things were these layers that built on this character that made him fascinating to me, and no one else could do it. Like everyone else was just like, "Oh, I'm Wolverine. I kill people." And
yeah.
I'm not saying that's what
So
here. I haven't
no,
experienced this, but
and here, this basically your typical trope story. I mean, you could probably kind of look at that as way. I could probably summarize it. It's Patch, Wolverine. He's basically these three Russian mutants are being hunted by the Russians, KGB, by the Yakuza, and then their own military, a corrupt communist military uh people, and also and there's also the Shield wants them. And Wolverine gets involved, and he basically is like, because he feels sorry for them because he knows what it feels like. Remember when he was working to be used as a weapon, you know, by Weapon X program, and just be he basically helps him out, and he's also and these people are also getting helped by he learns that these Rush he tracks them down by himself, and he learns that these Russian mutants were also being helped by the people there, the local villagers of this island, you know, the tribe, and then like nobody cares about them. So he's basically he's going out his way to basically to help them out. Going against it's basically going against Shield, even though Shield's like the authority and they wanted to stand down, and he's just no, it's not right. These are people. They haven't done anything wrong. They just want to be free. You know,
mhm.
they didn't ask for this life. Neither did I. So that's why he's going against like the authority and stuff. So it's a common trope. I mean, it's probably why I like it more because it's not preachy to me, but
Well, no,
there's
no,
also the sense,
it's obviously doing something really good if the
yeah.
single most comic that stands out to you in the past couple weeks is a Wolverine book.
Um,
That means it's doing
for
something
new,
good because you're not predisposed, right? If it
it's
were
on my well.
Spider-Man, you'd be like, "Okay, you don't have to do as well because I already like you."
Uh,
When something that's not normally your cup of tea stands out, that means it's doing something exceptional. Now, Skip says he likes Closet, a new book by James Tynion.
so
Says it's been
Pixel.
solid and straightforward. And Mind Management Bootleg #1 by Matt Kent is just as good and trippy as his other cerebral books. He's definitely going to go back and read the original Mind Management in September. And that's a series I want to go check out because that's a book that looked totally stupid to me. I was only ever curious about it because I know Matt Kent's one of the best writers in the business. And then I found out later what it was, and I was like, "Oh, if I had known that this was a super spy, like espionage type book where people have like psychic powers or something to do with psychic stuff, like I would have been all over this." I had
Telepaths.
no idea what it
Yeah,
was. Because I'm into like spy thriller stuff. So you and Matt Kent's doing it. I was like, so now I definitely I'm with you, Skip. I want to go check out that as well. Very
they're called
curious.
telepaths. If you like the
Telepaths,
sticky
yeah.
supplement. Yep.
Now the
Um,
book that stood out to me, and I'm not going to go too much into it because I think I'm going to do a video on it, is the new Detective Comics. I was really impressed.
the
Um,
goth. Yeah.
the
Yep.
the new the newest issue with Rom V.
Yep. Yep. The gothic
Um,
horror. Told you,
I
man.
liked it.
It's
I liked it better than the Chip Zdarsky Batman.
exactly. See.
I I guess I should have known. I guess I didn't know what to expect because I've never read Rom V writing a straightforward character like Batman. All the stuff of his I've read has been kind of out there, but he managed to do Batman and make Batman feel like Batman, but also add a little bit of trippy, weird stuff to it that seems kind of up his nature. Um, but not go off the reservation. And I applaud that Skip or that Rom V didn't try to conform Batman to his wheelhouse, but rather adapted his wheelhouse to fit Batman. And that is a sign of a really good writer. Um, I was engaged from page 1 to last page. Even when like nothing was happening, not I don't want to say nothing, but when very little things seemingly were happening, his ability to form a narrative and maintain it just kept me glued. There were pages of non-dialogue or narration and just the art able to tell a story, and his understanding of like this is something that so many modern writers do not get, is that actions are story. So many modern writers want to fill every single panel with word balloons. And it's like there doesn't need to be someone talking all the time. Sometimes a character crawling through a tunnel is story. There's nothing, no one's talking. Sometimes it's body language. Uh, there's so many, and just I was noticing as I was reading it, I was like, yep, this sure enough. And there's other writers I've commented on this in the past, for similar qualities. But I was really shocked. I was not expecting to like the book as much as I did. And I have to say, and there's been a couple people that have been good on Detective Comics since I have been reading. Peter Tomasi was perhaps the best. Brian Edward Hill is the one that got me to pick up Detective Comics. So the first issues of Detective that I have in the current era, not going back to the 90s when I had bought Detective Comics, but in the current era was the Brian Edward Hill, his run, and I liked it. And then I stayed on it through James Robinson for the next arc, and then I stayed on it because I knew Peter Tomasi was getting the gig, and I was a big Peter Tomasi fan, and he did a fun job. This is the best Detective Comics issue that I've read, period, since that time. And so there's a couple of good names that I'm comparing him to. And yeah, I'm kind of sad. Chip Zdarsky was my dream cast when Tom King got canned off the book. I had said if I could pick someone to replace, my pick would be Chip Zdarsky. Now, this was a couple years ago, and a lot of people laughed at me. And I was very excited when they finally said, "Oh, hey, Chip Zdarsky's getting the book," like 2 years later, and I was like, "Oh, that's what." And his first issue was good. I think he's going to need quite a few more issues to really make it a definitive statement. But this book, I knew Rom V has a good resume. I guess I just haven't read his mainstream comics before, so I didn't really know how that would translate to an already established IP. It's there's just something different for me at least, when I sit down and I read a book and it's by someone of a different caliber of writing level that I don't know. It just I know that I get made fun of or whatever, mocked, I re, read my comics with my pinky extended, but that's just kind of what I look for. I look for those moments of like Frank Miller Daredevil, or Chris Claremont X-Men. I look forward to those moments of excellence. And it's funny because not a whole lot really happens in this book, but I just feel like I'm in the presence of an author who's got control and that this is going to go somewhere. And I'm instantly just gripped and intrigued and just ready to know more. And the art, while not necessarily the art I would have picked, if you would have asked, like, who should you want to draw the book, I probably would have picked a more traditional artist, but it really worked. Maybe that's because I don't know if that artist has rapport with Rom V. Had they ever worked together before? I don't know, but it really fit the style. It really felt like that artist understood how to connect with the script, and I really enjoyed the coloring, which is something I normally don't even really notice in a lot of books. I I wanna say it was Dave Stewart doing the coloring, but I forget. Um, anyways, I've talked way too long about that book, but you wanna talk about positivities, Detective Comics, um, and, yeah, I'm kinda sad that I'm not buying these books because all these years later, these are the 2 books I wish DC would have made and gone, and now it's at a point where I just have personally I have my own personal issues, with the business practice side, and, I'm annoyed, so I've decided to stop buying the books, but if you are a person who's not avoiding DC Comics and you like Batman at all, I think you're in a good place, because Batman's pretty good, and Detective seems like this might be it's got a lot of potential.
There was around the it is finished the third volume, but Dynamite, I typed in the chat with exclamation mark after the E to the end. 3 volumes, man. Every issue that's come out has just been just hilarious, funny, and just like action, what I want. And overall, I like I'm more into like the comedic kind of like kind of comics. I like the slapstick humor sometimes in there too, as long as the action. That's kind of why I like James Gunn's Guardian of the Galaxy. So Dynamite is a story normally I wouldn't want to read because it's all people from the whole entire Dynamite properties that they own coming together, and it's like and I'm like, this is kind of dumb and just going on. And it's like I don't care about this characters, but then they made characters I normally wouldn't read funny in this because they brought it like the third volume, Dynamite Never Dies. They brought in Tarzan of all people, threw him on Barsoom, John Carter's planet, and it was hilarious to see Tarzan's like, oh, where the hell am I? And he jumps and he's like he's not used to the gravity of of Mars, you know. So he jumps up and he flies up, and then John Carter's son is like doesn't want to kill his dad because his dad's like a zombie over. So here comes Tarzan, who normally just doesn't like use guns that I know of. Jumps on the ship's a turret gun, just starts blowing away zombies, and just like it was like so weird because not even a panel before that he was talking to like animals, and now he's firing machine guns. Big turret. Uh, just a crossover, like characters I normally I wouldn't expect to read at all if I had a book. They had Project Superpowers were in the first volume. Ash Williams was in the second volume. Red Sonja and Vampirella were throughout the all 3 volumes. Like I said, it was just like crazy good and just entertaining all over around. And
Cool.
I didn't get this where yeah, I didn't get this where like she's a lesbian and now she's like everyone's an inferior or like crap. You know,
Yeah,
it was
sometimes
just
I
yeah
like what I'm hearing from you about these books because with a concept so absurd as
yeah
Dynamite Dies, you kinda have to go in knowing, like, that it's absurd. You can't
yeah.
take itself too seriously because, sometimes you just comics need to be wild and weird and fun,
Tarzan
and
versus zombies, dude.
right, right, and I know, like, myself, like, I tend to be one who rejects absurdity. I want but it's usually what I don't want is my absurdity in my seriousness,
Yeah,
right? I'm like the old Reese's commercial, "You got your chocolate in my peanut butter."
yeah.
Like, I tend to be like, "No, keep my serious book serious, but if I wanna read absurd, I'm gonna pick up, something dumb and like Deadpool or whatever." Like,
You know what was
and
really great
so
about this though?
because I can enjoy that stuff if it knows what it is. Like, I've actually considered picking up or at least reading the, DC Jurassic stuff because I know that it's silly. It's not trying to be normal DC. It's just trying to present an absurd concept and be like, "What if Justice League were dinosaurs?" You're like, "Okay." It knows what it is, and so something like this too, where you're like, Tarzan going to Mars fighting zombies? Okay, let's do it, you know? And anytime you can include Ash Williams in something, it's already absurd, right? So,
This
I'm
guy,
glad I'm go ahead.
so I'm just gonna say this is all written by the same writer. He wrote Dynamite, Dynamite Lives was the second volume, and then Dynamite Never Dies. So 15 comic books, 3 volumes. He also wrote the tie-in for Dynamite, Our Bloody Valentine. This guy also wrote for Daredevil, 2011, 2014. He did all these different kind of books. Uh, Deadpool versus Punisher, Conan the Avenger, 2014 through Dark Horse Comic Books. This guy has done all different stuff throughout his career. This is Fred Van Lente,
Yeah,
and like I said,
he's an
it's
old school.
yeah, and it's just absurd. Um, he's wrote and Archie. He's wrote GI Joe. He wrote Heroes for Hire, 2006 series tie-in that goes the World War Hulk series back then. He wrote Hercules, Fall of an Avenger, Heroic Age, Prince of Power, Guardians of the Galaxy, the Telltale series adaptation, Green Hornet and the Spirits. This guy he's been around. Hulk Smash Avenger, 2012. Uh, you know, so the only series I can say where I didn't like his writing was the new Jennifer Blood series because you got a bait and switch, and then the art was good, and then the writing was not like it was because you went from Stephen Grant and Garth Ennis to like Fred Van Lente, who's not really known for writing serious stuff like Punisher stuff, as because that's what Jennifer Blood is. She's a Punisher character. She's Lady Punisher, if you want to put it that way. Uh, you know, so it's just coming into this, I knew I was gonna be like, this is gonna be kind of a little bit absurd, and just going through it, it's like there's so many characters I never even knew that the Dynamite had, like Project Superpowers. My first introduction was through Dynamite. Panther did not know because I don't really read a lot of indie stuff. I didn't come back into the comics until like 2019. I left or like around 2012, but 2013. Right after Siege, I just dipped out. I was done with everything. There was nothing I was really interested in. I did, and I looking at it, there's a lot of cool stuff for me to read in the back issue that was indie stuff, but at the same time, it's like I saved like over $40,000 or more, not buying books, buying the bag and boarding and all that stuff. On
Mhm.
top of that, like I couldn't believe how much money like goes into like this hobby,
All
getting it every
right.
week.
Yeah,
Even when it
especially if
was
you're
two
buying
ninety
a
nine,
lot of books.
dude. Even when it was $2.99, like it was still. I looked at it, I was like, that's a lot of money. But yeah, Fred Van Lente doing this. It's just like you just got all these characters run together. They even got I think his name is Mr. Future. Can't remember what his name is. But he's in one of these issues. He's the guy who has the dome over his head. He's from the future. I forgot what his name is in the series, but yeah, he becomes like a running gag where he gets killed and comes back because that's his thing. He gets when he dies, he gets teleported to the future and then they revive him, bring him back because they have the technology to bring people back from the dead. Now, the other cool thing about this series is that Tony Fleeks was doing covers for this. Like he was
Yeah, I
doing
thought
like the main cover.
that was weird
Yeah,
to me.
he did. The last one was Dynamite Never Dies #5, and it's supposed to be Freddy versus Jason on the cover.
I could see him doing like alternate covers because especially I mean he became really popular with the Stray Dog stuff.
Yeah,
I could totally see that, but doing the A covers was weird to me. I'm like, this is not
he did.
fitting with the book.
Well, yeah, the EVA cover, yeah, Dynamite, issue 3, which is pretty much, I believe, if it's not, I think it's Species. I don't think it's Mimic. I mean, it was creative though. I mean, they got the old sci-fi stuff, covers. You know,
Yeah, the old sci-fi covers. I should bring one up here. Um, Pretty cool looking. I think that they should have had what's his name? The artist I like. I'm trying to remember. The Suidum. I would have Suidum do all the A covers if it were up to me.
Well, he does all the horror. Some of his covers are weird. He's got a vampire with giant fake boobs, look like implants, but she has a skeleton head with the hair. I was like, what the heck? I guess your implants stay the same size as the body deteriorates. Lucio Perillo has been doing stuff for Dynamite since like 2011, or even probably possibly even before that. But yeah, like I said, it was like the best part is like if you were an old horror, if you're older like Eric Breen's age, you probably recognize some of these like classic covers. You know? But yeah, CW
So
Arts is good, but it was always like I was like, oh, I guess zombie big tits. That's a big thing with him. Not my thing,
what do
but
you want to see? Zombie tits?
I don't want to see any zombie tits.
It's a zombie.
It's like, have you seen
Um.
zombie strippers? Not that great.
So one of the other my favorite books that this is positive and negative in one. Um, Righteous Search for Vengeance is probably my favorite book right now. That's currently coming out, and so I just read issue number 10, and it's fantastic issue. But next issue is the last issue, and so I'm like, oh, it's so good, and it's also like bittersweet because next issue is the last issue. Um, and I'm I love this book. I don't understand how it's going to wrap up, but I'll see because it feels like this book could go on for 30, 40, 50 issues. It feels that way. I don't know if it was intended to go that way. I don't know. I don't have any information. I just know it's going to get 11 issues, which is kind of a weird number. 11 issues, but um, it's so good. I just this book had some like holy shit moment that were just like, what did I what? And yeah, I just so it's I don't know how to like I want to tell people like, oh, this great book, but you got one more issue, and so it's like, how do you recommend a book to someone when there's only one more issue? Um, but I
Oh, I
feel
mean, that's like, same way I tell people to read Deadly Class, that's ending within like 2 issues.
yeah, but Deadly Class has got like 50 issues.
How many does a year have?
This is 11.
11.
This is issue 10. Next
I
issue is
mean,
the last one.
it's still a good story, and
No,
then
no, it
at the
is.
end,
What I'm saying though is it, it's already wrapping
it's
up.
not. I'm just saying it'd be easier for people to read 11 stories versus 54 issues. Look at it that way.
Mm,
It's shorter. You can read it and get done faster.
you know what though? But that I don't like that. That to me is only an argument you should use for things that aren't that good. It's not like you're swallowing a horse pill. Like for me, if something is really good, you don't want it to end. And that's like the thing with Righteous Search for Vengeance is I love this book so much. I don't want it to end. I can't believe I'm getting one more issue and that's it.
Skip,
Like
and Skip said, "Is them someone never read it? For them, they have 11 more issues."
that is correct. They do have 11 more issues. But if you remember, this is a book that I've been touting as it's been such a great ride to pick it up as a monthly floppy, not as a binge read. I truly believe that Righteous Search for Vengeance will still be a good story to read as a binge, and I will be binging this later, in the future because this is definitely a book I can revisit. But the first time through reading a floppy, then waiting 30 days excruciatingly, and then getting that next. This is the book eh, that makes me read. Like most books, I'm a very big procrastinator, especially in recent years. And I just, well, books will pile up and I'll intend to read them, but I was like, oh, I'll get to it later. And then sometimes I get behind on stuff and then I'm like, oh, I got like 6 issues behind. I got, Righteous Search, nope, got to read it. I have to read it. Um, and it never languishes. And I love that about this book. I love getting those bite-sized chunks and just being like, "Oh my god, what's gonna happen?" And it just keeps you gripped. Um, and that's gonna be something, unfortunately. I mean, I guess you could recreate it if you're disciplined. You could still pick up the trades and read one issue, and maybe not wait a month. Just like pick a day of the week. Like every Saturday, I'm gonna read one issue and force myself. You could do that. I mean, some people have tantric sex, and they force themselves, and maybe I would recommend that. Do that. Try it. But yeah. Anyways, I just wanted to mention it because Skip brought about the positivity, and there's no book I'm more positive about than Righteous Thirst for Vengeance. Um, I absolutely love this book, and I'm just like I said, it's bittersweet to know that next month is going to be the final issue. So, um, hopefully, people will check it out. Um, yeah, I hope it wraps up really good too. I don't know how it's going to wrap up. So,
Another book
um,
that's fun, if you haven't checked it out, is Resident Alien.
is that
If
still
you're a
going
fan of the
on?
show. No, well, it wrapped up
Oh,
the
okay.
volume earlier this. I think it was earlier this year or last year, late last year. But I picked up the omnibus and I read through that, and I read through all the stuff. It's just so if I went into knowing about the show. I'm a fan of Alan Tudyk's character, and then when you go into the book, you're like the character is completely opposite what Alan Tudyk is. He's more serious. He's smarter than all the humans, but he's still likable. Um, it is. Like I said, it's one of those books that just like surprised me. Because usually when stuff is different from the I watch the show, I sometimes I don't like it. That's why I'm really curious about the boys because the boys. I mean, maybe I won't like it. Walking Dead. There were things about I liked about it, and there were things I didn't. There were some few things that I did not like. But because I watched the show first, I quit the show in season 3 after they killed off Lori, and then I went back watched the show again about 8 years later. So I watched like on Netflix has all the seasons. I could watch it. So I watched it here a couple here and there with. And then I got into then you know I saw that the comic book had just ended in 2019, so or 2000 early 2020. I think it was like I think it might have been 2019. I started reading that book because Kirkman, going through it. You remember reading it? I was just like, dude, this is actually like really really good. And I so when I watched it, I was like, this I can't believe they did this. This is better than what the show was doing. It's like holy crap. So Resident Evil though, or not Resident Evil, but I mean Resident Alien was actually a really really good comic despite changing things from what the show is. Even though the comic book was out first, just like Walking Dead, it was a show I could watch, and even though today I watched the show, it's like, wow, they're pulling stuff from the comic book, but they're changing it, and it actually works well for them because Alan Tudyk is just an entertaining actor. I love his comedy in there. Does uh, but yeah, this book it's a dark horse I think publication. I forget who the writer is. You pick it up. I think I have it
Peter
pulled up.
Hogan.
Peter Hogan. Never heard of this guy. Picked it up because of the show, and I figured, like, you know what? I heard and I read some reviews. People said like, it was really good. Some people said like, oh, it's not that great at all. And I picked it up. I saw it at my shop. They had omnibus there, the volume one, or volume one omnibus. Got that, read through it, and it was just like I could not put it down. Yeah, like I said, I have no idea. It's the first time looking at the comics this guy's written, but
Looks like he's a UK writer. Looks a lot, I'm looking through his credits, and it's a lot of
yeah,
like some Vertigo stuff. Tom Strong. Looks like he's wrote several of those. Um, wrote some 2000 AD stuff.
the cool thing about it is his character, the alien. When how he learned reading versus the show. In the show, he watched Law and Order. That's how he learned English. In the book, he read these crime novels. Kind of what Skip and you guys do, read those Brubaker books. Similar kind of stories like that, novels like that. And it's just like, and that's how he learned English, and that's how he learned everything about our country. This was through those basically like imagine an alien coming to Earth and just learning how to be human by reading Brubaker books.
Skip says, thanks for talking about some books you alls are stoked on. Felt cleansing. Well, thank you for reminding us so we could get back on track. Sometimes you get unaware if you're being negative about things or whatever. You can forget, you know, how far you're going or you lose your sense of balance. So
Skip, I purposely tried to make Ash's channel the negative channel, and then they bring guys to the positive channel for the next day.
he's trying to
See,
sabotage me. He's like, see how good our channel is without Ash.
to be
Um,
honest, though, I didn't sabotage you. You sabotaged yourself by bringing up the worst books of the week. You encouraged me.
that was your bit. You came up with that bit.
I wasn't gonna do it tonight, and they're like, "Hey, you want to do
You'd done it the
those?"
last 2 times. Yeah, see, it just passed the buck. You're like Joe Biden. All right, I did videos on these. I'm not going to talk too much about them, but I just want to highlight them real quick here. Prodigy, the Icarus Society. Recommend it. Mark Millar, Matteo Buffagni. Don't know anything about the artist. He's one of the mid-grade artists that is fine. He's serviceable, but this was a really fun book. It's very much feels like it's an adaptation of a movie. So clearly it's written with that idea in mind. Apparently they are doing Prodigy movies are in the works. I very much enjoy this. I think the Prodigy character's really cool. Um, he's essentially Reed Richards as I don't know how I would crass it. He's like the genius of Reed Richards with the physicality of I don't know. He's highly athletic, physical, martial artist. It's a total action movie type of thing, but done in sort of a over the top fashion. But it's not silly, and it's just really good fun. Um, I very much like this book. It's very well paced. Mark Miller is really understands how to write expeditiously. You don't feel like you're reading um what do you call it? Decompressed stuff like a lot of modern comics where you're like, oh my god, it takes you 6 issues to tell one comic's worth of story. Um, there's so much is going on. That's why I was saying earlier, Venkman, why I think you might like some of his stuff because he doesn't beat around the bush. He gets to the point. King of Spies
I
was
don't.
a really good one. That was a recent one that he had that you might like too. Just with really good art. I already know you like the art. It was Matteo Scalera, the guy who did the Harley Quinn White Knight series.
Cool.
Um, so that was a really good action-packed book as well. And then the other book is Starhenge, which I really enjoyed. Probably not going to be for everybody. Very different. Again, I did a video on this to give you more detail, and you can see the interiors of the book. But I like Starhenge for all the reasons why it's not for everybody. It's a very different book. It's very out there. It feels very independent, creator owned. This feels very much like a work of passion. This does not feel like corporate comics in any way. And sometimes for me, that's a very refreshing thing. I like to just see what comes out of the mind of a person on their own that makes it truly different than anything else. And it also has Arthurian mythos influences, and I'm a huge fan of the Arthurian mythos. And it's got sci-fi stuff, and it's got space knights with electro swords, so that's badass. And
Star Wars.
no electro swords, not lightsabers. Um, but yeah, it's just a
Phantom
neat
Project.
it's a neat it's a neat book, and I like Liam Sharp. It's his art. So you can see the cover there. It's the same art in the interior as what's on the exterior. Um, it's all painted art. And again, like I said, I did a video for more detail, but This is another really fun book. I'm eagerly looking forward to the next issue. And I'll give you the last word, uh, Mankman, on a book, and we'll tie this up because we've been on air for like 5 hours.
Well, now you want to call it quits? I was ready an hour ago.
Oh, you've
I
been
was
going
looking at
strong. You've been talking about all these books. You don't have
only
to talk about more. We can
only
go
only
now.
only because Skip complained. No, no. I'm trying to find. There was a book I picked up a quarter bin I was gonna go to, but actually, no. I'll talk about another book that I picked up. Uh, it's a book I never really would have picked up. It's by Roy Thomas, and it's an older book. It's from First Comics. Hold on, let me plug it up here. It's called Alter Ego. Issue number 1. I picked it up and just in a quarter bin, read through it. About a kid. It basically, he's basically like it's in the 80s. It's a one of a 4 issue miniseries. Came out back in the day, and Ron Harris does the art on it. This kid comes across this comic book store. He walks in there with a group of friends. Like, oh, of course, the girl. She's like, I don't like comics, so she walks away because that was the trope back then, I guess. Or I don't. Maybe that's how it was, right? Girls didn't read comics back then in the 80s. But anyway, this girl, his girlfriend doesn't want to read comics, so she walks away. The guys walk in there. Him and his 2 friends. The guy in there is kind of mysterious, He's looking there and just kind of like, and he says, you know what, you guys, since you guys are my first customers, you get a free book. Remember which way we pick. He's like, oh, this is really cool. So they have no idea what the pick. They're like, oh, let's go with this. And he's like, the kid comes across this book called Alter Ego. He's not sure exactly what it is, and it's so he grabs that book, but he also the guys are here is like, since the shop's closing up, and he's like, here, you guys gotta go. Here, he's like, guys, like, here, take this giant box of here. You can go through the books and then pick one of you want to like, because the kid could decide. He's like, I can't do that. He's like, dude, just give you a bunch of books for free. Go get it. There's always one kid takes it home, and he's living with his dad. His parents are pretty much he's an orphan. His parents are dead. So he's living with his grandfather. And overnight, he's sitting there reading the book, and he's like, he read the book, and he's like, oh, it's kind of cool book, Read it's called The Ego. Later on that night, he's laying down in the bed. All of a sudden, the book starts kind of glowing and stuff like that, So he kind of like he finds like the mask in there, you know, and the book throws a mask on him. He's like, what is this mask? He's drawn back to it goes back to the comic book store because he doesn't live that far away from it. He walks back there and he sees the guy being attacked by the villains that were inside the book he read, the Alter Ego book. He's approached by this green goddess called Jade Goddess or whatever it is. And she tells him, put the mask on. So he puts the mask on, and all of a sudden he's transported into the comic book world. Turns out the guy who was running the shop was actually one of the heroes from the comic book. And what's cool about this, the Black Terror's in this. You don't really see him on the cover, but it's just like a really cool book. I got this for like a quarter, man. I was able to get the sticker off it because I hate people who put stickers on books. I don't even care if it's a quarter. It was just a book that simple plot. So and when he gets in there, he has to fight against Hitler, a bunch of Nazis, Mussolini, and I forgot who the third one was that was supposed to be there. Like I think it might have been Stalin. I'm not Stalin, but anyway, he ends up rescuing the trapped villain heroes who think he's actually Alter Ego, like but they think he's acting weird. Uh, so that's the first issue of four issues. At the end, you see on the cover there's this guy like this thing. I forgot what his name is, but he's like the main villain. The robots. There was actually Adolf Hitler was a robot, and so was the other Mussolini and stuff. So basically, he has this other worldly adventure. When he puts on the mask, he goes into their world because what it was, it's not like the comic book world. It's supposed to be a parallel dimension. And he was certain the guy was there looking for someone who basically could help him out. And so this kid becomes a superhero. in an alternate world, kind of like John Carter in a sense. You think about it. John Carter goes to a different world when he goes to sleep in this tomb. And here
Sorta.
and it's got
He transfers
and,
over to
yeah,
Barsoom,
yeah,
but
and mixed with Bill Shazam, you know, Captain Marvel.
cool. Well, you
So
guys that go look at your quarter bins and see if you can find alter ego. What? You don't have quarter bins and you want to flog RDV right now for making you jealous? I don't blame you.
I mean, it's Ron Tom Roy Thomas, and then his I believe his wife actually wrote with help with it too. But yeah, this is a book. It's from 1986 actually. There was a it's a book I never thought I would read. I just grabbed it, you know, and figured I'd pick it up, read it, and
You can't go
here's
wrong. You
the
can't go wrong for a quarter. Did you get all 4
synopsis.
issues?
No, I only found the first issue.
Oh, now
Um,
you got to find the
but
rest.
uh, but the Danny Thomas and Roy Thomas wrote it. And it's basically says when Rob Lindsay discovers that a mysterious mass transports across dimensions in a world where comic book characters are living, breathing human beings, a legend is reborn, and alter ego lives. 36 pages. Original cover price was $1.25. I got it for a quarter. So I'm looking for the next 3 books, and then I think there was another ongoing series after this.
This is going to probably be super hard to find, so very much good luck on
I know,
that.
I know.
Skip says tomorrow he's going to pick up Aquaman Andromeda by Rom V and Sword of Azrael by Dan Waters. And he says their white noise crew is taking over DC, and I'm loving it. Well, there is certainly much love. Are you going to also pick up the Sword of Azrael Prelude? There's a Prelude book that's coming out that at first I was really pissed off when I saw it because um, I think it's there's two Sword of Azrael books coming out, and let me see if it's here. I saw it before. Yeah, here it is. It's Sword of the Azrael, Knight of the Dark Soul, #1, and then there's whatever the other one's called. And I was like, "Are you kidding me? This is a way of getting 2 #1s out of a miniseries because this one is a prelude to the series." But then I found out this is a reprint book that reprints the stories from Batman Urban Legends 8 through 10, which is really cool because I wouldn't recommend people buy Batman Urban Legends because it's an $8 book and probably not worth it. But here now you can get the valuable stories you want reprinted in one $3.99 comic. So, um, anyways, people may not be aware of that. So if you are a Dan Waters fan and for Batman, then you can make sure to pick that up first if you did not read the prequel stories in Urban Legends because you didn't want to pay $24 for 3 backup stories. Which seems like quite a
Oh,
bit. I'd rather pay
oh,
$3.99 than $24.
speaking of which, the film with Alter Ego, apparently it was a fanzine that was created by Roy Thomas back in 1961.
Oh yeah,
He took over.
he's did a
Yeah.
fanzine for a long time from what I understand.
So that's where a lot of those are in the fanzine. I was like, dang. Like I
All
said,
right, kiddos. Go ahead.
I was gonna say if I could find more comic books like that, that are just that simple. Like that's it's probably because since I like this, I'm gonna start reading some of the older Billy Batson Shazam books, Captain Marvel. But all right, kids, eh,
I'm not a Billy Batson fan.
you're a Freddie Freeman fan.
I'm a Fred Savage fan.
Moly, 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 moly.
Wonder
That's all
Years. Remember Wonder Years? And
I
Princess
hated Wonder
Bride.
Years. Princess Bride was alright, but I was not a
You
fan of
better
her.
you better like Princess Bride. No one can say they dislike Princess Bride.
Rhaegar will say he hates it. Say it
Well,
sucks.
Rhaegar would hate it, but everyone else. Oh, well, thank you guys for being with us and hanging out for so late. I can't believe we went this long, but I had fun. And We'll talk more positive comics next week. Please join us if the boys interested you, because
Ne-
we like more commentary from you guys. What stood out to you, what you liked,
so
and
next we won't be here for the next few weeks since we use our hour out that we usually do for the comic book. We went for
what?
5 hours. So it said we used up our limited time, so we'll just skip the next few weeks
I'm confused.
because we went for 5 hours, man. That's like
Uh,
5 shows.
I don't think you've been paying attention in our shows, Rankman. Our shows have all gone like 3 hours.
I was trying to be kind.
Oh. Well, it is living up to its name. It's late night comics, and it's late night, and we talked comics. So I gotta get up tomorrow semi early for me, and I'm kind of after that nice positive discussion of comics, I feel like I'm gonna go read some. What are you gonna go read?
Deadly Class and get depressed. Yeah,
Very good,
I
very
mean,
good. I'm gonna go finish up Ghost Cage.
I remember that.
Yeah, it's a cool book.
You
Um,
know what? I actually might start reading after I finish Deadly Class. Once go through that, I might jump into Paradiso.
oh yeah, I gotta. That's something I want to dive into too. So I got to finish up Ghost Cage though, because it's longer than I anticipated. They're like thick books. So I
That's
read
what
the
she
first two
said.
issues. I'm on the third issue,
Yep.
and yeah, then I got to get to Paradiso.
Paradiso. Yep.
Paradiso. All right, kids,
Yep.
go read good comics, and come join us again next week. Tell all your friends, not your enemies, and
Tell your enemies too. Make them jealous.
be kind to Rhaegar because he needs love too.
I'll love him later.
Even trolls under bridges need love.
Wait, Ingleton?
Oh, is Ingleton a troll under a bridge? I thought he was just
Well,
a. I thought he was
he's
something
under a
else
bridge
under a
though.
bridge.
I don't know what he's under a bridge though. All
The
right,
the
we're gonna
goodbye
make a
that never ends.
tree and leave.